Well, boys, I hate to break up a good party, but you can't keep a woman waiting, can you? You know how it is, boys.
I bet we do, Mr. Hogarth. That's right, J.J.
I'll say you can't, J.J.
I can see you all understand, all right. Well, believe you me, boys, I've had the time of my life tonight. And speaking of time, I have here a 14-carat, 17-jewel timepiece. And that's only right, because the man I'm giving it to is a 14-carat, 17-jewel cashier. Pass it along to him, boys.
Oh, that's a beautiful watch, J.J.
Oh, wonderful.
He deserves it, too. So, Billy, beautiful watch.
Chris?
He deserves it, too.
Read what's engraved inside, Chris.
To my friend Christopher Cross, in token of 25 years of faithful service, from J.J. Hogarth, 1909-1934.
Speed! Speak up, Chris, speak up. Come on, Chris, speed.
Well, I hardly know what to say, J.J. This, why, it's beautiful. I never expected to own a watch like this. No, sir, well, all I can say is that we've got the best boss in New York.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Congratulations, old boy, congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, my old friend. God bless you.
Thank you.
Have a smoke before I go.
Well, I don't usually, J.J.
Go ahead and try it. It's made special for me. $1 piece. Here, Charlie.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
You're not superstitious, are you, Chris?
No, sir, no, sir.
Now, don't break up a good party just because I've got to go. Everything is charged to J.J.
Oh, that's very nice of you, boy. Very nice of you.
So drink all you want. Only don't come in late Monday morning with a hangover.
Oh, don't worry, we won't. We'll be right there on time.
Well, good night, boys.
Good night, boys. Thanks again for a small party. Let's see now, boss. That's a beautiful thing.
Oh, boy, aren't you lucky?
I'll treasure this for the rest of my life.
I'll bet you will.
Really, I never expected to own anything.
Hey, fellas, look. Look, come here. Hurry. Get a load of that dame. That's JJ's wife. The boss is stepping out.
Say, if I had to do he's got, I'd step out, too. I feel a little laundry tonight.
Nothing like the smell of spring.
Which way do you go, Chris?
Well, I guess I'll take the East Side subway. Gets me to Brooklyn a little quicker. Hey, you haven't got an umbrella. Now, I'll take you to your bus.
Oh, no, that's out of your way.
Oh, I don't mind walking, fresh air, spring. Hey, I'm a little drunk.
Well, never mind. I'll catch the next one. You go on over to the subway.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. I feel kind of lonely tonight. Say, Charlie, do you suppose J.J. is running around with that young lady?
It looks that way.
I wonder what it's like.
What, Chris?
Well, to be loved by a young girl like that. You know, nobody ever looked at me like that. Not even when I was young.
Yes, when we're young, we have dreams that never pan out, but we go on dreaming.
When I was young, I wanted to be an artist. You know, I dreamt I was going to be a great painter someday. So, I'm a cashier.
Do you still paint?
Yeah, every Sunday.
Well, that's one way to kill time. You know, Sunday's one day of the week that I don't like. I never know what to do with myself.
Well, why don't you come over tomorrow and see me?
Thanks, Chris. I'll do that. Good night, Chris.
Good night, Charlie. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, good night.
Stopped raining.
Yeah, half hour ago.
Oh, which way is it to the East Side Subway?
Round the corner, past the L, 4 blocks.
Oh, thank you, officer. I guess I got turned around. These streets are all mixed up in Greenwich Village.
Yeah.
Is he hurt?
I'll go call a policeman.
No, wait! Wait!
Officer! Officer!
Where'd they go?
In that direction.
What does he look like?
I don't know.
I didn't see his face.
He took $15. He didn't believe it was all I had, so he began pushing me around. Then this gentleman ran in and knocked him down.
That's right, officer. He was right there.
I couldn't hold him. He got up and ran.
Wait here.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, we have to wait for the officer.
I don't want to get my name in the newspaper, do you?
Well, the newspaper?
Sure, we'll have to go down to the station house and make a complaint. And every time they make an arrest, they send detectives to your house for weeks. Oh, it's a nuisance. Won't you take me home?
Why, yes. Sure, that is, if you think that...
Well, here's where I live. Oh, I'm sorry I can't ask you to come up, but I share my apartment with another girl, Millie. Good night, and thanks for everything.
Don't you want a cup of coffee?
All right.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Tiny. Oh, this is Mr.
Cross.
Glad to know you, Mr. Cross.
Oh, how do you do?
You seen Johnny?
No, not since he left here.
2 coffees, please.
Oh, I think I'll change my mind. I could stand a drink. A rum Collins.
One rum Collins?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Keep me company.
Well, you see, I've already had a good deal of champagne.
You want champagne?
Oh, no. Make mine the same. Ever since I first saw you, I was wondering what your name was. Kitty.
It's really Catherine. Catherine March. My friends call me Kitty. What do your friends call you?
Chris.
Chris Cross. Chris Cross.
Yes, the boys tease me about it, but I don't mind.
Why are you looking at me? Is my face dirty?
It's beautiful.
I'll bet it is. Ah, gee, I'm a sight.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Cheers, Chris.
Miss March.
Kitty.
Yes, Miss... Kitty. Look, Kitty. Since I'm old enough to be your father...
You're not so old.
You don't think so?
Well, you're not a boy. You're just, mature. I like mature people.
Well, what I wanted to say was, you shouldn't be alone in the street so late at night.
I was coming home from work.
You work this late?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Guess.
You're an actress.
Oh, you are clever. Now that you know all about me, tell me about yourself. What do you do?
Well, you see...
No, don't tell me. You work in a bank?
No.
Well, let's see. Greenwich Village is full of artists. I meet you in Greenwich Village. You must be an artist, right?
Well, yes, I paint.
Of course, you're a painter. I love paintings. To think I took you for a cashier. You know those art galleries on Fifth Avenue? The prices they charge. I saw one little picture that cost $50,000. They call it Cézanne.
Cézanne. Oh, he was a great French painter. I'd like to own that painting.
You would? For $50,000?
Well, you can't put any price on masterpieces like that. They're worth, whatever you can afford to pay for them.
You know what, Chris? I bet I saw some of your pictures there and didn't know it. Next time I'll look for your name.
Oh, no. I don't sell my pictures.
Well, not in New York, you mean?
No,
I know. I bet you sell your pictures in Europe, France, or someplace like that. You can tell I don't know much about painting. I bet you get as much for your pictures in France as those Frenchmen get right here in New York. And you're never appreciated in your own country.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. But you know, when I paint, I don't think of money. I just paint for fun.
Fun?
Yes, I think it's the most fun I know, painting. I wish I had all the time to paint.
But don't you have time?
Oh, no. Yes. You see, business takes a lot of time.
No wonder when you get all that money.
What play are you acting in?
It closed tonight.
Which one?
The one I was in. What time is it?
Oh. It's only 2:10.
Only? Oh, it's time for Kitty to be in bed. So you won't forget me.
Thank you. Can't I see you again?
Oh, sure, sometime.
Well, if you'll give me your telephone number.
I haven't got a phone.
Well, may I write you?
That's the address. Good night, Chris.
Kitty, who's Johnny?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I just heard you ask the bartender.
Oh, sure. He's just a fellow I know. He's Millie's boyfriend. You know, the girl I live with. Good night, Chris.
Good night, Kitty. Yes, Adele. Well, this is a pleasure. I didn't expect to see you, Charlie.
But, Chris, you asked me.
My wife. Well, it's good to see you anyway. Hey, that was a swell party last night, wasn't it, Charlie? Say, what time would we go home? After midnight, wasn't it? You know, I haven't been to bed yet.
You haven't?
I guess I'm not as old as I thought I was, eh, Charlie?
No.
Oh, I've got to do the dishes for Adele. You don't mind, Charlie, do you?
No. Go right ahead. Say, did you paint this?
Great Scott, no. That isn't painting, that's mud, done by a photographer.
Who is it?
The late departed.
Oh, your wife's former husband.
Detective Sergeant Higgins. Homer Higgins.
Say, that's a real medal, isn't it?
Yeah. Adele got it.
Your wife?
Yeah. After he was drowned in the East River. Jumped in to save a woman. Neither body was found.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah. Too bad. Oh, thank you, Charlie.
That's all. How long have you been married, Chris?
5 years. Well, she didn't want to spend his insurance money, and so she rented out the spare room. Only $4 a week. Well, I was trying to save money to buy paints, and so I moved in. Oh, she was sweet. But I wouldn't melt in her mouth. And, well, you know how these things go.
Smoke?
Oh. I guess it better not, huh?
Where are your paintings, Chris?
They're out in the hall. Would you like to see what I did today?
Yes, I'd like to. Where did you find a flower like that? You mean, you see this when you look at that?
Well, yes. That is, I sort of feel it. You see, when I look at that flower, I see someone...
Isn't anything private in this house?
I'm sorry, Adele. We better get out of here. All right, Adele.
Can't you get those lazy legs off that couch, baby?
Come here. Can't you do any better than that?
That's all you think about, lazy legs, hmm?
What else is there to think about?
If you want more heat in this apartment, miss, you'll have to call a janitor.
You idiot.
How come you're holding out on me, baby?
Oh, stop talking about Saturday night.
I'm not talking about Saturday night. I'm talking about this. Sounds like a schoolboy trying to make a date. You must be robbing the cradle. What's so funny?
You are. He's old enough to be my father. That's the old fellow who came to my rescue Saturday night. My hero.
No kidding.
See? You were too tight to remember anything. If I hadn't told the cop to go in the wrong direction, he'd have picked you up.
This the old fellow who butted in?
Mm-hmm.
The painter?
He's rich and famous and very sweet, too, Johnny. He doesn't pull any rough stuff like you.
Well, I had a chance to clean up in a crap game. All I needed was $50. And what did you show up with? 15, for cat's sake.
That's all I had. Besides, you kept me waiting 2 hours in the rain.
And then you gave me a dirty look.
I didn't give you a dirty look.
Listen, any girl who waits 2 hours in the rain for a guy is gonna give him a dirty look. Trouble with you, baby, is you have no imagination.
What do you expect me to do?
I expect you to use your brains. But for cat's sake, this chump is crazy about you. This is a setup. He's in the big money, isn't he? You said 50,000 a picture, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here I am, knocking my brains out, trying to raise a little capital, and this is right in your lap. You don't have to call, what's his name, and get a measly 50. This bird is goofy about you. Write him. Date him up.
Oh, I can't take money off an old man like that.
For cat's sake, get big-hearted and smart, lazy legs. Why, I see fellas in the big dough without half my brains, but ability isn't enough. You gotta have money to make money. Capital. Now, the boys at the Acme garage have cut me in on a half interest if I can put up the money.
How much do they want?
Oh, 3,000 or 4,000.
Yikes.
Well, for cat's sake, I'm not talking about chicken feed. Use your imagination. You get an interest in a business like that, and it's a cinch to squeeze out your partners. Then you're on easy street.
Jeepers, the pipe dreams you have.
Now, what about the letter?
Well, I can get 50 or 100 perhaps, but I can't get the kind of money you're talking about. I wouldn't know how. Johnny? Johnny, where are you going?
Well, I won't be wasting my time.
Johnny? Johnny? Oh, I don't know why I'm so crazy about you.
Oh, yes, you do. Now, what about my proposition? You don't have to tap the old chump for much, not at first. We'll get you a decent apartment, someplace where I like to come and see you, not a dump like this. Well, lazy legs?
May I come into my own apartment?
Hello, funny face.
Why don't you just move in, Johnny, then I can move out.
Now, Millie, stop picking on my fiancée.
How do you spell that word?
With an F, like in funny face. She pays half the rent, doesn't she?
Well, that was the general idea, Big Shot, when we signed the lease.
Well, I don't mind if you want this place to yourself. Do you, baby?
What's he mean by that?
Oh, nothing. You know Johnny.
Yeah, I know Johnny all right. Has he bought you that engagement ring yet?
Oh, you seem to worry more about it than I do.
The new $45 model. Old Rogers let me have it for $18. Bet he made a profit at that.
I thought you were modeling girdles for the catalog.
I have been. Oh. I ache like a dog. If corsets ever come back, I swear I'll quit modeling. Why don't you go back to work? With that figure, if you weren't so darn lazy.
Who do you think you are? My guardian angel?
Not me, honey. I lost those wings a long time ago.
That's what I thought.
No wonder you got fired. You're so darn snippy. You never could get to work on time after you met that Johnny. Johnny, what's happened to you?
Don't you wish it could happen to you? I'm in love. Crazy in love.
With a man that pushes you around the way I wouldn't push a cat around.
You leave Johnny out of this.
With your looks and figure, you could get any man you want.
Sure. But there's only one I want.
Yeah, and he's making a tramp out of you.
You wouldn't know love if it hit you in the face.
If that's where it hit you, you ought to know.
That robin sings just like I feel. Hey, look, there's a pair of them up there. They're building their nest.
Say, where'd you learn that?
Oh, when I was a kid. Yeah, I bet I haven't done that in 40 years. Yeah, I feel like a kid myself today.
Sold any pictures lately?
Mm-mm.
Why don't you paint my picture?
I'd like to. Could I bring my easel to your apartment?
Oh, I'm afraid my girlfriend wouldn't like that. How long does it take you to paint a picture?
Well, sometimes a day, sometimes a year. You can't tell. It has to grow.
I never knew paint could grow.
Feeling grows. You know, that's the important thing, feeling. Well, now, you take me. Well, nobody ever taught me how to draw, so I just put a line around what I feel when I look at things.
Yeah, I see.
It's like falling in love, I guess. You know, first you see someone, and then it keeps growing, and Kitty can't think of anyone else.
That's interesting.
Well, the way I look at things, that's all art is. Every painting, if it's any good, is a love affair.
I never heard anyone talk like that before.
Oh, well, there aren't many people you can talk to this way. So you keep it to yourself. You walk around with everything bottled up.
Yeah, that's right. That's the way it is with me, too. I'm sort of keeping things bottled up, too, Chris. The truth is, I'm in a jam.
You, Kitty?
Oh, you probably guessed it. I'm broke. Even this dress belongs to Millie. I can't pay my rent.
Well, how much is it?
Oh, forget it. I shouldn't have told you. It'll spoil your day.
Oh, but Kitty...
I'll get out of it somehow. I couldn't take anything from you, Chris.
No. Yes, I mean...
No, I couldn't. I've never taken money from a man, and I'm not going to now. And I'm not going to spoil our friendship.
Oh, but Kitty,
I couldn't pay you back.
Oh.
Chris, maybe I could pay you back. If you put up the money for a studio apartment, then I'd have a place to live and you could paint there. Don't you see? You could paint my portrait. What's the matter? Don't you want to paint my picture?
There's something I've got to tell you, Kitty.
What?
I deceived you. I lied. I'm a married man, Kitty.
Why didn't you tell me, Chris? You know I'm not the kind of girl to run around with a married man, don't you? You know what you said about meeting someone, how you begin to like them, and you can't think about anybody else? You should have told me you had a wife, Chris.
Yes, but I'm not in love with her, Kitty.
Well, you married her.
Well, I was lonely. I couldn't stand my loneliness.
Poor Chris.
Well, then you're not angry with me?
I suppose I ought to be, but I'm not. Not with you, Chris. I'm going to let you help me.
Well, how much do you need?
$500.
I need $500. I could pay it back $10 a week.
That's all right, Mr. Cross. But you'll have to have a co-signer.
Thank you, no.
Property owner.
Property owner?
Just a formality.
Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Well, why can't that old skinflint Hogarth give you a raise? You don't even make enough money to buy me a radio. I have to run downstairs every night to listen to the radio. The way I have to scrimp and save and you wasting money on paints. I'd like to know what you'd do without me. Poor dear Homer. If only he had a grave where I could put some flowers. Why, you couldn't even ask me to marry you. I had to put the words into your mouth. I'd have been better off a widow. The only reason I put up with you is because I'm married to you. I'm stuck.
Yes, and I'm stuck, too.
Have you been drinking?
No, I haven't.
Let me smell your breath. No. Then what's the matter with you? Why are you shouting at me?
Well, you keep blaming me for not buying you a radio.
But you think I like running downstairs every night to listen to the radio?
Well, why don't you buy a radio? You have money.
His insurance money?
Well, I don't want a radio. You want it.
I'll never touch those bonds. They're for my old age. If Homer were alive, I'd have a radio. He made a good salary. He gave me a good home.
Well, you're living in the same apartment, aren't you?
Yes. But it didn't smell of paint. I can't sleep with the smell of paint. And all your silly pictures cluttering up the hall. If you don't get rid of that trash, I swear I'll give it to the junk man.
Adele.
I will. I swear I will. And the things you paint. It was bad enough when you used to copy picture postcards.
Well, Utrillo copies postcards, and he's considered a great painter.
Now I suppose you're copying Utrillo, or whatever his name is. They're getting crazier all the time. Oh, yes. I saw what you're doing. Girls. Snakes. Next thing you'll be painting women without clothes.
I never saw a woman without any clothes.
I should hope not.
The happy household hours just coming on, dear.
I'll be right down, Dora. Mr. Cross came home late. Go ahead and eat. And then do the dishes.
This is the Happy Household Hour, brought to you at this time by Happy Hour Bubble Suds. No soap gives you more happiness, more washings, and more suds per package than Happy Hour Bubble Suds. Ask your nearest grocer for the large economy-size package today. And now for the next episode of Hilda's Hope for Happiness. As you remember, we left Hilda in the laundry washing her. With Bubble Suds, Hilda.
Christopher! Christopher! What are you doing?
I was looking for the paper.
Are you blind?
Oh. Well, didn't you like the radio?
It went off right in the middle of a program. I wouldn't have such a radio.
Hey, did you read this?
Read what?
This murder in Queens. A man killed his wife with a window weight, put her body in the trunk and shipped it to California. It says here...
I've read the paper, thank you. He didn't get away with it, did he? He'll go to the chair, as he should.
Yeah. Man hasn't got a chance with these New York detectives.
Can't you put that paper down and do the dishes?
Adele, you didn't mean what you said about giving my paintings away to the junk man.
You'll find out.
Well, you won't have to. A friend of mine is taking an apartment in Greenwich Village. I'll move everything there.
Well, if he's fool enough to let you do it, go ahead. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
Top floor, you'll get plenty of light, lots of privacy. You've heard of Tony Rivera, the illustrator? He had this apartment on a 3-year lease. Couldn't work anywhere else. This was his studio. The sketches on the wall are Rivera's. He'd do that with his models sometimes when he was working on a magazine cover. Some people pay a lot of money for those. Are you an artist, Miss March?
Uh-huh. Where's the bedroom?
Oh, this way.
What's the rent, Mr. Jones?
$150. Oh, there are some things that Rivera left here stored in the basement. They go with the apartment if you care to use them. Here you are. Bedroom.
I don't like the wallpaper.
Will they change the paper?
I guess so, on a year's lease.
I'll pick it out myself.
Well, don't break the bank.
Hello, Lazy Legs.
Oh, I thought I heard the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Say, is this all you've got?
I'm lucky I have that left the way you were throwing it around last night. You even bought me a book, honey.
You're supposed to be an actress, aren't you?
Shakespeare, for Pete's sake. Say, that's all I have left.
You know where to get more, don't you, Lazy Legs?
Told me he hadn't sold any pictures for a long time. And I'm in hock for all this.
Look, Kitty. I need at least $1,000.
Ouch!
Well, you got him softened up. Now, push him around a bit.
He seems to get scared when I talk about money.
Listen, baby, you got him right where you want him. He's on the hook and can't get off.
He can walk out, can't he?
He's got a wife, hasn't he? Just drop a hint that his wife might find out about this apartment and he'll shell out fast.
That's blackmail.
It's only blackmail, baby, when you're dumb enough to get caught. Is that him?
Told you I heard the doorbell.
For God's sake, get rid of him.
Don't you answer doorbells?
Thought you were mad at me.
Peace offering. Scotch.
Thanks, honey.
I didn't think you were out. It's only 12:10. I rang and rang downstairs, and then I found the door was open. Well. You're doing all right for a working girl.
Now, don't start that again.
Don't tell me he's under the sofa, too.
No, Bright Eyes.
You can come out, Johnny.
All you have to do is call, funny face. Oh.
You must have made a killing in Wall Street, Mr. Prince.
Could be.
Last time I saw Johnny, he was talking about going to Hollywood.
I might try it yet. Why, I read in a movie magazine about a fellow who landed in Hollywood stone broke and cleaned up $1 million. No experience either. All he had was looks. And he worked in a drugstore.
If he worked, Johnny, he didn't look like you.
Oh, you two stop fighting.
I'm not fighting, baby. She just doesn't know my speed. Why, here a movie actor's getting $10,000 a week. For what? For acting tough. For pushing girls in the face. What do they do I can't do?
You're so clever. Why don't you do it?
I might, funny face. I might.
Chris!
I brought over some of my things, Kitty. I'll bring some more tomorrow. The rest on Saturday. Oh, you have company.
Just Millie and Johnny.
Sure.
You know, Millie's boyfriend. Come on, I want you to meet them. Millie, this is a friend of mine, Mr. Cross, Miss Ray.
How do you do, Miss Ray?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Cross.
And Johnny Prince.
Glad to know you, Mr. Cross.
How do you do? Seems to me I've seen you before somewhere.
Could be. Could be, Mr. Cross.
Yes, I just don't seem to remember. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Could be.
Well, I'll have to run along, kid.
I'll go with you, sweetheart.
Oh, don't bother, Johnny.
I wouldn't think of letting you go alone, darling. You might get run over by a streetcar. Goodbye, Mr. Cross.
Bye.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for the scotch, Millie.
That's okay. Bye.
Come, Kitty.
So long, Johnny. Now, what's the matter, Chris?
I don't think I like that young man she's in love with.
Oh, Johnny's all right.
Oh, I know he is, or he wouldn't be a friend, but There's something about him that...
She's crazy about him.
would you like to see my pictures?
Not yet. Come sit down, Chris. You happy?
For the first time in my life.
Very happy?
I think of you all the time. All I want is to see you, be near you. I know I haven't any right to ask you this, but have you ever... Well, there must have been other men who...
Just one, Chris.
You still see him?
I've forgotten him.
Look, Kitty, if I were single, if I had no wife...
But you have a wife.
Yes, I know, but if she'd... well, if something would happen that would make me free, would you marry me?
Oh, let's not talk about it now, dear. What I'm worried about is getting a job. Living like this, it's expensive. I don't like to ask you for anything more because, well, you say you haven't sold any pictures lately.
Yes, but don't you have enough money?
Oh, you have no idea what a problem money is for an actress, Chris. Talent doesn't count in the theater. Everything is pull, contacts, knowing the right people. You have to get an agent. They charge plenty. Wear smart clothes. Be attractive.
Oh, but Kitty, you're beautiful.
Oh, Chris. Your face doesn't mean a thing. It's clothes, perfumes, making the right impression. An actress needs $1,000 just to get a decent wardrobe.
$1,000?
At least. Maybe I can borrow it from Millie. Or her boyfriend, Johnny. He's got plenty of money.
Oh, no, Kitty, not from Johnny.
Why not?
Well, I'll get you the money some way.
Chris, you're a darling. I really believe you're in love with me.
I am, Kitty, I am.
Chris, you're a caveman. I like you to like me, but, well, there's a limit.
Yes, I know. Well, I've got to go. I'm supposed to be back. I'll come here tomorrow noon, Kitty.
I'll be waiting for you. I'm sorry you have to go. Bye-bye, dear. Oh, don't forget the money.
I'll get it.
Bye-bye, Chris.
Goodbye.
That's all right.
I don't get it. The poor sap must be a hophead seeing snakes on the L. Imagine anyone paying money for this stuff. Say, are you sure he's not a phony?
He's too dumb to be a phony.
You're right there.
And how would he get all the money? Why, if he had to work for a living, he couldn't make $50 a week. You just don't know art.
Maybe not, but I'm gonna find out about it.
I kind of like this one. But where would you find flowers like that?
I wonder if I couldn't sell these.
And what do I do when he asks where they are?
Say you put them in storage. You know, you gotta protect them. You can't leave valuable paintings lying around where somebody can pick them up.
You'd get in trouble. Any gallery'd know his work. He tried to kiss me today. And don't think I liked it.
Oh, you've been kissed before. Say, they're not even signed.
Oh, that doesn't matter. They'd know him.
Not where I take them, baby.
Johnny, I can't stand to have anybody touch me but you. I hate him when he looks at me like that. If he were mean or vicious or if he bawled me out or something, I'd like him better. Oh, you don't love me or you'd understand what I mean.
No?
No. Well, maybe.
Working late tonight, Mr. Cross?
Oh, I'm about through, Ben. You can let me out in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Just caught you in time. Catch this for me, will you, Chris? It's personal.
Yes. Yes, of course, J.J.
Thank you, Chris. Good night.
Good night, J.J.
Hello, Nick.
Hi.
What you got?
The fella that painted those gets 50 grand for a single picture. Hey, what's the matter with you, Nick?
Where'd you pick 'em up? Over in Washington Square? The village long hairs are peddling junk like that for the price of the canvas.
These weren't painted by any village long hair.
That's my pawn shop, isn't it? And that snake is strictly from the Bronx.
This fella lives in Brooklyn. He's famous.
Yeah, what's his name?
Well, Look, Nick, I brought you stuff before and you never asked for any name on it.
That was jewelry. Bring me some more of that and we can do business, Johnny. Take this junk back to Washington Square where you got it.
I can see you've got an eye for art. That's one of my best.
Take a look at these.
Oh, I didn't know you were a painter.
I'm not. Are they any good?
Well, they've got something. A certain peculiar something. But no perspective.
Is that important?
I should say it is. Look at my painting. Where did you buy them?
I didn't buy them. I want to sell them.
Oh, you want me to sell them on commission?
How much do you think they're worth?
I always start everything at 25. Then, you know, it's a hard business selling pictures. Yeah, people don't buy art nowadays. No appreciation, no taste, no perception.
And no perspective, huh?
Let me have your name and address.
I'll come back later. So long.
Oh, John.
Hiya, Tiny.
Well, where'd you get that?
Off, Nick.
Well, what about my ring?
You know how much a good diamond costs?
Well, I gave you $900.
Would you pipe down? You've been telling me what a dope the old guy is. Maybe you're the dope. He told you his paintings are worth a lot of money. Did you check up on his story?
What's wrong with it?
They're worth just $25 a piece. That's what's wrong with it.
You're crazy.
If I weren't a gentleman.
Well, don't get sore.
Well, then don't tell me I'm crazy. I tell you, the old boy's a phony.
His money isn't phony, is it?
He could borrow dough or have it stashed away. Or even steal it.
Chris steal? Oh, jeepers, Johnny, he's not the type. He wouldn't have nerve enough to steal.
Well, he didn't get it from his pictures.
Maybe dumb, but not about art. The day he took me to the museum, he explained how everything was done. You should have heard him. People stood around and listened.
What museum?
The Metropolitan. Yipe. They've got pictures there worth $1 million. Where are you going?
I'm gonna make a monkey out of you, lazy legs.
You can't take his pictures to the museum.
Who says I can't?
You know who bought them? Janeway. A Damon Janeway. Don't you know who Mr. Janeway is? He's an art critic. The best authority in New York on modern art. He took one look and bought them both. I couldn't even give him my pictures, not for nothing. He wants to get hold of you. He told me to telephone him. You wait here, huh? No.
For cat's sake, what's so funny?
You are smarty pants. You're the Mr. Fix-It who was going to make a monkey out of poor, dopey little kitty. So you gave away 2 pictures for a couple of dimes, and now you can't collect the dimes.
Oh, dry up.
Jeepers.
Now what?
What am I going to tell Chris?
He won't find out.
The heck he won't. That Janeway's a critic. He writes for the newspapers. Golly, you got us in a spot. I told you not to do it.
You're just nervous. The old guy who sold him doesn't know me from Adam.
Say, give me that drink. I can use it.
Chris?
He's got a key.
Well, go ahead. See who it is. Hurry up.
Oh, I beg your pardon, but we're looking for a man, and I'm afraid I don't know his name.
Oh, and I'm afraid I can't help you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, look! There! These are his... Oh, there he is. Why did you run away from me like that, huh? Here, $50, less 20%.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But the pictures you brought me.
Perhaps we'd better introduce ourselves. My name is Janeway. This is Mr. Delarue.
How do you do?
What is it you want?
We'd like to find out who painted the pictures.
You don't know?
Of course they don't know. That's what we're here for.
Look, if you're a friend of the painter, you will put Mr. Delarue in touch with him.
Why'd you buy those pictures if you don't know who painted them?
Because they're good.
Who painted them?
No, Johnny, no.
Oh, don't be so modest, Miss March. Now, you see, you got me in bed. She made me promise not to tell. That's why I made out like I didn't know. She's funny about her painting. Never lets anyone see it. Doesn't even put her name on her pictures.
So I observed. You're an extraordinary artist, Miss March.
Oh, no.
See, she can't stand for anybody to talk about her. She got the idea her pictures weren't any good. That's why I took those 2 to you, to give her confidence. I knew they were good. Now I'll take that money.
I never would have guessed it was a woman.
Nor I. Your work is very strong, Miss March.
May we see some more of it?
Sure, go ahead. Look in the studio.
Thank you.
You're crazy to try a thing like this.
For cat's sake, I thought they were cops. I know what I'm doing. They don't know from nothing.
I can't fool that critic.
You always wanted to be an actress. Now's your chance. You've been around the old boy long enough to pick up his lingo. Feed Janeway some of that. I'll get him in here alone with you.
No, wait.
How long has she been painting?
Ever since she was a kid, Mr. Janeway.
Never went to art school, did she?
No, she just picked it up. I guess I'm the only one who's been encouraging her, kind of helping her along. As a friend, you know, just a friend.
Oh, I didn't get your name.
Prince. Say, Mr. Janeway, she's kind of upset. Maybe you'd go in and talk to her.
Glad to.
Well, Mr. Delarue?
I wonder if Miss March would let me have all of these.
Well, that depends. What's in it for her?
Well, prices will have to be built up, Mr. Prince, but...
I can usually tell whether a canvas has been painted by a man or woman. But you fooled me completely, Miss March. Your work is not only original, it has a masculine force. How long does it take you to paint a picture?
Sometimes a day, sometimes a year. You can't tell. It has to grow.
Of course.
It's a matter of feeling. You know how feeling grows? It's like falling in love, I guess.
That's a very good description.
The way I look at it, every painting, if it's any good, is a love affair.
May I quote that?
Oh, no. Please don't write about me.
I can see you're going to be a very hard case. Why don't you have confidence in your work?
Because I can't draw.
You do all right.
I just put a line around what I feel when I look at things.
You're a very stimulating person to talk to.
How you two getting along?
I think I'm breaking the ice.
Kitty, Mr. Delarue wants to handle all your work exclusively. Is it all right? As a friend, I'd advise it.
Could you come to the galleries tomorrow?
What time?
Any time that's convenient.
How about 12 o'clock? And then lunch afterward with me.
Well,
She'll be there.
I'm glad you're around, Mr. Prince, to make up her mind for her. I can see you're tired, Miss March. This has been enough for one evening. We'd better go. Until tomorrow.
Thanks, Mr. Janeway. So long.
Good evening.
Night, Mr. Delarue.
Good night. Good night.
Night.
Lazy legs. I don't know what you told Janeway, but you got 'em eating right out of your hand.
It won't stop with lunch.
Well, what's the difference?
If you mean...
Oh, stop acting like a green kid. Let him talk about what he wants to talk about, and he won't talk about art.
If I had any sense, I'd walk out on you.
You haven't got any sense. Right here, just like you'd sign a letter. Come on. Catherine March.
Kitty!
For cat's sake. Put that one back.
Kitty!
Chris!
Oh, Kitty, I happen to be in the nick.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cross. I just dropped in. I thought Millie was here. See, I hope you don't mind my looking at your picture.
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Prince.
Fine work, that. Remarkable painting. You have a little trouble with perspective, don't you?
Yes, that's one thing I never could master. Perspective.
Well, I guess I'll have to run along. So long, Mr. Cross. If Millie drops in, tell her I'll be at Tiny's place. Don't bother. I'll let myself out.
Has he been here long?
No, why?
I don't like him.
Oh, Johnny's all right. He's a nice fellow, Chris. Really is. I don't know why you don't like him.
Well, was he the one?
One what?
Well, you said there was one man.
Oh, for heaven's sake, won't you ever forget that?
Well, was he?
No.
Kitty.
Go ahead and paint if you want to. I'm not going to stick around if you're going to torment me.
Kitty. Oh, Kitty.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm going out for dinner.
Kitty, don't be angry.
Why do you come here if you want to quarrel? I didn't ask you to come here.
Oh, please, Kitty.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Go and paint.
Well, I can't. I can't do a thing when you're angry with me. Do you want me to go?
I want you to stay here and paint. Chris, I'm sorry, Chris, but why do you torment me about something that's over and done with?
Well, because Would you marry me?
You can't.
Well, something might happen.
What? You better not let your wife hear you talking like that. Of course I'd marry you if you were free, but you're not, so let's not talk about it. Now you go on and paint.
Well, could I paint you?
Well, I was going to do this myself, but, paint me, Chris. They'll be masterpieces.
Hello, Adele. I dropped over to the butcher shop like you told me to. I got a nice piece of liver.
How long have you known Catherine March? Answer me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How long have you known her?
Well, now, don't get excited. Let me help you off with your coat.
Well, you're the one that's excited. Look at you. Get away with that knife. Do you want to cut my throat? How long have you known her?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me. You've been copying her work for years. Pretending you painted those pictures out of your own head, and all the time you were just copying the work of a real artist. I'll bet you're at Delarose every day making notes.
Where?
You know where. Delarose Art Gallery on 57th Street. They've got a window full of paintings by Catherine March.
You're talking crazy.
She gets $500 for a single picture. She's a genius. No wonder I used to think sometimes there was something in your work. Now I know why. If you ever do any more painting around here, I swear I'll write that woman a letter telling her you're stealing her ideas. You're a thief. Oh, God, had better watch out. Or next thing you were stealing his money.
Not that one, honey.
Delarose asking for more pictures.
Chris just finished it. He'll miss it.
Janeway says the new pictures are the best things you've done. Wasn't I right about Janeway, Lazy Leg?
Yeah, but he gets on my nerves. I've been out to dinner with him 3 times this week, and now he's talking about breakfast. He's getting that look in his eye.
All you gotta do is keep it there.
Well, it's all very well for you to say, but what about the wear and tear on my nerves?
Papa will take care of Kitty. Baby's gonna have a big diamond ring, and a shiny limousine, and a penthouse.
And Johnny?
He goes with the penthouse.
Chris.
How did my pictures get into Delarose's window?
Oh, Chris. Don't be angry with me.
No, I'm not angry. I just can't understand. It's not possible.
Forgive me, darling. I needed money. They were going to take the furniture back. It was humiliating. I I couldn't ask you for more. You've been so generous. I just couldn't. So I saw some pictures.
To Delarue?
Uh-huh.
You actually sold those pictures?
Uh-huh. Oh, I know I shouldn't have put my name on them, but Mr. Delarue wanted to know who painted him, and I just couldn't give him your name. Now I can't tell him different. Can I?
No.
Funny part is it didn't seem to make any difference.
Yes, well, the funny part is it made a great deal of difference. If I'd brought those pictures to a man like Delarue, he wouldn't have taken them. I'm a failure, Kitty.
Oh, you're a great painter, Chris. Mr. Delarue said so, and so did Mr. Janeway. That is, they say I am.
Well, they're going to keep on saying it.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, now don't, Kitty. Now don't cry. I'm happy. Why, you're just like a dream.
Oh, Chris, you're so good, so kind.
Well, what difference does it make whose name is on those pictures, yours or mine? Why, you're just like we were married. Only I take your name. Well, that gives me a little authority around here. I want to paint your picture, Kitty. How about it? Come with me. Know what we're going to call this? Self-portrait.
Hello there.
Hello.
Well,
This is the first time I've ever agreed with you, Janeway.
thank you. I find the painter even more fascinating than her painting.
What's she like? Mona Lisa without the smile.
Something hidden. Sometimes it seems as if she were two people. I mentioned that in my notice. Would you care to see it?
Cross, the man outside says he wants to see you.
Who?
I didn't get no name, sir, but he said he was a detective.
You the detective?
Well, I used to be, Mr. Cross. Don't you recognize me? Oh. Quite a shock, huh? Now, don't faint, Mr. Cross. Keep your head. I'll explain everything. Well, I was in trouble at the time. I'd been collecting a little extra money from the speakeasies along the waterfront. Word got around to headquarters. I was up for investigation. One night I'm down by Brooklyn Bridge trying to fix things up. A man runs in the speakeasy and says, a woman just jumped off the bridge. So I run out and tear off my coat, jump in. The way I felt, I'm hoping I don't come up again. You mind? Well, there I am swimming around in the dark. I had hold of her hat once. Next thing I know, I'm all tired out. I heard a tugboat whistle, and right down on top of me comes a coal barge. So I grab a hole and climb aboard. I look down my hand. What do you think I got? Her pocketbook. That's what I grabbed a hold of when I thought it was her hat. And inside is $2,700 in folding money. Imagine anybody committing suicide with that much money. Well, the coal barge unloaded on a banana boat bound for Honduras. Well, I went with it.
Yes, but if you're not dead, then I'm not really married to Adele, am I?
What's it worth to you for me to keep my mouth shut and just fade away?
Yes, but if you're Adele's husband...
Wait a minute. I can see you need Adele. I need money. You're a cashier. It ought to be easy for you to put your hands on a couple of thousand.
Oh, I couldn't do a thing like that.
You're going back to her? No. But not to do you a favor, mister. I'm clearing out for Adele's sake. And don't think you're going to get any peace of mind either. I might turn up again someday. She'd kick you out in a minute for a man like me.
I'll get you some money.
Now you're using your head.
Yeah, but you'll have to wait here. I can't get it till after we close at 6 o'clock.
I'll wait, Cross.
Hello, Johnny. Hello, Kitty.
Hi, Marquetti.
Hi.
Don't forget the champagne, baby.
Nice car you have, Johnny. She go fast, huh?
I'd like to see any cop try to catch me. Say, I'll give you 4 bits for a bucket full of that ice.
Okay, Johnny.
Can I borrow the ice pick?
You give it back, huh?
Sure.
Thank you.
Only 200?
Well, that's all I could get.
Don't you think your wife's worth more than that?
Well, look, I want you to get all that's coming to you, Mr. Higgins. Now, what about the insurance money?
Insurance?
Yeah, $2,000 on your life. Adele collected it. It's really yours, isn't it? She keeps it right in her bedroom. Now, I wouldn't touch a penny of it, Mr. Higgins, but if you took it, it would be perfectly legal.
But just how would I get it?
That's easy. This is the night that she always goes out to the movies. I let you in. You take the money. I let you out.
But why don't you get it?
Oh, I got to be able to say that I didn't touch it. You know Adele.
What if she don't go out and I show up? Your goose is cooked, isn't it?
Yes, but I can play it safe.
How?
Well, you come along the street at 11 o'clock tonight.
Okay? Why are you whispering? How come the lights are on?
Mrs. Michaels. You remember Mrs. Michaels, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And the neighbors. Where's the money? In there, in the bottom drawer of the chest.
Okay. Give me the flash.
Please! Murder! Christopher! Christopher, get on the lights! Christopher!
All your fears are foolish fancy, maybe.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
Lazy legs.
Jeepers, I love you. What's that? Chris? Johnny, is it Chris?
Call him quick.
Chris! Chris!
I ought to push you over on your head.
How'd I know he was coming here tonight? I don't understand it.
You don't understand anything.
Well, why get sore at
Well,
me?
what use are my brains if I'm tied up with a dumb clerk like you? I told you to watch your step, didn't I?
That's right. Blame it on me.
Oh, why'd you keep me here tonight? I didn't want to stay.
Johnny, don't talk like that.
Well, it's the truth. I'm fed up with you.
Johnny.
That's the only thing you ever understood. I'm through with you.
Jeepers, I love you, Johnny. Jeepers, I love you, Johnny.
O Lord, have mercy upon us sinners. The way of the sinner is made plain with stones, but the end thereof is the pit of hell. O Lord, be merciful to me, a sinner.
Millie? Yeah, Kitty. You seen Johnny? Oh, I thought he'd go to Tiny's. Was he getting tight? Oh, just a fight. Listen, he can't live without me any more than I can live without him. Said he was coming back here. To beat me up? Jeepers, the way that guy shoots off his mouth. Oh, you don't have to warn me. That's just the way he talks. If you were in love, you'd understand. Oh, stop it. Johnny wouldn't kill a fly. That's love, honey. Here he is now. And has he got a bun on? Goodbye, hon. Hello, Johnny. Come on, Johnny. I heard you.
You lied to me, Kitty. It was him, wasn't it?
Can I help it if I'm in love?
No, just an infatuation. You couldn't love a man like that, Kitty. He's evil. He wouldn't let you alone, isn't that right? I wanted to kill him. Well, that's wrong.
Why'd you come here?
To ask you to marry me.
What about your wife?
I haven't any wife. That's finished.
For cat's sake,
My
you...
husband turned up. I'm free. Oh, now, don't cry, Kitty. I know how you feel, but that's all over now. We all make mistakes. I don't care what's happened. I can marry you now. I want you to be my wife. We'll go away together, way far off, so you can forget this other man. Don't cry, Kitty. Please don't cry.
I'm not crying, you fool. I'm laughing.
Kitty.
Oh, you idiot. How can a man be so dumb?
Kitty.
I wanted to laugh in your face ever since I first met you. You're old and ugly, and I'm sick of you. Sick, sick, sick.
Kitty, for heaven's sake.
You killed Johnny? I'd like to see you try. Why, he'd break every bone in your body. He's a man. You want to marry me? You? Get out of here. Get out. Get away from me. Chris! Chris, get away from me. Chris! Chris!
Hey! Oh, you look out, Johnny. You killed somebody.
Chris! Hold on, Chris. Wait a minute. What made you do it, Chris? When these officers called me, I wouldn't believe it.
We were tipped off on the telephone.
By a man named Higgins. I checked the cash before you came in. You know how much is missing? Over $1,200.
We'll take him along. You can make the complaint, Mr. Hogarth.
Hold on, boys. I just can't do it.
But, Mr. Hogarth...
I know you've done your duty, and I'm obliged to you. There's a box of cigars on the table. Take them along with you.
Okay, Mr. Hogarth. It's up to you.
Chris, it was a woman, wasn't it? I thought so. I'm not going to put you in jail, Chris. Only, of course, you're through.
Well, I didn't do anything. I want a lawyer.
Where was he picked up? Riverside Drive. He tried to get away in the murdered girl's car.
That was my car.
This is yours, too. It's got your initials on it. But it's her blood. His $140 was taken out of her pocketbook.
It was mine.
It's her diamond ring. Worth, $500 or $600.
You guys know a lot, don't you? It cost $1,200.
Here's her personal jewelry. Not much value, but he cleaned her out.
Well, why wouldn't I? She didn't have any more use for it, did she? Listen, you guys, I want a lawyer. I'm a citizen. I got my rights.
This belongs to you, too, huh? It's got your fingerprints on it.
Well, naturally, I picked it up. How did I know she was dead? I thought she was asleep at first.
Uh-huh.
She didn't paint those pictures. Old Cross isn't as dumb as he looks. He painted them. The accused brought me 2 pictures. He told me Miss March painted them.
In my expert opinion, there's no doubt about it. She was a very great artist.
She told me she was an artist when she rented the studio. He was with her. I didn't like him then, and I don't like him now.
Yeah, he was mean when he was drunk. He said he was going to fix her when he left my place around 2 a.m.
That's when I tell him, you look out, Johnny, you kill somebody. So he kills her with my ice pick.
And then I heard her say hello, Johnny, before she hung up. He was there, all right. What I don't understand is this talk about her being an artist. I never saw her paint.
That was one of her peculiar traits. She never let anyone see her paint. I've compared her handwriting with her signature. There's no question.
Mr. Cross paint? He only copied her work. He's a thief. He stole from me, from his employer, from Catherine March.
My wife, my former wife is correct. I really can't paint. My copies were so bad I had to destroy them.
For cat's sake, he's lying.
Hello, Mr. Cross.
Oh.
Tom Crocker, Evening Globe.
Oh, yes, Tom Crocker.
Joe Williams, Morning World. Yeah. Conway for the Ledger.
Yeah.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. Going to Sing Sing?
Yeah.
I don't like to cover executions, but I must say this is one I don't mind.
You sure cooked Johnny's goose, Mr. Cross, when you testified you couldn't paint.
Nobody cooked Johnny's goose except Johnny. The way he shot off his mouth.
He was a dead pigeon when he dragged the girl's name through the mud. I watched the jury.
If he'd kept his trap shut, he might have got off with his life.
Sure, the evidence was only circumstantial.
What do you mean? Got a fair trial, didn't he?
Yeah, but there's always a doubt.
I suppose you fellas are going to say it was a miscarriage of justice. That someone is getting away with murder.
Not me. There's no such thing. Mr. Cross, nobody gets away with murder. How's that?
Oh, don't get him started. He'll talk your ear off. That's his pet theory.
All right, go ahead and laugh all you like, but no one escapes punishment. I figure we have a little courtroom right in here. Judge, jury, and executioner.
I don't get it.
Well, murder never solves anything. How about it, fellas? You've covered lots of trials.
I'm sorry, but I have to admit you're right.
The problem just moved in here where it can never get out. Right here in solitary. So what? So you go right on punishing yourself. You can't get away with it. Never.
Now, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you haven't seen as much of murder as I have, Mr. Cross. I'd rather have the judge give me the work than have to do it to myself.
What time they throw the switch?
11 o'clock.
I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it. Won't anybody believe me? Give me a break, somebody. I never had a square deal in my life. Or somebody give me a break.
Johnny, Johnny, oh Johnny, Johnny,
Lazy legs.
Johnny darling,
I'm here, baby.
Jeepers, I love you, Johnny. Johnny, Johnny,
Lazy legs.
Jeepers, I love you, Johnny. Oh, Johnny, now we're together. He killed me too, Kitty. He brought us together, Johnny, forever.
Kitty.
Oh, you idiot. How can a man be so dumb?
No, Kitty, no.
You wanted to marry me. You?
Oh, she's mine, Chris.
Let her alone.
Mine forever.
You killed me, Chris. You're old and ugly, and you killed me. You killed me. You killed me.
No, no, Kitty. It's him. You were innocent. You were pure. That's what he killed in you. He's the murderer.
No, he's not. Not Johnny.
See, Chris? She loves me.
That's why you had to die. You're the one I killed.
Now she's mine, Chris.
You killed Johnny? I'd like to see you try.
Kitty.
Why, he'd break every bone in
Kitty.
your body. He's a man.
Kitty!
Johnny, Johnny, oh Johnny, Johnny. Jeepers, I love you, Johnny.
There's something wrong in there.
It's all right, old man. It's all right.
Johnny, oh Johnny, lazy legs, jeepers, I love you, Johnny.
Get up. Come on, get up. Oh, it's you. Haven't I told you to keep out of this park? You know the mayor's orders. Get on down to the Bowery where you belong. Come on.
Who's that, Rick?
Oh, he's got a crazy idea. He killed a couple of people 5 or 6 years ago. Can't get it off his mind. Always trying to give himself up. Wants to be tried and executed. You know these nuts.
There goes her masterpiece. I really hate to part with it.
For $10,000, I shouldn't think you'd mind, Mr. Telephone.
Jeepers, I love you, Johnny.
That's all there is to it. Let him escape.
In my view, it's all very irregular. It might entail the most embarrassing repercussions.
Exactement.
Certainly.
It's a responsibility of the first magnitude.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but you must
blast all this discussion. What good are words? I'm sick of words. Hang the repercussions and the responsibility. If I fail, I'm responsible. Leave the cell door open. Let him escape. Let him. It's our only chance.
Monsieur.
Well, you can threaten me with the bottom pits of hell, and still I insist. This obscenity must be destroyed. Do you hear me? Destroyed.
Todos los pasajeros desembarquen. All passengers ready to disembark.
I'm traveling for my health. I'm traveling for my health.
Tengan listos sus pasaportes. Get your passports ready.
I'm traveling for my health.
Je n'ai pas compris. I don't understand.
Your business in this country, senora.
I'm joining my husband.
Next, please. Stefan Polanski. You take care of him too, senor. Your business in this country, senor.
I'm traveling for my health.
How?
I am traveling for my health.
Oh. You are a native of what country?
Poland.
Oh, Holland. Trata permanece. Next, please. ¿Para qué vino usted a este país, señor?
¿Qué pasó?
Yo lo voy a seguir a pie, tú vete en el carro.
Ah, bien.
Hotel Nacional, 7702.
Hello? Yes? You haven't lost him. You're sure you know where he's going?
My wife is following him. He's going to the photographer's, probably to get a new passport and new instructions. Hold it. I wish to know the whereabouts of Franz Kindler. Franz Kindler. There is no Franz Kindler. Franz Kindler is dead and cremated. It's a command! I have a message for Franz Kindler from the All Highest. It is forbidden. I command you in the name of that authority. You know the name he is using? Connecticut. In the United States. The town of Harper.
Excuse me.
From Lake Arrowhead, and is that place crowded? The hotel gave me a room that was so small, every time I closed the door, the knob got in bed with me. Now, you know how cold those brass doorknobs Tom's Hour on a winter night. I had so many blankets.
Good afternoon.
I had
Good
to
afternoon.
to find a place to get
Have a
in.
nice trip?
You know, it got so
Yes,
cold
thank
that
you.
at 4 o'clock in the morning, I got up and lit a
Quite a
fire.
story you have here, Mr. Potter. That's me. We sell about everything here.
Two of them stopped fighting in the middle of the room. Well, I called the manager. I said, hey, there's 2 rats fighting in this room. He said, what do you want for $1.25? A bullfight? About 7 o'clock in the morning, the house detective knocked on the door. He said, is there a maid in your room? I said, no. So he pushed one in. She was a cute little chambermaid. Said to me, did you ever hear the double maid? I said, no. So she said, I just made it up. Of course, there was another fellow in the room with me. He was at the desk when I checked in. There was one
This
left.
suitcase,
The clerk said, Mr.
I could leave it here?
There's
The bag. Oh, I don't assume no responsibility. Just put it up on the shelf. It'll be there when you want it.
I'll buy this magazine.
That'll be in time, mister.
What's the best hotel in town?
Best place to stay is down at Mrs. Peabody's. It's just down the road here a piece.
He said, good.
This way, mister.
Yes, thank you.
I may come in?
Yes, of course.
Does Mr. Charles Rankin live here?
Yes, he does, but he isn't here right now.
You expect him?
Yes, in a few minutes.
How soon?
Well, a few minutes.
A few minutes. I may... I may wait here?
Well, yes, if you like. Would you like to sit down?
Thank you.
You a friend of Mr. Rankin's?
Yes, a friend.
I'm Mary Longstreet. How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Rankin ought to be here now. Sometimes he stays after his last class, but he'll be coming straight here today, I'm sure. Because this is our wedding day.
You're getting married?
Yes, at 6 o'clock. I know it's most unconventional, my being here today, but I want to get these curtains up.
When he comes, which way does he come?
Why, from Webster Hall. It's the big dome building right over there, you see?
I shall meet him.
Well, who shall I say that could...
Franz. Hi, Franz.
Reineke, we mustn't be seen talking together. Go back to the church. Into the woods. Into the woods, you understand me? Follow the path. I'll meet you there.
Hello, Professor Rankin.
Hello, man. What are you up to?
Paper chase.
Oh, paper chase?
I go ahead and lay the trail. You ought to have Jerry's job, Mr. Rankin. Take a little off that waistline.
No,
you ought to go with us, Mr. Rankin.
Oh, where to?
The woods. Oh, Buzzard.
The woods? Well, I'd like to. I'm afraid I have a couple of things to attend to.
Well, join us later. We'll be out till dark.
All right.
Oh, we'll catch up with you.
Meineke.
Yes, Meineke. I thought I had been hanged. The others, but not I. A dead man could not stand face to face with you, Franz.
You're not much changed. But you're back in your old uniform. Look very much the same.
Franz, I am a different man than before.
I, too. I, too, am different, Conrad. You know how I gathered and destroyed every single item in Germany and Poland that might have served as a clue to my identity. Well, guess what I'll be doing at 6 o'clock tonight? Standing before a minister of the gospel with a woman's hand in mine, the daughter of a justice of the United States Supreme Court, a famous liberal. The girl's even good to look at. Yes, the camouflage is perfect. Who would think to look for the notorious Franz Kindler in the sacred precincts of the Harper School, surrounded by the sons of America's first families? And I'll stay hidden till the day when we strike again.
Franz, there will be another war?
Of course.
War is an abomination, saith the Lord. It is to tell you this that I am here. He set me free that I might come here and tell.
Who set you free?
To you, the all highest.
You don't mean?
I mean God. Franz, I'm a new man since I found you.
You, Conrad, religious.
Franz, all doors were open to me. All doors. It was one of God's miracles.
They freed you so you'd lead them to me. Have you been followed? Were you followed here?
Yes.
Who followed you?
The evil one. He looked like any other man. He was dressed like any other man. He even smoked a pipe. But I recognized him through his disguise. And I killed him, striking from on high down. God's will be done.
You killed him, the man with the pipe? The man who followed you? No one else followed you?
You must be brought to salvation, Franz. Confess your sins as I have. Proclaim your guilt. Only thus you can attain salvation.
You really think so, Conrad?
It will take strength. Such strength as can come only from God. Kneel by me, friends, and together we will pray to him to give you strength. I have sinned against heaven and before thee. I am not worthy to be called thy son. Say these words after me. I despair of my sins.
I despair of my sins.
O God of all goodness, how could I ever have offended thee?
Of all goodness.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony. And forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her so long as ye both shall live.
I will.
Mary, wilt thou have this man for thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Waiting?
Yep. Judge Longstreet's daughter. He's Supreme Court Justice, you know.
Bottle of aspirin, please.
Right back there, third shelf down from the top. You'll see the big ones on the left, economy size. You have to get it yourself, mister. Right back there. All your needs are on our shelves. Just look around and help yourselves. Right in there, right this one. That's it. Living down to Mrs. Peabody's?
Just a few days only. Some coffee, too, please. Or should I get it myself?
Cafeteria style around here, mister.
That's right. Self-service.
The usual thing.
Yes, that's $3 even, Mr. Todd.
No limit on the cream.
But all the people around here take it black.
The one on the right, mister.
Oh, thank you. Who is Miss Longstreet marrying?
One of the teachers down at school.
A stranger in town.
I issued the license.
Oh.
Yep. I'm town clerk. Checkers?
All right. Town clerk, huh?
Yep.
Well, that must be quite a responsibility.
Oh, town clerk runs the town, you might say. We usually make it for 15, 20. We often play as high as 25 cents a game.
Well, that's kind of stiff for me, but I'll take a flyer. Make a million, lose a million.
That's the way it goes. I move.
All right. Well, you must know just about everybody in town here.
Not just about. Know everybody. You're on business?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. School business?
Oh.
No. Selling something?
Oh.
No. Buying? Oh, antique dealer. They all come to Harper. Judge Longstreet's got the best collection in these parts. Won't do you no good, though.
No, I don't suppose he'd sell. Happen to know there are any other out-of-town buyers here?
Let me... Come to think of it, there's a fella come in this morning.
Yeah?
Came on the same bus with you.
Okay.
Left a suitcase here, never did come back for it. He might have been one of them. No, he was more of the missionary type. Wasn't in here but a minute, just looked in the phone book. Tiny little fella he was, thinnish, unfortunate looking. Hurt your head, mister?
No, nothing serious.
Oh, that's too bad. It's a game you got to keep your mind on. 25 cents, please.
I won't pretend I'm not disappointed,
Hello,
Jeff.
Father. Has anybody seen my brand new husband?
Don't tell me he's deserted you already.
Yes, looks as if, the brute. Listen, Red, have you seen Charles? You go find him for me. Go on, go find Charles. Hurry up.
I've looked everywhere for him, Mary, and I can't find him.
Oh, I wonder where he could be. I'm getting worried.
Are you, darling? What about?
Charles, you changed.
Don't you think you'd better? After all, aren't we supposed to be going on a honeymoon or something?
Give me 5 minutes.
Was that you working up there on the clock?
No, I was just cleaning around it.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. What I can see out front. Beautiful.
Yes.
My name's Wilson.
Oh, I'm Longstreet, Noah Longstreet.
I'm glad to know you.
Mr. Wilson?
I couldn't judge any too well out front, but I'd say it was late 16th century, probably by Hobrecht of Strasbourg. The clock.
Well, I wouldn't know. My brother-in-law's going to work on it.
Is he up there now?
No. He's on his honeymoon. He plans to work on it when he gets back.
Oh. Is he an expert?
Well, yes, but it's really more of a hobby with him.
Really? Well, it is with me, too.
Oh.
Honeymoon?
Yes. He and my sister. He has to be back on Friday because of the examinations.
Oh.
He's one of the teachers at the school. His name is Rankin.
It's nice to be able to show it to someone who knows what Revere Silver's all about.
Mm.
But personally, my specialty is pewter.
Oh, yes, pewter. The Revere workmanship, although sometimes heavy in design, almost invariably shows the sign of a master craftsman. It's beautiful.
Noah.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Mary,
Adam.
dear. Mr. Wilson, my daughter, Mary.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
My
Glad to see
son-in-law,
you.
Charles Rankin.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I hope you don't mind my intruding on your homecoming.
Good evening, Mary.
Jeff, how are you?
Fine. You're looking good.
Welcome home,
Miss Mary, dear.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you sweet thing.
If you don't sit down, it'll get cold.
Come on, Jen.
I'm so glad.
Well, sister, how were the mountains?
They were perfect, marvelous. Mr. Wilson, will you come sit over here on my right? Jeff, your usual place, and darling, you're right there. You ought to see Charles on skis. He's absolutely wonderful.
No.
Yes, darling, you are, and I'm pretty good too, aren't I?
Very.
Well, for a beginner.
Do you remember to keep your knees together and your apparatus in?
Yes, Freshy, I did.
Mr. Wilson here is compiling a catalogue of Paul Revere silver.
How nice.
Mr. Wilson is also an authority on clocks.
Oh, really? That's Charles' hobby, too.
Yes, so your brother tells me. I understand you're going to fix the one in the church tower.
Well, I may try.
Well, that's quite an undertaking.
Not sure the kind of a wife I am. I hope he fails. I like Harper just the way it is, even to the clock that doesn't run.
Have you been at Harper long, Mr. Wilson?
Since Friday, a week ago.
Well, you lost a day. I patched you up on Friday. By the way, how's the head?
Oh, very much improved, thanks to you, Doctor.
You were hurt on Thursday, remember? The day of the wedding.
Yes, that's right. Wednesday I left Bangor.
You were hurt, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, nothing serious.
Well, serious enough to raise a bump on his head the size of a billiard ball.
The usual door. Good thing you're back, sister. That dog of yours has been inconsolable.
Well, all right, Red. Wait a minute. Here you are. This is for missing me. How's that? Yeah, it's a good boy. How was your meeting, Adam?
Oh, irritating. Foreign Policy Association.
I read that fellow's report.
Standish, yes.
I think he's full of prunes.
Well, that's the way we used to talk in the 1930s, Noah.
Standish?
The London Times man in Berlin. Yes, of course, he was quoting rumors mostly. Men drilling by night, underground meeting places, pagan rituals.
Do you believe him, Paul?
Well, anything's possible.
I'm sorry, sir, but I think it's ridiculous. Well, there may be some fanatics, but no German in his right mind can still have a taste for war.
Do you know Germany, Mr. Rankin?
I'm sorry, I have a way of making enemies when I'm on that subject. I get pretty unpopular.
Well, we shall consider it the objective opinion of an objective historian.
Historian? A psychiatrist could explain it better. The German sees himself as the innocent victim of world envy and hatred conspired against, set upon by inferior peoples, inferior nations. He cannot admit to error, much less to wrongdoing. Not the German. We chose to ignore Ethiopia and Spain, but we learned from our casualty list the price of looking the other way. Men of truth everywhere have come to know for whom the bell tolled, but not the German. He still follows his warrior gods, marching to Wagnerian strains, his eyes still fixed upon the fiery sword of Siegfried. And in those subterranean meeting places that you don't believe in, the German's dream world comes alive, and he takes his place in shining armor beneath the banners of the Teutonic Knights. Mankind is waiting for the Messiah, but for the German, the Messiah is not the Prince of Peace. He's another Barbarossa, another Hitler.
Well, then you have no faith in the reforms that are being effected in Germany.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Wilson. I can't believe that people can be reformed except from within. The basic principles of equality and freedom never have, never will take root in Germany. The will to freedom has been voiced in every other tongue. All men are created equal, liberté, égalité, fraternité, but in German...
There's Marx. Proletarians unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains.
But Marx wasn't a German, Marx was a Jew.
But, my dear Charles, if we concede your argument, there is no solution.
Well, so once again, I differ.
Well, what is it, then?
Annihilation. Down to the last babe in arms.
Oh, Charles, I can't imagine you're advocating a Carthaginian peace.
Well, as an historian, I must remind you that the world hasn't had much trouble from Carthage in the past 2,000 years.
Well, there speaks our pedagogue.
Speaking of teachers, Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
The faculty is coming for tea next Tuesday. If you have nothing better to do, would you like to join us?
I'd like to, but my work here is finished. I'm leaving Harper tomorrow.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Clocks being Mr. Wilson's hobby, too.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, Red, how do you like your new house?
He loves it. Come here, Red. I think I'll take you for a walk. Come here, boy.
Oh, darling, you don't have to take him out. Just let him out. He won't run off.
No, I need the walk. I'm restless. Come on, boy.
That's good. How are you coming along?
I'll be in Washington tomorrow afternoon. You were right about Rankin. He's above suspicion.
Here, Red.
give me long distance. I want Washington, D.C.
Well, who but a Nazi would deny that Karl Marx was a German because he was a Jew? I think I'll stick around for a while.
What is it, dear?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was dreaming about that little man.
What little man?
Oh, you know, dear, I told you about him. He came here the day we were married. Light me a cigarette, will you? I've never had a dream like that before. It frightened me. Thanks. You know, the little man was walking all by himself across a deserted city square. Wherever he moved, he threw a shadow. But when he moved away, Charles, the shadow stayed there behind him and spread out just like a carpet. Wish you could think who he might have been.
You're overtired.
Yes, perhaps. Here, dear, put this out, will you? What was that? Oh, that sounded like Red, Charles. What's the matter with him?
I put him in the cellar.
Oh, darling, no wonder he's howling. He's never been locked up in his entire life.
Red is deliverless. He must be trained. At night, he will sleep in the cellar. In the daytime, he'll be kept on a leash.
Charles, I don't believe in dogs being treated like prisoners. Red's my dog.
Please, Mary. I know what's best.
You gone to live with your mistress?
Oh, Mary brought him home. Said he howls all night.
Oh. Fishing any good in these parts?
Pretty fair. You like to come along?
Afraid I've got the wrong clothes on, but the fish probably won't mind. Thank you.
I'm just not lucky today, that's all. Would you like a candy bar?
Well, I don't mind if I do. Thank you.
Oh.
All your folks like fishing?
Oh, my dad's great. He always brings in something.
Well, what about Charles?
Charles? Oh. I have to call him Mr. Rankin at school. I get a little mixed up sometimes. He spends most of his time on the clock, you know.
Why don't you like him, Noah?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't like your brother-in-law. It's none of my business, but I wish you'd tell me why.
Well, I like him well enough. I don't know any reason why I shouldn't.
Don't tell me I'm butting in because I know I am, but I can't help myself. It's my business. I hate bringing you into this, Noah, but you're the only one I can turn to. I need your help very badly.
Well, what is it?
Your sister may be in great trouble. I know that you're man enough for what I'm going to ask you to do for her. The truth is, I'm
not really an antique dealer. I'm sort of a detective.
Well, what do you want me to do, Mr. Wilson?
It would help me a lot if I knew every move Charles Rankin made on the day of his wedding, right up to the ceremony.
Well, I should be able to... Unless Charles realizes what I'm doing.
I'll keep him busy.
Gee, Mr. Wilson, you must be wrong. Mary wouldn't fall in love with that kind of a man.
I hope I am wrong, Noah, but that's the way it is. People can't help who they fall in love with.
Good evening, Mr. Potter. Good evening, Mr. Wilson. 85 cents. Here you and Professor Ankton aim to fix the clock.
That's right.
Figured to tell time rightly? And will the angel circle around the belfry? Is that a man or woman angel, Mr. Wilson?
I don't know.
Well, reckon don't make much of a difference amongst angels.
Well.
Give up?
No. We'll play it out. That's my privilege, 25 cents.
Yeah.
So, by the way, did Mr. Rankin pick up his supper this evening?
No. He trying to get Stu up there about now.
Oh. Yes, I know.
Gets dark early these days.
Our little man never did pick up his suitcase, did he?
Nope.
Strange.
Ain't it, though? I've been tempted once or twice to look to see what's inside it. Ain't even locked.
Well, it seems to me that under the circumstances that you have a perfect right.
You do? Well, I wouldn't want to do it without a witness.
Oh, that's me.
It is? Well, that's all I wanted to know. I'm trying to look in that thing and see if it's in here. Wonder what's in it.
Soil linen. Sweater. Soap and a razor wrapped in a towel with SS Cristobal written across it. Pair of old shoes.
Yeah.
Nothing but religious pamphlets.
Yep, that's all.
Evening, Mr. Potter.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hi, Mr. Wilson. Hi.
You, Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Potter and I have been poking our noses into somebody else's business. That suitcase. This chap left it here, and he never did call back.
That's been more than 2 weeks ago.
Did he say what he was doing in Hartford?
No, looked in the phone book, didn't telephone. Kind of funny looking he was. A scrawny little feller with big, starry blue eyes. Had a queer walk. Like any second, he might break into a run.
Did he have a foreign accent?
Why, yes, he did. But not so much of an accent as a foreign way of talking.
Do you happen to know who he could be, Mrs. Rankin?
Why, no. I was just trying to complete your mystery for you. Don't all foreign strangers have to have foreign accents?
Mary, have you seen Red?
Why, no. Not since I took him home to you a couple of days ago.
We've been spending all his time out in the woods, and he doesn't even come home for his meals.
But you told me he never ran away.
He never did.
No, that's why Noah's so anxious.
Come on, Mary.
Good night, Mr. Wilson.
Good night.
Night, Noah.
Night. out anything?
Meineke did go to Rankin's house. And your sister did see him.
Did Mary say so?
She started to. Now, your sister is a fine woman, Noah. But she must find out the kind of man she's married to.
You don't know Mary. She wouldn't listen to anything against him. Much less believe.
Noah, we must arrange it so that she finds out for herself. You understand? Yes. One thing's certain, she knows nothing now, nothing at all. Except that he didn't want her to admit having seen someone she did see. I'd give something to know what explanation he's making right now.
I was a student in Geneva. There was a girl. The night before I was to leave, we went out on the lake together. She told me unless I promised to marry her, she'd never return to shore. Oh, I thought she was joking. Naturally, but she wasn't. Before I could stop her, she stood up in the boat. Well, I dived in after her, but it was too late. She was gone. Only one person knew we were on the lake together. My brother. He knew I hadn't murdered her, but he told me he'd be willing to call it an accident for compensation. I gave him all I had and left Switzerland. As the years went by, I allowed myself to believe that the dead past really was dead. And then, on our wedding day, Mary, he appeared again. Her brother, the little man. I gave him all the money I had in the world. And he went away again.
Oh, darling. You should have told me. And not carried this awful thing around by yourself.
You're a very wonderful person, Mary. I love you very much.
Oh, Charles. Why didn't he go back for his things?
Well, I suppose once he had money, he could afford better. Darling, I'm terribly nervous. I think I'll work up in the clock alone tonight by myself. It will calm me. You understand, don't you?
Of course I understand.
Shall I walk you home?
No, dear, there's no need for that.
It's pretty late.
That's all right. And Harper, there's nothing to be afraid of.
I love you.
Poor old Red. He heard my whistle, I'll bet. He couldn't bark or anything. He just crawled this far and died. Why do you think he died?
Well, let's go and find out.
That's young Longstreet's dog, Red. Looks like he's dead to me.
Yeah.
They're taking him up to Dr. Lawrence's office. Would you know anything about it? Wonder what in the world's the matter with him? Checkers?
No, thank you.
That Coke's a nickel. Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
Oh, Doctor, how long could the dog have lived with that amount of poison in it?
Oh, not more than a minute or so, I'd say.
Well, then Red must have been poisoned within a few hundred yards of where you found him, Noah. And the latter part of the distance, he must have been moving slower and slower. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thanks, Jeff.
Mr. Peabody, would you please get that magazine racked in and hurry up about it?
Yes, Mr. Porter.
Hurry up, now. Move along and... afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Afternoon, Noah. Bring him right in there.
What does the law say about this kind of murder? Is it the same as killing a man? It ought to be. It's just as bad.
Forepaw's muddy. No mud on hind. Dry leaves mixed with the mud. Red must have been digging somewhere in the woods.
Have you any idea what for, Mr. Wilson?
The body, I think. Meinecke's.
The little man? Then...
Just caught me.
Anything wrong?
Wrong? What, you mean loading up like this?
Yeah.
Just going on a search. What you after?
Found a machine on what search?
For the body. State police deputized half the town. Just reach up there, fourth shelf.
One misses the news up in the clock tower. What body are they searching for?
I bet this fella left his bags here. Scrawny little duck. Unhappy looking. I knew he'd come to a bad end. That ought to be 15 cents, mister. Professor, I'll just put it on your account.
Oh, Sarah told me you're up here. Oh, why are you packing? Are we going somewhere?
We aren't, dearest. I am.
What are you talking about?
As a rule, men leave their wives because they don't love them, but I must leave you because I do. Oh, you won't object once you know the kind of man you married.
But you are the man I've married, and that's all that matters. Darling, I meant it when I said for better, for worse.
Even to killing Red.
You couldn't. It was an accident.
No, I meant to kill him. Murder can be a chain, Mary, one link leading to another until it circles your neck. Red was digging at the grave of the man I killed. Yes, your little man.
You killed him?
With these hands. The same hands that have held you close to me. Now, are you satisfied to let me go?
Why? Why did you do it?
I'd have given him all I had, but his dreams were far grander. He knew that your father was well-to-do. He knew that Justice Longstreet would be glad to protect his daughter from any scandal by paying a few $1,000s. Oh, Mary, I should have gone away and lost myself in a world where he could never find me, but I loved you, and I was weak.
Darling, if one of us goes, we'll both go. You would have shared half my trouble if I'd had any. Charles, what is there to connect you with that man?
Nothing, actually. You're the only one that knows I knew him.
Well, then you need have no fear. If I'm the only one who can speak.
But, Mary, in failing to speak, you become part of the crime.
But I'm already a part of it. Because I'm a part of you.
Yet you shudder at the first touch of my hands as though it was the touch of death.
It's nerves. Oh, hold me close, Charles. Hold me close.
Mr. Peabody, you go back to town with the sheriff and open up the coroner's office.
Yes,
I knew
sir.
darn well it was the same feller. Of course, he's changed some. Being buried in the earth does it. Evening, Mr. Wilson.
Evening, Mr. Potter.
Evening, Noah.
Evening, Mr. Potter.
Mess, ain't it?
What do we do about Mary? We can't leave her alone with him now that we know.
Well, she realizes now that whatever story you told her about Meinecke was false. Noah,
I think your sister should be ready to hear the truth.
Charles. Will they make me look at the body?
I shouldn't think so.
Because I couldn't do it. I mean, I don't think I could. See, I've never seen a dead person.
Many are having to tea, Mary.
28 altogether, I think, dear.
You didn't eat nothing at dinner.
Isn't that
You'll
rather
be
a
fainting
lot?
again, Miss Mary.
28 for just you and Sarah?
No.
Oh, we'll manage all right.
But suppose I should...
Should what?
I don't know. I only know I'm terrified of seeing anybody or being seen.
Mary, you must get tight hold of yourself. If you're determined to go through with this thing, you must know beforehand exactly what you're going to do and say at all times. Perfect naturalness at all times. Now, darling, listen to me. Darling. I am prepared to go to the police.
It's your father, Miss Mary. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Hello? Yes, I think so. Just a minute and I'll see. He wants me to come over.
Did he ask me to?
He said he wanted to see me alone.
There's nothing unusual about a father wanting to see his daughter, is there? Is there?
No. All right, Adam, I'll be right over. Don't you think that's rather strange?
Strange? No, it's strange about it. Tell you what I'll do. I'll go over to the church and work on the clock while you're with your father. And you can buy and pick me up later.
I'm so afraid. He was so pointed as wanted to see me alone, and his voice sounded so different.
And you know what you're going to say, don't you?
Come in, Mary.
Is something wrong?
Mr. Wilson is here on a very serious matter. We must try to help him every way possible. He wants to ask a few questions of you.
What do you want to know, Mr. Wilson?
You know about the body that was discovered yesterday, Mrs. Rankin?
Yes.
Did you ever meet the deceased?
No, I never met him.
Have you seen the body?
No.
Well, then, how can you be sure you've never met him?
Of course, I can't be certain. Mr. Wilson, do you suspect me of something? If so, what?
Of shielding a murderer. Perhaps this photograph will refresh your memory. Do you recognize this man? That is Conrad Meineke, commander in charge of one of the more efficient concentration camps. You know him, don't you? You have met him here in Harbor.
No. I've never seen that man, Mr. Wilson.
Judge, would you mind putting out the lights? I've been showing your father some films, and I'd like you to see them, too. I'm on the Allied Commission for the Punishment of War Criminals. It's my job to bring escaped Nazis to justice. It's that job that brought me to Harper.
Well, surely you don't think that... Mr. Wilson, I've never so much as even seen a Nazi.
Well, you might without you realizing it. They look like other people and act like other people when it's to their benefit. A gas chamber, Mrs. Rankin. The candidates were first given hot showers so that their pores would be open and the gas would act that much more quickly. And this is a lime pit in which hundreds of men, women, and children were buried alive.
Why do you want me to look at these horrors?
All this you're seeing, it's all the product of one mind. the mind of a man named Franz Kindler.
Franz Kindler?
Yes, he was the most brilliant of the younger minds from the Nazi Party. It was Kindler who conceived the theory of genocide, mass depopulation of conquered countries, so that regardless of who won the war, Germany would emerge the strongest nation in Western Europe, biologically speaking. Unlike Goebbels, Himmler, and the rest of them, Kindler had a passion for anonymity. The newspapers carried no picture of him. Oh, no, and just before he disappeared, he destroyed every evidence that might link him with his past, down to the last fingerprint. There's no clue to the identity of Franz Kindler, except one little thing. He has a hobby that almost amounts to a mania. Clocks.
So have lots of people. You yourself.
Well, I'm not quite finished, Mrs. Rankin. In prison, in Czechoslovakia, a war criminal was awaiting execution. This was Konrad Meineke, one-time executive officer for Franz Kindler. He was an obscenity on the face of the earth. The stench of burning flesh was in his clothes. But we gave him his freedom on the chance that he might lead me to Kindler. He led me here, Mrs. Rankin. And here I lost him. Until yesterday. Your dog Red found him for me. But unfortunately, Meineke was dead and buried. Now, in all the world, there's only one person who can identify Franz Kindler. That person is the one who knows definitely who Meineke came to harbor to see.
No, he's not a Nazi. My Charles is not a Nazi.
You were in Rankin's house during the afternoon of the day you were married.
Where?
In Rankin's house.
Oh, yes, yes.
Did anyone come while you were there?
Not that I remember.
Now, try hard to remember. It's not so long ago. Only 2 weeks. You were hanging curtains.
No one came.
Were you alone all the time?
No.
Who else was there?
Charles. He came right after his last class, and we were together for more than an hour. You had nothing to link my husband with this man, Kindler, except a wild suspicion. It's a ridiculous suspicion. You're trying to use me to implicate him, and you can't. You can't involve me in a lie, and that's all it is a lie. It's a lie, you know. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Mary. Wait a minute, Mary. Mary! Wait a minute, sister. That's better. You know that your welfare and Noah's means more to me than anything, don't you?
Yes.
You've got to face this thing with complete honesty, sister. Your entire happiness may well depend on your telling me the absolute truth. If Mr. Wilson is right, and you have innocently married a criminal, well, then there is no marriage. There's no call upon your loyalty as a wife.
He's good. He's good. He wouldn't hurt anybody except to protect somebody he loved. He's good.
Well, then the truth can't hurt him. Charles was not with you that afternoon, sister. I remember you saying so when you came home.
You're against him too, Adam. Yes, you are. You've never liked him. That's why you don't believe me now. Leave us alone, Adam. He's not a Nazi. He's not one of those people. He's not. Leave us alone.
She has the facts now. But she won't accept them. They're too horrible for her to acknowledge. Not so much that Rankin could be Kindler, but that she could ever have given her love to such a creature. But we have one ally, her subconscious. It knows what the truth is and is struggling to be heard. The will to truth within your daughter is much too strong to be denied.
Look here, Wilson. If he's not Charles Rankin, we should be able to expose him without too much difficulty.
I'm not interested in proving that he isn't Charles Rankin. I'm only interested in proving that he's Franz Kindler.
How do you propose to do that?
Through your daughter. Unless I'm mistaken, she's headed for a breakdown. That's the usual result of a person being inwardly divided. Rankin will recognize this, and that's what I'm banking on.
What do you mean?
Well, he can't afford to trust a person approaching hysteria. He won't. He'll have to act. He may try to escape before she collapses, which would only be an admission of guilt. Or...
Go on.
He may kill her. You're shocked at my cold-bloodedness. Well, that's quite natural. You're a father. And it's because you are a father, Judge Longstreet, that I'm talking to you like this. Naturally, we'll try to prevent murder being done. However, the proof that murder is his aim would be the strongest evidence that your daughter could have.
Mr. Wilson was there. He tried to tell me that you were a Nazi. And I was supposed to believe it. Imagine you being an escaped Nazi. Oh, he thinks he's very clever, that Wilson. His idea was to horrify me into telling him about the little man.
Who did he say he thought I was?
A Nazi. Franz Kindler. He made it all up just to trick me. Well, I didn't tell him anything, and I didn't tell Father anything. I outfaced both of them, Charles. It'll be simple enough to prove you're not that Nazi. We'll just find someone who was in your class at college, and he'll identify you, and that's all there'll be to it.
What you say is true. He can't touch me. I'm quite safe if you say nothing.
Oh, I won't, Charles. I promise I won't. They can torture him, and I won't tell them anything.
Look, chimes have awakened Parker.
We must go down and greet them. We must act naturally.
Yes.
Smile at them, you understand?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. We'll face them, darling.
And when she struck that angel-starred margin, it was a sight to behold. Professor, you sure knocked it off. My hat's off to you.
Congratulations, Mr. Rankin.
What the rector? Did he like it?
What I want to know is, if she's going to chime all night long, how's the body going to get any sleep?
We'll face them, darling. All of them.
Them chickens of yours are going to be on and off the roost every 15 minutes.
Sarah. Sarah, I've told you I want these curtains drawn. I don't like the sunlight streaming in. It's bad for them.
Miss Mary, that's rubbish, and you know it. Up at the other house, we never closed the curtains.
That has nothing to do with it. This is my house, and I want them drawn.
Well, suit yourself, then. It's going to look mighty gloomy for the party.
Is it that time already?
Were you able to see when they opened the grave, Mr. Randall? Was
yes.
it too horrible?
Well, not the most pleasant sight.
Oh, there's Mary. Hello, Mary.
Filling out prescriptions, that's part of this business of hate. Sleeping pills, that's another. Mrs. Rankin. $1.65.
Okay.
Warm wrap?
No, thanks.
Sleeping pills. Don't approve of them.
No.
Man does a day's work, man gets a night's sleep. Leastways he could until that clock started bonging every few minutes.
I believe Mrs. Rankin ordered some ice cream. Didn't
Ice cream?
Yeah.
Already gone. Fella said he was going past your house, so I give it to him. Mr. Wilson.
Mrs. Rankin.
Wouldn't dream of setting foot outside the house unless Fred were along. Who knows? He might be anywhere. The murderer, I mean. Waiting for a new victim.
I hope you haven't forgotten you were kind enough to invite me, Mrs. Rankin.
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Potter asked me to deliver this.
Oh, the ice cream is good. Sarah's waiting for it.
I hope it hasn't melted. Well, I won't
won't detain you any longer.
Yes.
I have a drink for you.
Oh, just the medicine I need.
You know Dr. Hippard?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you, Doctor?
Yes, sure. Grandma Lawrence, can I get you something else?
Oh, nothing more, thank you, dear.
He's too intelligent to do away with the residents of
Where's Dr. Rankin?
Oh, he'll be here in just a few minutes.
I want to have a word with him about that clock.
Yes.
Oh,
thank you, Bella.
We ran it committed 3 weeks ago.
Yes, on my last trip.
The butcher
May I get you some more
at
tea?
that time. And Jack Philippa. And what was that Frenchman's name? Oh, hello, dear.
Hello.
Lambrou. Yes, there may well be 10 or a dozen graves out there in those woods.
Autopsy showed the murder was committed just 3 weeks ago.
May I get you some more
wasn't
tea?
it?
Oh, thank you, no.
Jeff, may I get you
I
another
wish I
drink?
could remember what Emerson says about crime. Oh, there's Rankin. He may know.
Sorry to be late.
I'm fine,
thanks. Hello, everybody.
Darling.
Oh, hello there, Rankin.
How are you, Mr. Wilson?
You know the quotation?
The Hibbert?
Emerson.
Quotation?
Commit a crime and the earth is made of glass.
No, I don't.
Commit a crime and the earth is made of glass. Commit a crime. Commit a crime, and it seems as if a coat of snow fell on the ground, such as reveals in the woods the track of every partridge and fox and squirrel and mole. You cannot recall the spoken word. You cannot wipe out the foot track. You cannot draw up the ladder so as to leave no inlet or clue.
You're Mr. Wilson, aren't you? Do you know you're our #1 suspect in our murder case?
Oh?
So far, you're the only suspect. Potter put the finger on you. He thinks you committed the crime to get possession of some priceless antique.
Drink, Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Rankin, I wish you'd left that clock alone. Harper was a nice, quiet place until it started banging.
Mary, what's Wilson doing here?
I don't know.
You invited him, didn't you? What's he after?
I don't know.
Are you all right?
Yes, quite all right.
I remember Friday, Mary.
Yes, all right.
Good
Good
night.
night. Friday. Good night.
May I help you, dear?
No.
Mary.
No.
Mary. It's all right, dear. It's all right.
It broke, and the beads fell all over the floor. He took her upstairs. When I left, I could still hear her crying.
Well, the floodgates have opened. Her subconscious is almost won. From now on, we must know every move that Mrs. Rankin makes. She's never to leave the house unless I know where she's going. If for any reason I can't be found, she's to be detained, no matter on what pretext.
Understand, Sarah?
Don't worry. She won't get by me.
When she snapped those beads, she signed her own death warrant. We're carrying her life in our hands. Every time she walks on a slippery sidewalk, is near something that can fall, drives an automobile, anything that could result in accidental death, her life is in danger.
Yes, Judge. She won't get by me.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Today we will attempt to finish with the career of Friedrich the Grosser, König von Preußen, Kurfürst von Brandenburg, Prince von Polen. Frederick the Great to you. 863.
85 cents.
Hello?
Oh, Mary. Mary, this is Charles. Can you hear me, dear? I can't speak very loudly where I am, but I want you to understand this. Something very important has come up. You must come to the church immediately. The church tower. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
I don't want anybody to know that you're going there. Mary, don't tell anybody you're going. Go to the church tower and leave your car in the rear and come in through the back door. Okay? Goodbye.
They're coming. Yes, sir. Stack that wood down there with the rest of them, then get back to work.
Yes, sir.
Watch that, Mr. Peabody. Your move, Professor.
Gone someplace? Where to? Well, I asked you where you was going, Miss Mary.
I heard.
Well?
Sarah, you seem to forget I'm no longer a child. I'm a married woman.
Well, you ain't been married very long. Wait, Mrs. Rankin.
What is it? I'm in a hurry.
Well, you don't need to go biting my head off.
What is it, Sarah?
Well, I don't...
If you've got something to say, say it. What is it, Sarah?
I don't know what's got into you lately. Indeed, I don't. You never was mean to me like this back at the old house.
Sarah,
Maybe I've outworn my usefulness. I'm not as young as I used to be. Maybe you don't want me around anymore.
For heaven's sake, stop talking such nonsense, Sarah.
Well, it's true, and you know it. I'm going to pack my things and leave here. Indeed, I am.
Sarah, I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings. I didn't mean to. Really, I didn't. Sarah. Now, I couldn't get along without you, and you know that, don't you? Well, don't you?
Honest, Miss Mary?
Yes, honestly, Sarah.
Oh, Miss Mary. Oh, Miss Mary.
Sarah, please, wait just a minute. Sarah, you'll never leave me, will you?
You know how I feel about you, don't you?
Yes, I do.
It's like you was my own daughter, my own little girl. How could I?
Sarah, I've got to go now. Really, I do. I promised to be somewhere.
Well, where to, Miss Mary?
Stop fussing, Sarah. It's a secret.
Oh, Miss Mary!
What's the matter? Sarah, what's the matter?
My heart. I can't breathe. The pain. Oh, no, Miss Mary, please don't leave me. No. Oh, don't leave me.
Lie right there and keep quiet. Keep quiet now, Sarah.
Maybe I'm dying.
You're not dying.
Stay with me.
I won't leave you. 130, please.
Yes, Mary?
Look, I was supposed to meet Charles at the clock tower right away, and I can't get there. Will you go and tell him to please wait for me? And no one's to know where or why you're going. It's important.
All right. $238, please. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Wilson?
Looks like it's coming up for snow.
Yes, that's right. Mrs. Rand, Mrs. Lundstrom, isn't it after hours? You ladies are working too hard at the library.
Oh, no, Mr. Rankin. We closed as usual at 3:30.
You're perfectly right. I dismissed class 10 minutes early. Yes. It's 3:44. I was playing checkers with Mr. Potter, and I didn't realize.
You know what you are, Mr. Rankin. You're the absent-minded professor. Oh, no. Say nice.
after today.
I am.
You sure are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Potter.
Afternoon, Mr. Hill.
I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, I can't find him.
What?
The earmuff.
It's right over there by the mittens.
Come on, Mr. Potter, help us look.
Well, I'll be right back in a minute, Professor. Right over there by that box where I told you there was.
Those?
Yeah, latest thing out.
How much do you want for
85 cents.
Well, that's an awful lot.
Well, they come higher this year. You want this thing?
Well, I'll keep it. You know, Mr. Potter, you're a bad influence. I intended only to spend a couple of minutes. You've made me spend the whole afternoon. Look what time it is.
Yeah. I'd like to get even.
It's your move.
You really had the wind up.
Golly.
You can still smell the glue where he joined it.
Look there, Professor. Like I told you, it's coming up for snow. Look here, Professor. Double or nothing?
Afternoon, Mr. Potter.
Charles?
He didn't go to the church.
No, Sarah.
Sarah? What about Sarah?
Well, just as I was leaving, Sarah had some kind of an attack. She's resting now, yes. And Jeff said it wasn't very serious, but that I should stay with her.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter, Charles?
Nothing's the matter.
Then why did you want me to go to the church? You said it was important.
It's important. Nothing actually. It's my sense of proportion is failing me these days.
Please, Charles, what is it?
I'm sorry. I've just begun to feel a strain. You see, I have my weak moments, too. I'll tell you in my own good time.
They found out anything more?
No, nothing. There's nothing to find out, unless you.
No, I haven't seen anybody all day. I've been in my room.
There's a rumor going around that there's an arrest to be made. My head aches. The incident of the beads yesterday made me doubt your strength. I thought maybe you'd gone to your father and told him something. If you had...
You didn't have to be afraid.
No?
Why did you tell Noah?
Well, what about?
Didn't you see him?
No, why should I see Noah?
Well, did you come here directly from the church?
Am I being cross-examined?
Oh, no, but when I found I couldn't leave Sarah, I called Noah and told him to go there and tell you I was detained.
I told you not to call anybody.
Oh, but surely Noah...
Call him and tell him not to go.
Well, I can't. I talked to him over...
Call him, I say!
He's gone!
If he dies, his blood will be on your hands.
What are you saying?
It's your meddling that's done this. I'd have been all right if it wasn't for you. After that, you had to be here. On that day. Taking your stupid thing. Calling Noah.
Did you kill Noah?
Yes, if he goes to the church and climbs up that ladder.
It was I you intended to kill, wasn't it?
No.
Why wasn't it I? Franz Kinder! Kill me. Kill me, I want you to. I couldn't face life knowing what I've been to you and what I've done to Noah. But when you kill me, don't put your hands on me. Here. Use this.
Mary.
Get me the state police. Yes, the roadblocks are up. We're watching the railroad station, and he isn't hiding in the woods.
Mr. Wilson?
Well, if he is what I think he is, it's going to be easy. We'll do everything possible to bring him back.
She's gone, Mr. Wilson. She's not in the house.
Clock tower?
I don't know.
Well, if that's what he's hiding, if she gets there before us...
What'll we do?
Call Captain Samuels and the deputies. Get all the help you can. Where? The church.
What about you?
I'll get there. Now, hurry up now. One of your sister may be still alive.
You don't need it. I'm alone.
What are you doing here?
Lift me up.
You're telling the truth?
Why should I lie?
You were followed here?
I came by our way. Through the cemetery. No one saw me. I needed the excuse. I was afraid you wouldn't let me out.
What do you want?
I came to kill you.
No, Mary, it's you that's going to die. You were meant to fall through that ladder. You're going to fall.
I don't mind if I take you with me.
You are a fool. I searched the woods. I watched them here like God, looking into the lands. I'll hide in the woods and search there again. A day or two, they'll be sure I got out of town.
When they find me, they'll know you're still here.
But, darling, you're on the verge of a breakdown. Now you've cracked. Why else would you leave your bed? Climb to an empty church door in the dead of night. Any child could see you'd wind up killing yourself.
Killing is what led you here. It won't help you now. Look out the window. Look!
Well, that's an old trick, Mr. Wilson. A very poor trick.
Tricks. That's all you know is tricks. I don't need any tricks. And no matter what happens to me, tricks won't do you any good. You're finished, Herr Franz Kindler. The citizens of Harper. They've come after you. The plain little ordinary people, the ones you've been laughing at, Herr Franz Kindler. Well, you can't fool them anymore.
Oh, sure, you can kill me, Mary, half the people down there. But there's no escape. You had the world and it closed in on you till there was only Harper. That closed in on you and there was only this room. And this room, too, is closing in on you.
It's not true, the things they say I did. It's all their idea. I followed orders.
You gave the orders.
I only did my duty. Don't send me back to them. I can't face them. I'm not a criminal.
You are.
V-Day and Harper.
Don't get that. Come on down.
Oh, not until you get me a new ladder. I've had my ankle busted and my head conked. From here on in, my friends, I'm taking it easy.
Well, I'll get you another ladder, Mr. Wilson. You've had enough trouble.
Good night, Mary. Pleasant dreams.
I wonder what's keeping Claire.
Relax. You'd better enjoy your last moments as a bachelor.
Who are those people over there?
Oh, friends of hers, I think, from that newspaper she worked on.
I wish she'd hurry up.
I'd like to get the gang back to the newspaper.
Well, that's Claire for you. Even late at her own wedding.
You know, I really hate the lizard.
What do you mean?
Well, I speak now as her editor, not as a disappointed suitor.
Claire'd never make a newspaper woman, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know. She dug up more hot social stuff than anyone the Tribune had before. That takes talent.
Personality, Hack, my boy, not talent. All right, so I appreciated her personality.
You appreciated it. I was the one that brought her to your attention when she was only an $18 a week steno from a hick town. Remember?
Very touching, Al. You can put that in your memoirs. She's marrying Hanneman now.
Listen to the frustrated lovers. You know, if either of you guys had made furnaces instead of small talk, you might be in Hanneman's shoes now.
Have one of mine. We do have memory, don't we, Les?
Hanneman, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together according to God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony?
I will.
Claire Cummings, wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony?
I will.
I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
June, don't tell me I'm going to lose another employee.
Don't worry, Mr. Doyle. I don't even have a boyfriend.
We better go in now and cut the cake. We'll have to hurry, darling, if we expect to catch that plane.
I'll be right in. I just want to say my goodbyes to a few of the gang.
All right, but hurry.
Thank you. Thank you. Guess who?
Why did you come out here?
Because I love you. Because you love me.
Claire, you're crazy. Don't you know what those words meant in there?
Let no man put us asunder. No one can put us asunder less, you and me.
Oh, I never could figure you out. Except that, well, you make everything add up to spell Claire, don't you?
Now, darling.
You're even getting a sadistic kick out of having me at your wedding, me and the others.
But there are no others. Only you. I'll think about you on my honeymoon. I'll write you. Miss me less.
I know you both will be very happy.
I beg your pardon. Thank you.
I'm ready with my cameras, Mr. Hanneman.
I've been looking for Mrs. Hanneman. You haven't seen her, have you?
I believe you'll find her on the terrace.
Carl, why aren't you entertaining the guests?
I've been waiting for you, my dear.
I was detained.
On the terrace? Don't you think you were being a little affectionate for a newly married woman?
Darling, you're a great big old suspicious bear. That was only Les Burns.
And?
It was nothing. Just a friendly goodbye kiss. Les did so much to help me with my newspaper career. Why, he's like a brother. You're the only man for me, darling. Ever. They're waiting for us. Shall we cut the cake?
How much did he pay?
$10.80.
$10.80 for two. That's not bad.
I win $540.
Claire, you mean to say you bet $100 on that horse to win?
Of course. In these places, you have to spend money to make money. Casino. I'll put $500 in the second race. High heels. Come on.
Wait, that's being foolish.
You're only out $100 if I do lose.
It isn't the money, it's the principle of the thing.
Principle? Carl, I don't understand you. With all you have.
I've worked hard for what I have. Oh, I don't mean to be a tightwad. A little bet for fun is all right. But I have too much respect for money to throw it away on horses.
Of course you're right. It was foolish of me to bet so much. Forgive me.
Of course.
Now, excuse me, I want to go cash these in.
Hello, darling. Miss me?
Back so soon, Carl.
Oh, we went to the barber shop. Who are you writing to?
June Taylor. You remember. Les Burns' secretary. She was at our wedding. Do you want to read some of the awful things I said about you?
It's hard for me to believe that I'm so lucky as to have a woman like you in love with me.
It's true, darling. Every word of it.
I'm sorry, Claire. My darling Les. To June, huh? Things are beginning to make sense now.
Carl, darling.
So that was a goodbye kiss you gave Les Burns. Well,
Well, what do you want me to say?
nothing. There's nothing you can say, I guess. I'm only glad I found out about it now.
Carl, what are you going to do?
I'm going back to San Francisco. We're through.
But what am I going to do, Carl?
I don't care what you do.
But I have no money. Thanks to your great generosity.
That was enough for the week's hotel bill. You've got that money from the racetrack. Live on that. You'll not get another cent from me.
Oh, no. I wouldn't be too sure of that. I'm your wife, Carl. There are community property laws in this state. It won't be that easy.
It'll be very easy when I show this letter to the judge. And I'm starting divorce proceedings in the morning.
Oh, Carl, darling, let's talk this thing over. It's so silly.
Get out of my way before I forget myself.
Would you please connect me with the house physician? Hello, Dr. Hastings? This is Mrs. Carl Hanneman, Bungalow 9. Could you please leave a prescription for some sleeping tablets for me at the drugstore? I'll be needing them right away. I'm turning in early. No, that won't be necessary. I'm going out for a bite to eat, and I'll pick them up later. Thank you.
I want a new set of plugs in 42.
Okay, Blackie.
Are you Mr. Tellin?
Yeah.
I must reach San Francisco by tonight. I want to be back by morning. Can you make it?
I can make it up and back if
If what?
this weather holds out and my fee is big enough.
How much will it cost?
400 bucks. Why 5? I said 4.
I know you said 4. I never made this trip. You never saw me. Understand?
Sure. I don't even want to know your name.
I'm glad we understand each other.
Perfectly. Now, if you wait over there, we'll be ready to leave in a few minutes.
Hey, Jay, roll out 41 and let's warm it up. Right.
Room service, please. Hello. This is Mrs. Carl Hanneman, Bungalow 9. Would you please send a waiter over with the menu? Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Hanneman.
Good morning, Victor. Let me see. I think I'll take some orange juice and toast, coffee. That'll be all.
How was the ball game?
That was no ball game. It was a track meet. 12-0. This all the mail today?
Yes. By the way, I meant to ask you sooner, but I'm going to have a little dinner party tonight for a couple I know. You're invited if you're not doing anything.
Well, sure. What's the occasion?
They're going to be married soon. They're awfully nice kids.
Married. And the trouble will really start.
Mr. Burns' office. Long distance calling. It's Mrs. Hanneman.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, Les. I'm so glad I caught you at the office.
How's the honeymoon?
It was interrupted. Carl had to go back east yesterday. Business, he said. He wanted me to stay over, wait for him here. But I'm not. I'm coming back to San Francisco tonight.
You think that's sensible?
Of course not. But I'll see you again. Look, I want you to arrange a plane ticket for me. Reservations are so hard to get at this end. It'll be easy for you.
All right, Claire. I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Tomorrow won't do. I'm coming home tonight.
Okay, I'll wire you back on the time.
I know you'd help me. Be sure and meet me at the airport. I can hardly wait to see you. Goodbye, Les.
Goodbye, Claire. June, get a hold of Hack Doyle. Have him get me a reservation on the 8 o'clock plane out of Los Angeles tonight. It's for Mrs. Hanneman.
Are you planning to meet her?
Yeah. Oh, I guess I'll have to cancel our dinner party tonight.
It doesn't matter. Apparently, Claire can get anything she wants out of anybody at any time. Can't she?
I never thought I'd be back with you so soon, darling. It's wonderful.
It's crazy.
Then why did you meet me?
I don't know.
I do. Because you still love me, don't you, Les?
I'll get over it.
I hope Carl stays in New York for a long, long time.
That seems a bit odd. He didn't arrange his business affairs, so they wouldn't interfere with his honeymoon.
Yes, I thought so, too.
You certain you and Hanneman didn't have some trouble?
What kind of trouble could we possibly have had?
Quarrel of some kind? Perhaps over us?
Now, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Giving him some reason to doubt me just so soon after we're married?
What do you think you're doing now?
You don't feel sorry for Carl, do you?
No. No, I don't. But I should.
Look, let's forget all about him. For a few days, anyway. Take me home, I'll change, and you can take me out to supper.
Claire, I'd rather not go to the house.
But I must freshen up, darling. I really must. You want me to be beautiful, don't you? Just for you?
You are beautiful.
See? There's nobody home. Wait in there, darling. I'll be down in a minute.
Come here.
Oh, darling. Les, what is it?
Stay here.
Carl.
Suicide.
But why? Oh, poor Carl.
Claire, I thought you said he'd gone to New York.
That's what he told me. I don't understand it. Why should he do such a terrible thing?
You probably know as much about that as anyone. It's going to be one of the first things the police ask you. You can't stay here, darling. I'll take you over to Hack Doyle's. Where's your telephone? Police headquarters, please. I thought of you and Hack right away, Mamie, and brought her over here. Hope you can put her up for tonight.
Oh, of course. You can stay as long as you like, Claire.
Thank you, Mimi. You're very kind.
It's just too incredible. If you'd had any earthly reason.
We were so happy. So very happy. And now there's...
Oh, Hack,
Mm-hmm.
Claire's going to stay with us for a few days.
Good. Plenty of room. Police are over there now. Murdoch said he'd stop by here later.
You sure it was suicide?
Fairly sure.
With a man in Hanneman's position, a beautiful wife, and all that money? I don't get it.
I don't either.
Oh, hello, Bill. Come on.
How are you, Hank?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, Bill.
Sorry this had to happen to you.
Sit down, Captain. How about a cup of coffee?
Thanks, Miss Doyle. I won't annoy you for long, Claire. Just a few questions, routine. You know how it is.
Of course.
Les gave me most of the details over the phone. Your husband, by the way, has been dead for nearly 24 hours. How did it happen that Burns met you at the airport?
He didn't happen to. I phoned him from Los Angeles.
How come?
Well, I was arriving late and alone. I knew Les would pick me up.
Do you have any theory as to why your husband came to San Francisco after telling you he was going to New York?
No. I didn't know anything about the business.
The gun, of course, was Hanneman's. We checked the serial number. Funny there are no powder burns on the coat.
Bill, a suicide doesn't always press a gun against his body. In that case...
There would be no powder burns, I know. Do you know of any reason why your husband should have taken his life?
No, I don't.
Anything wrong with his health?
Not that I know of. But that could have been the reason.
Had you quarreled?
Oh, no. No, we never quarreled. Believe me. Throughout every minute of our married life, we were supremely happy.
The entire week, huh? Well, that's all for now. I may want to talk with you again later. Where will you be?
Right here with us.
Thanks.
Bill. Yeah? You found fingerprints on the gun, of course. I mean, Hanneman's prints.
Clean as a whistle.
Mr. Burns, that's the position you and Mrs. Hanneman found her husband?
That's right.
One more question, Mr. Burns. Your testimony at the coroner's inquest said you touched nothing.
That's true.
Then how did you know the man was dead without feeling his pulse or heart?
Mr. Chalmers, I've been around enough to know a dead man when I see one, especially after 20-some-odd hours.
You assumed that Mr. Hanneman committed suicide. Why?
Well, everything points to suicide.
Not in my assumption, Mr. Burns. Mrs. Hanneman, you say you saw your husband alive on Monday afternoon, and then the following night, which was Tuesday, you saw him again.
Yes, but he was dead. I've told you everything.
You don't need a weather vane to see which way this wind is blowing.
Was it customary for the servants to take a vacation whenever Mr. Hanneman left on a trip and leave the house empty?
Well, I don't really know. I didn't give orders to the servants. Carl, Mr. Hanneman ran the house. I hadn't moved in yet.
I see that you also assumed that this was a suicide.
Naturally, it couldn't have been anything else.
That's what Mr. Burns said. According to the Police Scientific Detection Laboratory, the pistol found near the body was the one used in the death of your husband. But they found no powder burns on the clothes of Mr. Hanneman, nor fingerprints of any description on the gun. Furthermore, it was brought out that Mr. Hanneman couldn't have fired the gun because in making certain tests of his hand for traces of powder marks, none was found.
Just what are you driving at?
Simply this. Carl Hanneman was murdered. But unfortunately, I haven't enough evidence to hold either of you. You were out of town, and your alibi was proven. You're free to go. But let me give you a tip. I'm not buying any suicide theory, so the case will remain open.
See you later, Ed.
So long, Hack.
Good morning, Les. Just the guy I want to see.
Yeah, about what?
Oh, I've been assigned to do the follow-up on the Hanneman case.
Oh, how'd you draw that?
Oh, I asked for it.
It'll be a dull job because there isn't going to be any follow-up. Just an ordinary suicide.
Are you kidding? I never smelled an odor of fish so strong in my life. No fingerprints on the gun, and you call it suicide.
So what? What makes you so sure?
Can you give me a good reason for Hanneman killing himself?
No, I can't. Perhaps he thought he had a good reason.
And perhaps he didn't. So meanwhile, if I can dig up a plausible motive...
Who asked you to dig up a motive, plausible or otherwise?
I said, if I can dig up a motive, I'm willing to accept suicide. But if I can't, then it'll have to be murder.
Still carrying the torch for Claire, huh?
Not anymore. But somebody sure fixed it in a hurry for you to get Claire again.
That's a nasty crack.
So meanwhile, chum, walk a straight line. Or you'll have people thinking you took a shot at Hanneman.
You got a lot of work to do, Al.
You're so right, boss.
Sorry, Hack. How's Claire taking it this morning?
I don't know. She fell asleep when I left. Les, I'm worried about this deal. Police aren't buying any suicide theory.
Is that why you put Herrick on the story?
Maybe. He might dig up a suicide motive.
What's your slant?
Well, Hanneman killed himself.
Nice try, Hack. You're about as subtle as a punch in the nose. You think Hanneman was murdered, don't you?
Maybe I'm protecting someone. It's possible. But I'd like to protect someone if it isn't suicide.
Like who?
Like you. Who had a better reason? Hanneman's death meant that you'd get Claire back and $1 million odd bucks. That makes sense to a lot of imaginative characters around this town. I don't believe it for 1 second. But I still think it's safer to sell the suicide theory if Harry can dig it up.
Thanks, Hack. But I didn't do it.
Yeah. Send him in. Was Claire on the job? Hello, Batson. What's on your mind?
The DA would like to see you gents in the morning. Says it's important. About 10 o'clock.
What do you want us for?
Don't you know? Mrs. Hanneman's already got her invitation. See you tomorrow.
Herrick really revels in pouring it on.
Well, it's news. Nobody's been hurt. Yet. By person or persons unknown. Could have been worse.
The DA certainly tried hard to tag it on somebody. Tell me, Hack, do you think that Claire could have shot her husband in some way?
No. She was in Los Angeles the night he was killed. DA couldn't shake that, and...
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm interrupting something important. Hello, darling. You look tired. Hello, Hack, dear.
Good morning, Clara. It's a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you?
I came to get my job back.
Starting when?
No,
Well, after all that's happened, don't you think you should have a little rest?
Rest. Why, working will be the best thing in the world for me. It'll keep me from thinking too much about poor Carl. After all, I must carry on. My life is still ahead of me.
What's the real reason?
Well, I do need a little cash. I have the house and my clothes, but I just won't be able to live on the widow's compensation the court will allow me. You wouldn't want me to have to sell my clothes in order to eat, would you?
Oh, no. After all, I've made other arrangements about your column. Beth Warnock's taking it over.
You are still the boss, Hack. Les, darling, wait outside for me. I'll be out as soon as I've had a heart-to-heart talk with Hack.
I know. You might as well say yes, Hack. I've had these heart-to-heart talks.
You will let me stay, won't you, Hack?
Yes, but I was hoping you wouldn't ask it.
You are a darling.
Listen, Claire, you stick to the job and no playing around. There's enough trouble here now without you adding to it.
I don't know why you talk like that. I'm serious about it, Hack. I'll work hard.
For your sake, I hope you do.
You are a dear. See you later.
Well, see you later, Al.
All right.
Hopefully you're friends.
Yeah, old friends.
Two martinis, please. Chicken salad?
Fine.
Chicken salad for two. And coffee.
Les, do you know a good lawyer?
Yeah, why?
Well, I need one to handle Carl's estate.
What's the matter with Hanneman's regular lawyer?
Ah, he's an old fuddy-duddy. I want someone whom I can trust to take care of my interests.
Well, you might try Lawrence Carson. He specializes in probate work.
Carson? Good. I'll call him tomorrow. Do I know that man over there?
You should. It's Stanley Mason. Our paper's backing him for Congress.
Of course. Why, the pictures on his campaign posters don't do him justice.
You know, I never could figure that guy. Every time I see him, he's with a different girl.
So?
Oh, we'll have 4 Manhattans. Make them half French and half Italian vermouth. We'll order later.
I'll look after them personally, Mr. Mason.
Thank you.
Stanley, isn't that Hanneman woman over there?
Yes, she's very attractive, isn't she?
Well, if you like the type. Why wouldn't he be a good man to handle the estate?
No. He's too tied up with his election campaign.
What are his chances, Les? I'm going to Washington.
Pretty good. Why?
That makes him important. I've got to have someone with influence. He looks like the kind of a man who could get things done quickly.
Capable enough, I suppose. Probably make a good representative. Personally, I just don't go for him.
I want you to introduce me to him.
You can do better.
Oh, darling, don't be stubborn. I want to meet him.
When you want something, you want it right now, don't you?
You know what I really want, Les.
I know. A fine old name like Hanneman, carload of dollars, social position, the tops.
You're forgetting the most important thing.
Am I?
You see, that's just the frame. You're the picture in that frame.
What's that about a frame?
Sergeant Benson, won't you join us?
No, but Burns here can join me. Been looking all over for you. The captain wants to have a little chat. Now.
What is this, a pinch?
No, just an interview. It won't take long.
It's too bad you couldn't have found me at 10 o'clock this morning. I was in a dentist's chair. I'm sorry, Claire.
It's all right, darling. I'll wait for you here.
Violet.
Hello, Al.
Don't tell me they finally grabbed Les for murder.
Wouldn't you like to hear me say yes?
Yes.
Well, don't stop the presses. Yet.
You're the most composed dame I ever saw. I don't believe you give a hoot whether this case ever gets solved.
Oh, but of course I do. Really. Say, Al, how well do you know Stanley Mason?
Quite well. I've planted some of his propaganda.
You can do me a favor. A big favor. I want to meet him.
Might be a good idea. I remember I once introduced you to a fellow by the name of Les Burns. Promptly lost you. Excuse me. Stan. How are you?
Well, hello, Al.
Say, I have a young lady over here I'd like to meet you. Just take a minute.
Well, all right. Excuse me?
Excuse. Claire, this is Stanley Mason. Mrs. Hanneman.
I'm so glad to meet you, Mr. Mason.
How do you do, Mrs. Hanneman?
Won't you sit down?
Sorry, I can stay but a minute.
I know you think me rather forward, but being an attorney, you can understand my predicament. I'm desperately in need of someone to administer my late husband's affairs. I thought perhaps you could help me.
Well, I hadn't intended on taking on any more work this summer. My campaign requires so much attention. However, supposing you come to my office at, say, 4 o'clock, we can at least talk it over.
Oh, thank you. I would appreciate it.
Here's the address. So, until then...
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Thank you, Al.
Don't mention.
I found him, Cap. Right where I expected. With a grief-stricken widow. Only if she's grief-stricken...
Skip it. Les, my boy, have a seat. Last time it was hello, Burns. Today it's Les, my boy. What do you want?
You know, I just wanted to chin a bit, will you?
Oh? I didn't know I was that interesting.
You live out in the Hanneman neighborhood, don't you?
No, and you know it.
But you go out to that neighborhood quite often, don't you?
Yeah, so what? To visit friends.
Oh, sure, that's right. There's Hack Doyle and his wife, June Taylor. Say, there's a clever little girl, huh? Your secretary, huh?
Since when have you become so interested in my secretary? I thought you were a happily married man.
Weren't you out in that neighborhood the night Hanneman was shot?
Monday night? No, I wasn't. I played gin rummy with the boys in the press room. Went home to bed about 10 o'clock. He read the testimony, did the checking. Come on, Murdoch, what's on your so-called mind?
Funny, we can't find any record of where you were between 10 o'clock and 8 the next morning when you had breakfast at Drake's coffee shop. Nobody saw you around your apartment house.
Nothing so strange about that. People in my neighborhood mind their own business. I spent the night sleeping.
You got an edgy temper today, Les. Aren't worried about anything, are you?
I'm annoyed. Until you and the DA get this thing settled, nobody will get any rest.
We may have the answer quicker than you think.
The police expect to apprehend the criminal within 24 hours. Shall I quote that?
You can write out the gags, Burns. You've been crazy about Claire for a long time, haven't you?
That's right.
You thought she was going to marry you. Then she married Hanneman. That must have been quite a jolt.
I won't deny that either.
So you must have been pretty sore at Hanneman for beating your time.
All right, I suppose I was.
You know, Burns, you've given out with all the motives a man needs for killing another.
You don't need motives, Murdoch. You need evidence.
Evidence? You just told me that you weren't near the Hanneman home last Monday night.
I wasn't.
And how do you account for your cigarette case being found on the Hanneman garden, still wet from Monday night's rain?
I don't have to account for anything. To throw cold water on your mastermind, I tossed that away right after the wedding. Anything else you want to know?
No, that's enough.
Next time, be more careful when you talk to the captain.
Listen, Mr. Benson. If I've hurt the captain's feelings or yours, arrest me. Then I can sue and you'll be back writing tickets for jaywalkers.
You rent that stool by the month?
Well, Lester.
Where's Claire?
Oh, Claire isn't here. She had an appointment.
Did she go back to the paper?
No, about this time, she should be walking into the inner sanctum with that courageous and fearless champion of the people's rights. That distinguished candidate for the Congress of these United States. Mr. Stanley Mason.
You sound like you're on Stanley's payroll.
I introduced them.
You seem to have a talent for that sort of thing.
Thank you.
I believe that's all the information I need, Mrs. Hanneman.
I can't possibly find words to express my gratitude in your consenting to help me.
Oh, believe me, it's a pleasure. A little pressure in the right places should settle the matter quickly for you.
Thank you again, and good luck in the elections.
Oh, thank you.
I suppose you'll be leaving for Washington immediately if you do win.
Yes, if I win.
You will. I know you will. Well, I really must be going.
Oh, can't I drop you off somewhere?
I'm sorry. Not this evening. Mr. Burns is taking me home. He's the gentleman you saw me with today.
I'll call you tomorrow. Perhaps we can have dinner and talk some more about your problems.
Splendid. Goodbye.
Look, Claire, don't you think you ought to stay over at Hack Doyle's a little longer? Might be unpleasant.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Come on. Oh, Robert. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Hanneman. We weren't expecting you home. We've made no arrangements for dinner.
I've had dinner. Please take my bags to my room, and you and Christine take the evening off. I shan't be needing you.
Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Hanneman, I just wish to say on behalf of Christine and myself that we're pleased that you're home, and we'll do everything we can to make you happy.
Why, thank you, Roberts. Well, come in, darling. You aren't afraid of Carl's ghost, are you?
You'll never be happy here, Claire.
Nonsense. I've done a little refurnishing.
Well, that ought to help a little.
Les, what did Murdoch want with you?
You had an idea I might have paid a visit here Monday night.
You didn't, did you?
Of course not. It also seems I had a motive to kill Carl.
But of course you did. If you were that kind of a person. Murdoch's only fishing.
Well, he knows I've been in love with you for a long time. I told him.
You told him?
Why not? It's true.
You want them to keep working on you, so they'll stay away from me. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I said I'd stand by.
And you have. And I love you the more for it. You know I do love you, don't you, darling?
I think you do, Claire. In a peculiar, mixed-up sort of way.
I never should have married Carl. I didn't really love him, but he offered so much. Things I never had. But that's all over now.
No, it's not all. And it won't be until they find his murder.
They will. And there'll be nothing to keep us apart again. Ever.
Claire, if I could only sell myself on that.
You've got to, Les. You've got to.
That little tidbit straight from the horse's mouth brings us to the 3-0 mark for today. See you around about this time tomorrow. Les Burns.
You're pretty sharp today. That's the best column you've done in 2 weeks.
Thanks. You say so. It must be all right.
Hi, pal.
Hello, Harry.
Hear about your girlfriend? They dragged her in this AM. Murdoch and the DA gave her quite a going over. No use charging to the rescue, Les. Stanley Mason already beat you to it.
What do they want with her, Al?
Well, it seems they had a hunch Claire made a fast round trip into town the night her hubby joined his ancestors. Seems they thought her alibi about being in L.A. the whole time was the bunk.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Was it? Well, you'd know more about it than anyone.
Jones, put that through, please. Okay, Al. You're so much smarter than Murdoch. Spill it.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm smarter. But I do know Claire better than he does. And I know you.
Meaning what?
Claire never lost any interest in you, before, during, or after her marriage. That doesn't prove it happened. With all that wampum at stake, this whole thing could have been planned weeks ago by both of you.
I'm fed up with your dirty cracks. Now get out!
Wait a minute. Look, Junior, one of these days I'm going to be too late, and you're not going to have any teeth.
Mm-hmm. You're so right, boss.
What's wrong, Les? Nothing. Forget it.
That's the way you want it?
If anybody wants me, I've gone for the day.
Have one for me, too.
Where's Miss Hanneman? I gotta see her. She in?
Why, yes, but she's going out.
This is important.
What's the trouble, Les?
Oh, I've been trying to find you all afternoon. You didn't get back to the paper. Where were you?
I was with Stan, Mr. Mason. We were talking over the estate.
Oh. Looks like you got some more talking to do.
It's really only business, Les. Come in, but I can only see you for a moment. You've taken on quite a package tonight, haven't you, Les?
Oh, I've had a few drinks. Sitting over at Renard's. Been thinking things. Crazy things.
About me?
Yes, you. Murdoch and the DA asking you all those questions.
Nothing to be disturbed about.
I'm not so sure.
Why do you say that?
Were you in this room Monday night?
What? Why, you know I wasn't.
I don't know anything.
But I wouldn't lie to you. Have I ever, Les?
Claire, there's only two people who could have profited by Hanneman's death. I'm one of them. You're the other.
Why, how dare you come in here accusing me?
You only married Hanneman for this. You've admitted it a dozen times.
But I didn't kill him. How can you even think it? I didn't kill him.
I didn't say you did. But if you know anything, you've got to tell me. Were you in this room Monday night?
No.
You might have come in, seen someone. I've got to know.
Stop shaking me.
Then tell me the truth.
Let go of me. I thought you were going to stand by me. Why, you're drunk.
I'm only trying to help you and me.
Ha. Help me. You're accusing me of murder. How do I know you didn't kill him? You were in town.
Claire.
I've as much right to accuse as you have.
But I'm not accusing you.
Get out of this house.
I once said I couldn't figure you out. I can now. You're not a normal woman. You're not warm. You're cold, like ice. Yeah, like ice. Blonde ice.
Get out of here.
Hello, Mrs. Hanneman.
I don't believe I know you.
Sure you do. Let me come in. We can talk better inside.
In there. Now, what do you want?
And I saw your picture in the paper, and I found out who you were. I figured we could make a deal.
Deal?
I was going to call on you last night, but you had company, and I had to see you alone.
What kind of a deal?
Seems that plane ride last Monday night returned big dividends.
I paid you to forget me. I thought I could trust you.
Sure you can trust me. But it's hard to forget murder for any $100.
Why, you dirty double...
I don't like that word. All right, we'll forget what happened to Hanneman. I'll go along with you on that suicide story. That is providing there's a little consideration of, let's say, 50 grand.
$50,000? Why, I don't have that kind of money. This estate's in probate. I won't receive a thing for months.
I can wait. But in the meantime, I'll take this. I know an old man who'll lend me money on it.
All right. Just don't come near this house again.
But I will keep in touch with you.
Quick, out the terrace door.
And don't forget, Mrs. Hanneman, I'm not kidding about that 50 G.
Roberts.
Yes, ma'am.
Stanley, darling.
Thank you. Well, he isn't at Bernard's either. Oh, I hope nothing's happened to him.
He'll turn up when he runs down or runs out to go for drinks. Say, you write his column all by yourself?
Somebody had to do it. I hope it's fit to print.
It's good. Nice of you to cover for him, too.
Do you really think he's all right?
Sure. I'll find him later. Don't worry about Les. He's probably getting more poison out of his system than he is into it. I hope.
Oh, June. Oh. See if you can give me another head, will you? This one's not going to do me much good.
You certainly had a little trip for yourself.
I guess so. What day is it?
Tuesday.
Holy mackerel. What happened to Sunday and Monday?
I took care of them for you.
Oh, you would. Who found me, Hack Doyle?
No. Claire.
Claire?
Mm-hmm. You were trying to convince the doorman at the top of the mark to let you out on the roof. It was the only way to the moon.
Oh, brother. The moon? Looks like I wanted more than a little trip.
Here, drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Guess I've been the horrible example, huh?
You no doubt thought you had a big reason for getting tight.
I had to get away from something. Something wasn't good for me.
Have any luck?
I don't know. I'm never going through this again, I can assure you of that.
June. Well, I guess I'd better get back to the office.
Well, thanks a lot for looking after me, June. I'll be down after a while, if I can make it.
Don't hurry. Claire, I wonder which hangover you'll recover from first.
I thought we were all washed up, Claire.
Les, for everything I said the other night, I'm terribly sorry.
I guess I was a little mixed up myself.
Forgive me, darling. I must have been out of my mind to say such awful things to you. I realized the truth later. You were afraid for me because you loved me. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe it was. I just couldn't believe that.
Look, let's forget all about it. We know there's nothing to worry about. There never was. We know that, don't we, Les?
Sure, Claire. Sure.
Here's to our new congressman. May your career be long and successful.
Thank you, darling. Jeff, but aren't you both a bit early?
I only wish I could be as sure of my future in psychiatry as you can be of your future in Washington.
Doctor, you were analyzing me at dinner, the workings of my mind. Do go on. It's very interesting. I've never been psychoanalyzed before, and your deductions amaze me.
Claire, I warn you, if Jeff continues, he'll have you convinced you're batty. Simply because your father ran away with another woman and your mother was relegated to hard work.
Stanley doesn't quite believe in the powers of psychoanalysis, Mrs. Hanneman. But if either of you could spend a day in my office listening to some of my patients, you'd see the logic of my deductions. Or any psychiatrist's, for that matter.
Oh, don't mind Stanley's cynicisms, Doctor. Yes, Robert?
Telephone for Mr. Mason.
Excuse me.
Certainly.
I was telling you at dinner that I believed that money, clothes, adulation, etc. was a necessity with you. That some people are impelled towards an objective without even consciously knowing why.
Is there something criminal in my being ambitious?
Why, no. Criminal? Of course not. Unless your ambitions take a perverse form, then you'll stop at nothing, right or wrong, to get what you want.
They say the female of the species is deadlier than the male. Go on, Doctor.
Sorry to interrupt, darling. This is my campaign manager. He arranged a last-minute radio interview for tonight. I'll have to leave.
You can drop me off downtown, Stanley. I'll get my coat.
All right. You forgive me, darling?
Of course, honey. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, I almost forgot the good news. I had lunch with the DA this noon. It looks like Hanneman's murder is going to be filed away under crimes unsolved. It's their opinion that it must have been done by a burglar.
Oh, I'm so glad, really. Now I'll be able to go with you to Washington with a clear conscience.
Say, you haven't told any of your friends about our plans, have you?
Oh, no, of course not.
Good. We'll surprise them tomorrow night.
Yes, we certainly will.
Ready?
Yes, thank you. Night, Claire.
Good night.
Mrs. Hanneman, please don't take my mental probing too seriously. You're a very charming hostess. So don't worry.
I never worry. Good night.
Good night.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Hanneman. That's all right, Roberts. I'll take it. Hello? Who? How dare you call me here?
I had to. I'm in a jam. I need some dough, and you've got to help me.
The estate isn't settled yet. I told you I don't have any money.
Don't give me that. You're a smart girl, and if you haven't got it, you know where you can find it. I need at least a couple of grand now and tonight, or else I go to the cops. I got nothing to lose.
I have about $700 cash in my jewelry.
All right, bring it along. Meet me at the end of the Old Valley Road. Be there in 20 minutes. Did anybody follow you?
No,
Then stop being nervous.
I'm not nervous. You are.
All right, give me this stuff and let's see if I can use it. These look all right. I got into the bookies for a couple of grand. They're bad little men. And I've been stalling. Tonight they told me, pay off or else.
They wouldn't kill you for $2,000.
They'd kill for a lot less. That's why I had to put the bite on you. Thanks, Mrs. Hanneman. I wouldn't double-cross anybody. Not unless I had to.
I wouldn't double-cross anybody either, Blackie. Unless I had to.
The first returns have been received from the 12th precinct. Mason, 311, Jeffers, 282, and Allen, 91.
That just about cinches it. If I can do that well in the 10th, I can carry them all. My gratitude, Doyle. Without your paper in back of me, I wouldn't have had a chance.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Mason? We're glad we backed the right man.
Well, it looks like you're in, Mr. Mason. Congratulations.
Seen Les and Claire yet tonight?
No, I guess she's waiting to make her grand entrance.
It's about 100 times you've asked for them, Hack. What gives?
Nothing?
Mr. Doyle, looks like we have a new congressman.
Yes, it does.
I'm sure he's going to be a good one.
I hope so. We backed him. Hello, Claire. Hi, Les.
Hi, Hank. Oh, good evening, Claire. You look stunning, as usual.
Thank you, Stanley.
Oh, hello, Les. Thanks for being Claire for me.
Lead in the 18th precinct, which have just
Big night, huh?
In third place is Jeffers with 162, Allen with 142, and Mason 300 even.
That's how big it is. Come on, Claire. I want you to meet some folks. You'll find drinks in there.
Look, Les, there's something on my mind. I want to tell you about it. You better have a drink first.
Sure. Hi, folks. How's the brawl?
Well, at least the liquor's good.
Well, Junie, aren't you a pretty thing tonight?
Well, it's about time you noticed me. The trouble with you men is you always have ink in your eyes down at the office.
Have a fresh one?
No, thank you. This will do.
Les. I'll talk to you for a minute. Excuse us.
What gives?
Did you come with Claire tonight?
No, I came with my Aunt Martha from Penobscot.
No, I'm serious.
You saw her come in with me.
You better get her out of your system, but right now.
What are you talking about? Things are fine with us now. She couldn't be sweeter. You should have seen her earlier, helping me get things ready for that little party up at my place tonight.
How about a speech, Mr. Mason? We haven't had one.
Come on, Stanley.
Yeah, give us a speech.
That's all I need.
Now, wait a minute.
Speech, all right. If you want a speech, you shall have it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you a very lovely young woman, better known to you as Claire Cummings. I am happy to announce that she's bestowed upon me the great honor of consenting to become my wife.
This is a dirty, low-down trick, but I'm glad it's happened. Someday I'll tell you why.
All the
Thank you,
happiness in the
Mr.
world, my
Mason.
dear.
That was quite a speech you made, Stanley.
Surprised, Jeffrey?
Aren't you going to congratulate us, Doctor?
It's customary. Hate to take you away at this moment, Stanley, but there's something I must talk to you about. It's important.
But of course, Jeffrey. Will you excuse us?
I know you'll enjoy living in Washington.
When do you plan to have the wedding?
Don't look at me like that, darling.
And what are you doing here?
I wanted to see you alone.
Sure, not a husband in sight. Dead or alive.
I didn't have a chance to explain.
No one can put us asunder, Les. You and me. It was more effective last time with wedding music, remember?
Oh, you're cruel. I didn't mean to hurt you, and you are hurt, aren't you?
That's how much you bother me now. Not a quiver.
What about your heart?
Claire Cummings, Hanneman, Mason. If this keeps up, you won't be able to get your initials on your silverware.
I can't help it, Les. I do love you, but you could never give me the things I must have. Money, importance. With me, they're a necessity.
Oh, stop it, Claire. You're like a poison. Take a little bit and you're finished. But too much becomes an antidote.
All right, darling. But if we've really come to the end... Stanley.
Do you mind, Burns? I'd like to say something to my fiancée alone.
Not at all, Mr. Mason. Not at all. Go right ahead.
The congratulations are hardly over before I find you in the arms of your old sweetheart.
That was a stupid remark. I had to say something to him, didn't I?
So you didn't tell him earlier. You said you were going to?
Well, I couldn't find the words. Is that why you're angry? Oh, darling, let's not quarrel. We can do that after we're married.
There isn't going to be any marriage.
What are you saying?
I'm afraid we've made a mistake.
You can't mean that. What'll my friends think? I couldn't stand the humiliation.
Oh, you'll get over it quickly enough, as quickly as you did your other marriage.
Why are you talking this way? What did that phony doctor tell you?
That's not important. We've made a mistake. Now let's forget it, shall we?
But you can't throw me over. I've looked forward. I've planned. You're taking me to Washington with you. Away from these people, these memories. I've got to go with you, Stanley.
No, I'm sorry. It's final. You ought to see a doctor, Claire. A doctor like Jeff. I look for you at the party after he talked to me. I merely wanted to ask you something. Doyle told me where I'd find you, but I didn't believe him either. But finding you here proves many things. You're not well, Claire.
All right. I didn't mean to crack up. At least we could have a farewell drink together. No hard feelings, really. Why don't you fix some for us?
I must say you're being regular about it.
Claire. What have you done?
I did nothing. You killed him, Les.
I killed him?
Don't you remember? You came in just a few minutes ago. You saw us talking. You looked funny. Crazy. You said you were going to kill Stanley because he stole me from you. So you picked up the knife and you stabbed him.
You're out of your mind.
No, I'm not.
You're insane.
No. No, I saw you do it. You dropped the knife and you ran out the door. I tried to stop you. Came in just a few minutes later. Right now.
You murdering little idiot.
Let's don't.
Mason, you won. Alan just conceded the election. You're going to.
You're gonna go. You made it on its minute right there.
So you see, Doctor, the evidence is really stacked against Les Burns. I and the others feel that he's absolutely innocent. Now, I asked you down here to see if there wasn't something you could do to help us prove Les is innocent and Claire's guilt. Because just as sure as my name is Hack Doyle, she's framed.
I agree with you 100%. I am positive that Mrs. Hanneman killed Stanley. But because of her testimony and finding the knife in Les's hand when you arrived at the scene, the police could come to only one conclusion.
Surely there's something you can do to help him. He's innocent. I know he is.
Look, you were once connected with a big city police department. Then you must have run across cases of this sort. I know now that Claire Cummings is a nut if I ever saw one.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Herrick. I'll at least have a try at it. I'm just as interested in finding Stanley's murderer as you are in proving Mr. Burns' innocence. Now, I have a plan that might break her down.
Well, good morning, Dr. Clippinger. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
It's no pleasure for me, Mrs. Hanneman, I assure you. I just came to ask one question. Why did you kill Stanley Mason?
What? How ridiculous you are, Doctor.
Am I? You see, I had a talk with Stanley last night concerning your betrothal and advised him against it. It's safe to assume that when he came to tell you there wouldn't be any marriage, you killed him in a fit of anger and then concocted a story to implicate Mr. Burns.
It's the most absurd accusation I ever heard. You seem to forget that Les Burns' fingerprints were found on the knife and that he was seen standing with it in his hand. The police have all the facts, Doctor.
Not all of them.
All they need to convict Les Burns. Do you mind if I finish my column?
No. Why, no.
I suppose you'll tell the police I killed Stanley and give them that fantastic story to back up your accusations.
It won't sound so fantastic to them, Mrs. Hanneman. I discovered one or two other flaws in your story.
They'll laugh at you. It's insane. Absurd.
Oh, you're wrong. You see, I've spent my life delving into distorted minds like yours. I worked for the police for many years as a consulting psychiatrist.
You sound more like a hypnotist. And I'm quite fed up with your insane theories. Now, Doctor. Looking for something, Hank?
Police are on their way.
Police? What for? Oh. I see the three of you dreamed this one up. Well, as long as you're going to have me arrested, you might as well read my last column. Go ahead, read it, Hack. Read it out loud.
I killed Stanley Mason. I killed Carl Hanneman. I killed Blackie Talon.
You didn't know about Blackie, did you? You hid that story on page 5. Unsolved robbery and slaying.
I killed Stanley Mason because he no longer wanted to marry me.
Stanley Mason was the top of the ladder for me. The top rung. I had money. And now I was going to have position. He was taking me to Washington with him. I could leave then without making the police suspicious. Clever of me, wasn't it?
Why did you frame Les Burns?
Why? Because he caught me with blood on my hands. Because at last even he had discarded me. I never loved any of them. You, Al, Hanneman, Mason. But Les, I wanted to hang on to him. He was of no use to me, but I couldn't let him go. Maybe I did love him.
Hello. Miss Cummings? No, she's out.
I'm glad you confessed, because you never could have gotten away with it much longer.
I would have, but to you, Dr. Clippinger. You with your slimy scientific snooping. As soon as you came in, I realized it was you who turned Stanley Mason against me. You sent him to his death just as much as I.
Sit down, Claire.
Why, but for you, I'd have everything I ever wanted in life. I hated you, because you were the first man who ever saw inside my mind. And I'm gonna kill you. Let go of my arm!
You were a little late, Murdoch.
Well, it was probably better this way. I can scarcely believe it. A woman as beautiful as that.
You didn't know her very well.
None of us really knew her very well.
She wasn't even a good newspaper woman.
So long, Sam. Be seeing you.
So long.
Mary. Great day in the morning. When did you get back?
Just now. I saw Sam at the whistle stop. He didn't seem to know me.
And no wonder you look like a million. Is it meat?
It better be.
Sit down, Mary, and I'll fix you some breakfast.
Only coffee, Molly.
You're just like my Kenny. He never eat anything in the morning. Gee, it's a surprise to see you. What brings you back from Chicago?
Money.
Money? You look like you're rolling in it.
Don't let this coat fool you, Molly. A mink can cover a lot of things. I came back to sell the house.
We do owe you some rent, don't we?
Well, I never wrote to ask you because I never needed it till now.
You sure didn't. Did you lose your job?
No. I gave it up.
Oh.
Molly, can I stay here for a couple of days?
Of course. It's your house. I'll have Kenny moved out of your room in a jiffy.
Oh, no. Don't wake him up. It's too early.
Well, he's here right now.
He hasn't left town, has he?
Oh, no. You know, Kenny's always up to Ashbury looking around.
Looking for what?
Well, you know, Kenny, he's always on the go. Right now, I bet he's working on a big deal.
I'll take 3.
Give me 2.
How many? I'll take 3. I'll take 5.
$1.
My mom.
Raise your nickel. That sounds like the train from Chicago.
Expecting someone?
He's not expecting no one.
I'll see you.
Queens.
Kings.
And 3 juices. You haven't won a pot all night, Barker.
The cards are against me.
I don't know. You did pretty good when you brought your own deck.
You're not doing so good yourself. With cards or anything else.
Meaning what?
Well, Lou got a letter from an old friend of yours.
No one cares.
Last time I was in Chicago, Lou had me look her up. She's doing all right for herself.
Shut up.
You ought to see the hotel she's living in. Strictly class. Yeah, who'd ever think a little Mary would wind up wearing mink?
Get your hand out of it. Get it out. Get it out. Wind up keeping that big trap of yours shut, you hear me? Forget it, Kenny. She's no good for you. That's what I like about you. You've got nerve. Plenty of nerve.
Morning, Mr. Lenz.
Hi, Al.
What happened to you?
His tongue slipped.
You left the bar in a mess. Go and clean it up.
That ain't my job. I'm a bartender, not a busboy.
Sometimes I'm not too sure.
Been shooting off your mouth again, huh?
Oh, he hit me when I wasn't looking.
Forget it. One of these days is going to swing and miss.
Shave?
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. Hiya, Mom.
Now, you listen to me, Kenny. I've been telling you, you've got to stop this staying out all night. And I haven't been talking just to hear myself either.
Mom, you're getting fat.
Guess what?
I'm not good at guessing anymore.
Mary's back. Coffee on the stove. Be sure you eat some hot oatmeal.
Mary.
Kenny.
Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, handsome.
Gee, I missed you.
Oh, it's been so long.
Where did you get this?
It's a present.
From who?
Oh, he owns a department store. We almost got married.
It's a lovely Mary from George. Did that come with the coat?
No. There's more than one department store in Chicago.
There are no big stores in Ashbury. What did you come back here for?
Maybe I came back for you, you chump.
You sure it wasn't somebody else? You wrote to Lou Lentz.
I answered his letter. That's more than I got from you.
You never got anything from me. Go ahead and say it.
I never ask anything from anybody. Love. With love. Lovingly yours. With all my love, Fran. Something special, huh? I suppose you've been pretty busy since I've been gone.
And I'm going to be kept busy.
Are you?
Molly, if you opened a restaurant in Chicago, you'd slay 'em.
Ma, you're not only the best cook, but you're getting to be the best-looking girl in Ashbury.
Watch out, Mom. That's going to cost you an extra $1.
You know, Mary, 30 years ago, I'd have seen him in Chicago without cooking.
Hiya, folks.
Hi, Ernie. You remember Mary, don't you, Ernie?
Hi, Ernie.
Get some of my apple pie.
Thanks, Molly. I couldn't eat another bite. I just had dinner. Just take a little piece, sir.
You can leave the plate.
Look at me. Come in. What a boy.
Hiya, folks. It's for you, Mary. From Lou Lentz. Where shall I put it?
Oh, gee, red roses.
They're nice, huh? Well, so long.
You know, Kenny, I've been thinking about putting some of those wild strawberries this year. They make such nice sauce. How about picking me some, huh?
Let Josie do it.
I am not going to spend my day out picking berries. What are you doing that's so important?
That's no way to talk, Josie.
Well, no one ever says anything about him doing a single lick of work. You know, he can go to Ashbury every night and spend the money you give him drinking and chasing around.
She's right. You ought to quit that kind of monkey business. We ain't that sort of a family. No son.
What do you expect Kenny to do? Stand around here waiting for a job to come to him?
Oh, sure. The best time to start looking for a job is 8 o'clock at night. And if you do a good job of looking, you can't get home till morning. And the best place for looking is every beer joint and pool hall on Main Street.
That's telling him.
You shut up, Sam Beach. If it wasn't for Ernie giving you back the job, you'd still be... Never you mind, son. Don't pay no attention to your father and Josie. They're just blown off steam.
Come on, Ernie, let's go.
If you go into town, Ernie, you can give me a lift.
Okay, Kenny.
Why, Kenny, I thought you were going to stay home tonight.
I've got a date.
Wait a minute, Ernie. I'll go with you.
Thanks, Ernie.
Bye. Thanks, Ernie. Where are you going?
Not where you're going. Fran, here are your drinks. You shouldn't have come in here. Forget it. Give me a drink.
looking for trouble. Let me worry about that. Hi.
Hello, Lou. Thanks for the roses.
I've been expecting you.
Why are you sitting in the dark?
I hadn't noticed it was so late. Your hair shines in the light. Pity you don't wear a ribbon anymore. That's what struck me the first time I ever saw you.
You haven't changed a bit in 2 years, Lou.
Have you?
I came back.
Why, Mary?
To sell the house.
That's why?
Well, I was a little homesick.
How could anyone be homesick for this town? Still can't get him out of your blood, huh?
I couldn't in Chicago. I wanted to see what he was like again. I did. He'll never change.
I could have told you that 2 years ago.
Wouldn't have helped 2 years ago.
I hate his guts. The arrogant way he walks around like he owns the town, when he hasn't got the price of yesterday's newspaper. Come here. Just look at that. He knows the way I feel about him, yet he has the nerve to come in here tonight. Still love me, friend? What's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
You didn't come to see me. Thought we had a date for last night. Remember?
Hello, Gizlo.
Hello. You can talk better than that. Hello, Mary. Give me 50. Going?
Might as well.
Well, she's back.
You remember, Kenny?
Listen to me, Kenny. I tell you, there's nothing for us here. Chicago's a big city. We can make out there.
What'll I do in Chicago? Dig ditches?
Well, what are you doing here? Playing cards all the time. This town, your friends, your family, they're all poison for you, Kenny. At least there you'll have a chance. You'll meet new people. Something will turn up. I know it will.
There's too many Lou Lenses there. Somebody mention me? This is a private party. I just thought I could do something for you, Sonny. Yeah, you can give me a cigarette. Anything else? Now you can light it. Now you got all you want. You better go. I don't want you hanging around here. The next time won't be so sociable. If you said that with a smile, it'd sound better. Let's go.
Go where?
I'll take you to your house and swing you on the hammock.
Oh, that's very funny. Lou, you asked me to go to the Wilton Club. Does the offer still go?
Sure. Take your hand off it. Make up your mind if you're going with him or me. Our mind's made up. Now beat it, Sonny.
Kenny, stop it! Stop it! Kenny. I'm through, Kenny. I'm through wasting my life trying to change you. I'm leaving this town for good.
Kenny, you whistle now.
Kenny, duck!
Come on, snap out of it, Kenny. Let's go to the Cat and Fiddle and have a drink. Just the two of us.
Thought you went to town. Got a cigarette?
What's the matter? Couldn't you find no excitement?
Listen to that rooster crow. Keeps it up all night long. Can't even hear the train whistle. My cold coming on again. And my back. It's killing me. Go on home, Pop. I'll take over. Thanks, Kenny. You'll find a sandwich in that box. Answer that, will you? Hiya, Kenny. Hiya, Gitlow. How about a game of casino? I don't feel like it. Just a couple of hands. I can never sleep until daylight. You know, I like it in here. Trains passing by down here. Cars up there full of life. Yet we're always alone. I feel safe, too. You know, working in the nightclub and living in the hotel, he's always around, always watching me, just because I once got in a jam. The police don't know what he does. He never says nothing. But I know he's only waiting for me to make one wrong move. Lose a mean guy that way. You gonna take 10 of diamonds? I sure was surprised to see Mary. Only I figured she would be coming back to you. Of course, after Chicago, it would be kind of hard on her to come down to your way of living. Especially with an important guy like Lou nuts about her. Did you see him take that $50? Why, he'd spend that like we would 50 cents. You know, that makes a big impression on a girl. Did you throw the deuce? Yes, if it wasn't for Lou, I'd be happy. It would be better for you, too. We both wouldn't have a thing to worry about. cars are sticky, aren't they? I'll have to get a new deck. I never told you how I got into trouble, did I? I lost my nerve. That's what I like about you, Kenny. You got plenty of nerve. Well, it's 3 weeks to the Ashbury Annual Fair. June the 1st. That's a big day for Lou. He makes plenty of money out of those concessions. Last year, he made over $15,000. I know because I drove him to the train. And when the show closes, he takes the money to a bank in Detroit. And the train for Detroit has to be flagged from here, see? Now, if the guy in the signal box were to forget to flag the train, Lou wouldn't get back to Detroit, would he? Get me? Hold your cards up, I can see him. Oh, it can be easy done. All I have to do is, while I drive Lou up here, your old man's rheumatism's bothering him again. That's why you're here, see? Now, I can wait a few minutes. That's all a guy with nerve needs. Then I'll drive the car up. I know a good place to get rid of him. And as far as anyone knows, Lou never comes back from Detroit. On time.
Once again, just once again, remember just got started and then we parted once again. Someone new came in view.
My, Dorothy, good to have you home one night.
Hiya, beautiful.
Once again.
Good?
Swell.
Hiya, folks.
Josie, Ernie's here. Have a cookie. How do I look?
Like a minute.
Don't stay too late, children, huh?
I won't, Mom.
Good night.
Hello. Good night.
Good night.
Where did Josie get the new dress?
Oh, Mary bought it for her.
Yeah, where did Mary get the money? What are you doing home tonight?
Lou had to drive to Mayfield. What are you doing home?
Lou had to drive to Mayfield.
Ken, let's go outside.
Sure. Have you got a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks. What happened to George?
Oh, he's in the bottom drawer.
That's a good place for him.
Ken, you see a lot of Gitmo, don't you?
Now and then.
What do you know about him?
He's a good guy. Buys me drinks. Rotten drinks, but he's a good guy.
Once Gitlow got in a lot of trouble. Lou got him out. Gitlow wouldn't be around today if it hadn't been for Lou.
Maybe he's got something on Lou. And that guy that brought the red roses. Lou don't keep him around for laughs either.
Ken, go easy with Gitlow, will you?
Are you telling me this or Lou?
I'm telling you.
Why do you keep seeing Lou? What about me, Mary? What about us?
Us, Ken. This is all there is for us. You think you can get anything you want that way, don't you?
There are some things a guy don't give up without a fight.
You're wrong, Kenny. You've got the wrong slant on everything. You're hurting everyone. Your father, your mother, your sister. Me. You're so wrong, Kenny.
You've always told me that. No matter what I do, what I feel, I'm always wrong. Maybe you're right, Mary. But I'll be right, too. Take those, Midge.
Sure, Kenny.
Guess who it is? Well, Kenny, we're all set for the big fair. And we're going to start right on schedule. Only 2 more days. This one's going to be better than last year. Lou signed on a whole carnival. Yes, sir. This fair's going to make someone a rich guy. That's good beer.
And that's my beer.
Hello, honey. Sit down. Take care of my boy, will you? He's got lots on his mind.
Pour for me, Kenny.
You like attention, huh?
I'd like a little more from you. Lately, you do seem to have a lot on your mind. A lot of Mary.
What about Mary?
The whole town's laughing at you. You trying to compete with Lou Lance. You know you don't stand a chance. Why don't you quit beating yourself down, Kenny?
Once again, just once again, remember how, remember when we almost parted, and then we started once again. Here am I, when you're here in my
Let's not play games, Kenny.
Where do you think you're going?
You know where, and you can't hold me by closing a suitcase.
Stay a little while longer. That's all I'm asking you.
Let's stop kidding each other, Kenny. The sooner I leave, the better.
Will it be better?
What have I got with you?
You get what you give. When I needed you most, you walked out on me. Now you're walking out again. I never promised you anything before. But I'm making you a promise now. Wait. We'll go together.
Go where?
Anywhere.
It's a long walk to anywhere.
This time we'll ride.
What do you want to lose, Al?
I'll bet you 50 cents.
There.
It's against the law to shoot. Electric bulbs. Your money, Al.
What's the matter? You lose your nerve?
Where have you been? Lonesome here without you. How do you feel now? Oh, I feel wonderful. We'll have another. I gotta work tonight. We'll have another. It'll keep you awake. That's right. I've got to keep awake. You're so good to me. Sam. Ernie. Oh, let's go to the whistle stop.
Oh, this is terrible. Now Ernie will have to take over the whistle stop. You ruined our whole evening. Mom?
Here she comes.
Sam, you ought to be ashamed. Where did he get the money?
Gitlow's been buying him drinks.
Gitlow?
I didn't know he had to work tonight.
Oh, so you didn't know that he had to work. You didn't tell him, huh? Well, all I got to say is you keep your big nose out of other people's affairs. You go on, run along, children. Continue to take over the whistle stop.
Come on, Ernie, let's go to the dance.
Make sure you're there by 11:15.
You come on home and sleep it off. You got to
Mommy, you're so pretty.
Yes, yes, I am. Well, I'm going to stay here and you're going to go home and sleep.
Gitlow's getting very generous with the Beach family.
He's a good guy.
Looks like you're it tonight.
Can't be helped.
Couldn't it?
Someone has to take over.
Naturally, it would be you. Come on, let's go watch the kids.
Excuse me a minute. Just speak to you for a second.
I'm in a hurry. What do you want?
I meet the cat and fiddle lady. Will you meet me there?
Oh, get lost, will you?
All right. But when Mary tells you the same thing, don't come crawling back to me.
Please, stand back. Carousel? Shooting gallery? Good business, huh?
Yeah?
So long.
You ready, Lou?
What's the hurry? You don't want to miss your train, do you? Sit down. Will you sit down? What's the matter? Nothing. Come on, let's go. Where's my car? Well, it was here a while ago. I suppose you left the keys in it again. Now, who will steal your car? No, it just went off by itself.
Looking for your car, Lou? Mary took it.
Come on, we'll take the station with us.
Did you hear Fran had an accident?
Too bad.
Get in.
You didn't have to leave it there. I could have walked.
Molly was worried you'd be late.
I still got enough time.
What's the matter? Don't you want me to drive you down?
What gave you that idea?
Somebody who had enough time. You certainly left in an awful hurry.
Quiet tonight. Oh, I haven't got nothing to say. I've never stopped you gabbing before. Give me a light. Hold still.
just in time.
Thanks.
Wait, Kenny.
What for?
There's something I want to tell you.
Later.
Later may be too late.
I'll be back on the afternoon train. See you here. Have a good trip. What are you doing here? Well, it's just as I expected. The father's drunk and the son's probably getting drunk. It's a fine family I'm marrying into. You better flag the train, honey. It's a great night this turned out to be. I asked you a question, Gitlow. What are you doing here?
I thought Kenny was here. I keep him company sometimes. Play a little cards.
Where are the cards?
See?
Come on, Lou, let's go.
This wouldn't have been your lucky night anyway.
What are you doing? What's the idea?
You can get out now.
Now?
Kenny, what was going on between you and Gitlow tonight?
You seem to figure it out for yourself.
I'm hoping I was wrong. This time we'll ride, huh?
Mary, I can...
Get out! Get out!
Only one more month till the big moment, huh, Ernie?
Yeah, I'm counting the days.
Oh, Ernie.
Gee whiz, honey, it's our wedding, not a funeral.
Same difference.
Do you think I should invite Lou Lentz, Mom?
I don't know why you should. Just because Mary moved over to his hotel is no reason why he has to go to the place she goes.
You don't go nowheres without him since the fair.
Kenny, come and eat your supper.
I saw Fran at the hospital today.
Is she any better?
Well, the doctor says she won't pull through.
It's a tough break for the kid.
She would love to see you, Kenny.
All right, all right.
You're going to be real nice to her, aren't you?
Well, you didn't think I was going to go and fight with her, did you?
Well, I don't know what to expect from you after the way you treated Mary.
Oh, bottle it.
Well, there isn't anything Fran wouldn't have done for you, Kenny, and you know it.
Oh, why don't you stop?
Kenny.
You mustn't stay long. She's a very sick girl.
Thank you.
Hi, Kenny.
Hello, Fran.
Afraid you weren't coming. I never would have had the nerve to ask you. Josie hadn't told me how you felt about me. It makes it kind of hard now. Taking all the fun we could have had together. I know I won't pull through. But I'm not scared. I'm happy. Because I got you. Having you care about me. I'll still be living. All the while you are.
Yeah, sure.
I want you to be happy, darling. After a while, marry some nice girl and settle down. That's the way I want it, Kenny. Honest.
Don't talk like that, Fran. You'll be out of here in a couple of weeks and we'll...
Don't take it so hard, Kenny.
It'll work out all right.
Look at me, Kenny. Look at me, Kenny. Should have known Josie lied. Sorry, Kenny. Mustn't blame Josie, though. She was just trying to... Awful sorry.
I'm sorry, too, Fran. I wish it had been different. I'm sorry for everything.
Look at yourself. You're all broken up. I never thought a woman could do this to you. How does it feel, Kenny? How does it feel to love someone who doesn't give a darn about you? It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts, doesn't it, Kenny?
Take it easy, Fran.
All the while I loved you, I was half scared, too. I can see now you're nothing to be afraid of. Nothing good will ever happen to you because you're no good. Go on, beat it! Beat it! Go on down to your gin mill and fill yourself with vodka. Go on, beat it! Beat it! Beat
Where are the boys, Al?
Nobody showed up tonight.
I hear your sister's getting married, Kenny.
Hey, Kenny, you ought to see the trout I caught this morning down at Miller's Brook. It was that big and it weighed...
Hurry up, will you? Tonight's my birthday.
You want it artistic, don't you?
Of course.
Then don't rush me.
Okay. Hey, Kenny, lay off there, will you?
Thanks, Joe.
Hiya, Kenny. Pittsburgh. Now, that's the place to have a bar. The steel mill really gives a man a thirst.
I've never been to Pittsburgh. Give me a double.
Coming up. How come you're drinking alone on a Saturday night?
I'm getting exclusive. Haven't you heard? Give me another one.
Why don't you break down and go see it, Kenny?
It's not a bad idea.
You call it Midget Village. We'll get midgets from all over the world. Little midgets. Why, I'm telling you, Lou, it's the greatest idea since Noah's Ark.
You can do better than that.
Why, I'm telling you, Lou, we'll make a fortune. We'll go all over the world. Well, I have another idea. We'll go to South Africa and we'll buy it.
Well, what are we celebrating?
Remember? This is a private party.
Well, tonight I'm buying. What'll you have?
I'll get back. I don't want to smell the liquor on you.
You like the smell of this, don't you? Good old green cabbage buys everything, doesn't it, Lou?
You must be plenty drunk to get the nerve to walk in here again.
You know, I don't think he likes me.
I don't like you. I don't like anything about you.
Mister, I'm going to tear you apart for that.
Don't, Kenny. Please go home.
Get him out of here.
Don't you touch it.
What are you trying to do here?
Take it easy now. Be a good boy, Kenny, and go home.
He isn't that drunk.
I know he isn't.
Well, let's finish our drinks.
I think you'd better drink alone.
Kenny.
You can go back.
I'm going to the house.
I can find the way myself.
I want to go back with you, Kenny. Back home.
Oh, what's the use, Mary? I can't do anything for you. Haven't got a job. I haven't even got a dime.
I don't care.
I've wasted all these years boozing and loafing and playing cards. I hurt everyone. I wanted to hurt them. I wanted everyone to feel as rotten as I did. But I can change, Mary. I will.
I don't care if you don't. I love you, Kenny. Let's go home.
Beautiful.
Hiya, handsome.
Did you call for me?
Yes, Lou wants to see you.
What does he want to see me for?
I don't know.
Do you want to see me, Lou?
Yeah, sit down. Oh, go on, sit down. You want a cigarette?
Thanks.
We've been through a lot together, you and me.
Yeah?
I never once let down a guy that works for me.
Mm-hmm.
That jam I got you out of, it was partly my fault. And even if it hadn't been, I'd still have stood by you. I've had enough trouble in my time. I don't want any here. I've gambled a lot, too. As you know, I've won and I've lost. And if there's one thing I hate, it's a sore loser. I want to be friends with everyone. Even your pal, Kenny. I've still got no use for the guy. But now that he's working and all set, we're bound to run into each other. Why not live in peace?
You really mean that, Lou?
Sure. I never made a buck holding a grudge.
Oh, that's swell, Lou. Why, Kenny ain't such a bad guy. You got him all wrong. Why, he'd be just tickled to death to shake hands on that.
We'll get together soon. You better go down and open up.
Sure. Anything you say. Just give me the word.
I won't be.
You'll even be late for your own wedding.
I'll be worth waiting for.
Oh, let me go, you wolf.
You look swell, Mary.
Where did you win that?
Oh, I borrowed it from a waiter at the Wilson Club.
Oh, I hope the ceremony don't take too long.
Yeah.
Hello? Who? Get low, it's for you.
For me? Yeah? Oh. Uh-huh. What now? Well, we're on our way to church. I don't know, but I'll try. Hey, Ken. I had a talk with Lou the other day.
Yeah? How is the old bachelor?
He wants that you should be friends.
Lou and me? That'd be a gruesome twosome.
Now, no kidding. I think it's a good idea for all of us. Mary would like it, too.
Come on. What are we stopping here for?
But he's waiting for us upstairs.
Well, we'll be late for the wedding.
Oh, it won't take a minute. Now, do it for me, Kenny. All you have to do is to shake hands.
All right, but only one shake.
Right. My gun. I gave it to you at the fair. How did it get here? I'll give you 3 guesses. We gotta get out of here. What for? For you, not. They'll pin it onto us. Come on.
Looks like Gitlow is off on another spree.
They don't give a feather a break. Did they get you? Yeah. Let's head for the river road. Where'd they get you? In the arm. Oh. What are we going to do? Well, the roads are hot. We can't move till night. Cigarette. I think we better be moving, Kenny. Where to? Your guess is as good as mine. Well, what's the use? That's the eastbound freight. Can you make it? We can't stay here. Come on, let's go. Wake up, wake up. Cut it out. Where are we? We're near Detroit. I got a friend here that keeps a roadhouse. I hope she's still in Memphis. She can help me pick up your arm. Yeah. Now, we got to make a jump for it, see? Now, try and land on your right side. What, are you still dizzy? Yeah. All right, well, now, take it easy.
you it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Estelle.
Who's your friend?
Oh, we just arrived this morning.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he's sick.
I don't want any trouble around here. Maybe he's got the wrong kind of friends. How can I tell?
Oh, but he's with me, ain't he?
That's just what I'm afraid of. Well, all right, let's get him to bed. Bring him in here.
He's got to have a doctor.
Don't you suppose I can see he's got to have a doctor? Reminds me of Prohibition.
You were pretty smart getting me to run away. I'm going to fix you and then Lou. What did I do? What did you do? You had it all figured out. First the whistle stop. Now this. How much did Lou pay you to get rid of me?
Oh, you don't think I was in on this, do you?
I don't think I know. If I had the strength to... I didn't do it, Mary. I couldn't. I couldn't, Mary. I didn't do it. Honestly. I didn't do it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A friend of mine. Okay. You know where it is. What's the matter with him? Oh, he slipped in the bathtub. Yeah. Step on it, Doc. I'll put you upstairs.
Well, there's no rush. I won't be back for a while.
Not running out on him, are you?
You know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Estelle.
Do you, need any money?
No. Just luck.
Where you been all day?
Oh, I had to see a lot of people.
I left supper in the stove for you.
Thanks.
Mary. I can't stand it no longer. Where is Kenny? You must know what's happened to him, and you got to tell me.
Well, Molly, Kenny's gotten to just about the worst trouble he's ever been in.
I knew it. I had a feeling all the time. What did the police want here? Where is Kenny? Did he get hurt? What did he do, Mary?
He didn't do anything. He must have gotten panicky and ran away, so it's just as bad. But you must remember, Molly, Kenny didn't do it.
Do what? Do what?
Hold up the flamingo room.
That wasn't Kenny that Al was talking about. The fellow that police shot and chased up to the forest. That wasn't Kenny, was it?
I went to the police. They don't believe he did it. They told me it would be so easy to clear him if we could only get him back.
We gotta find him. We got to. We can get Lou to help. Lou's got money and everything. Go and call him on the telephone.
Lou's done enough already. You'd better go to bed. We can't do anything until morning anyway.
I know why Kenny's in this mess. Everybody's always been jealous of him because he's more of a man than any of them ever will be. I'm not bragging because he's mine. He won't let them put him in jail for something he didn't do. I'll tell the world he won't.
Oh, he'll be all right. I left him with a friend of mine in a roadhouse, the old Bohemia, Route 21. You know who put the finger on us, don't you?
Yeah. Does Kenny?
Oh, he did it in a kind of a daze. But when he comes out of it, he'll...
He's got to use his head. He can clear himself. I'm going back with you.
I'm not going back. I just stopped by to give you the word. So long, Mary.
Get though. You can't leave us now. You got him, sis. You've got to get him out.
But Ken is my friend. I never meant him no wrong.
You never did him any good. And now you're running out on him when he needs you most. Yetlo's a good guy. Always buying Kenny drinks. Always looking after Kenny. All right. Run away. Run, you coward!
Sheriff. The police.
Who? What? Chief, it's Gitlow.
Gitlow? Hello. Take it down. Yes? Yes.
Lou, he framed the whole thing. Yeah. He's here.
Certainly got to hand it to you. Anyone else would be flat on his back for days with that arm.
Where's Gitlow?
He'll be back.
Where'd he go?
He didn't say. You better get to bed.
How can I get a lift to Ashbury?
At 6 in the morning? Who's the girl? Oh, don't think it's only you, fella. This woman stuff ends up with a kick in the teeth for everybody.
You don't know Mary.
Mary, Betty, Jane. A man can love any woman.
I know. But it's always her.
How's pie?
Fine.
Buzz, how's the fishing these days?
It's not very good around here, but there's a big run of marlin up Tijuana.
Yeah?
We're taking a party down there Sunday morning.
How do you like this guy? Gets paid to go fishing while we slave over a hot carburetor.
You said it. Hey, Dan, we got room for one more. Why don't you come along?
When are you going to get back?
Late Monday night.
Monday night, that lets me out. I couldn't get Monday off.
You could get away if you wanted to. You just don't want to miss spending Sunday with the girlfriend.
Helen?
No, they busted up a couple of months ago. By the way, she called you again this morning.
She did?
I told her you wasn't in for the 19th time.
Good, good.
How do you like this guy? There's a dame I trade my right arm for, and he gives it the runaround. Maybe he's found a new dish.
Well, I spent 4 years in the Navy fighting for freedom. Why get anchored down now? Besides, she was getting too serious.
The old wedding bells, huh?
They were getting louder and louder. I figured she's too nice to string along. But she won't take no for an answer.
Some dames are sure hard to shake off. I once knew a blonde. Boy,
and her name was Margie.
How'd you know?
We've heard the story a dozen times.
A couple of dozen times. Hey, we better be getting back or old man Mackey will blow a fuse.
Right. Here, that's for you. Hey.
Some babe.
Yeah. See you later, fellas. A little work to do. You new here, honey?
65 out of $1.
What time you get off tonight? 6:30? 7?
Don't forget your change.
I happen to have my autograph book here with me. Name and address?
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I don't come with the merchant's lunch.
Oh, now don't be like that. I think you're wonderful. Anything wrong in that?
No, but...
Well, then how about you and me? You like red nickels in his outfit?
Yeah, I think they...
Here, I thought I'd pick up after 9:30 and we'd go over and give him a listen, okay?
Okay.
See you tonight.
$75 out of $1.
Hey, Chuck. Remember? Today and I'm flat busted. How you holding?
I'm fractured.
Me too. Well, I gotta figure out some way to get some Gitas, or how else am I gonna take that gorgeous creature out to the music bar?
Why don't you ask old man Mackey for an advance?
Oh, that old guy, he wouldn't give you the sweat off his glasses.
Yeah. He's sure a mean old buzzard.
Hey, Buzzard, I'm glad you said that. Buzz Larson owes me $20.
Why don't you call him up down at the dock?
My friend, you have just read my mind. Hello, is Buzz Larson there, please? Oh, hello, Buzz. Hi, boy, this is Danny. Listen, could you let me have that $20 you owe me? Oh, that's swell. Believe me, you're a lifesaver. I'll be down tonight and pick it up. Huh? Tomorrow? Oh, wait a minute. Boy, I need it right away. You don't get paid until tomorrow. Yeah. I understand, sure. Okay. All right, thanks anyway, kid. Bye.
Who left that light on in the washroom?
Not me.
Well, it was one of you fellas. You're all alike. You don't care what you do with my money. You think I own stock in the power company?
So she said to me, I want to speak with the supervisor. So I said, 1 moment, please. And then I said, yes, it's the supervisor speaking. Helen Colgan, are you listening to me? Yeah. I don't think you've heard one word. You just seem to be walking around in a dream lately.
Oh, Millie, I think I'll say goodbye to you here. There's some things I have to get.
What things? Where?
Oh, just some things. Over on State Street.
I know where you're going, Helen, and you're making a big mistake. If he wants to see you, he knows your telephone number.
I know, but
But nothing. You're making a fool of yourself.
I suppose I am. Goodbye.
Well, when you need it fast, sometimes you haven't got time.
A lighter.
What?
A standard lighter.
Yeah, okay. No, not you, Red. Yeah, sure. Well, if you haven't got it, you can't lend it. Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Did you reach Buzz?
Yeah, I called him, Ray Pierce, and Jimmy Cook. All none of them had it.
Too bad.
$1.03.
Exact changes.
There you go. Nobody checks my cash except this once-a-week bookkeeper, and he don't come around till Thursday. I could put it back before Thursday. I could put it back tomorrow, as soon as I get that $20 from Buzz.
This is a surprise.
Yeah. How's every little thing?
Just fine.
That's good. Well, I'll see you later, huh?
Have you been dancing lately?
Yeah, I went last Saturday.
Do you ever go hiking anymore?
Once in a while.
Do you remember the Sunday we hiked up Pioneer Canyon?
Yeah.
Didn't we have fun?
Yeah, we had lots of fun.
Well, Danny, will you give me a ring sometime?
Sure, I'll give you a ring. We'll get together real soon. Well, I'll see you later. I'll give you a ring soon. Taxi lady?
Where's your meter?
I'll figure out the fare as we go along.
You might overcharge me.
I might at that. Hop in, honey. Where'd you like to go?
Let's go downtown. Window shopping.
How dull can you get?
Well, that's what I want to do. We can do something else later.
You have a deal, honey.
Still here.
Nice-looking coat. But they'd suck you at least $1,000 for a coat like that.
Are you kidding? Why, that's mink. It's a bargain at $2,000.
Isn't that the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life?
Well, it's not bad. Are you thinking on buying it?
I want that coat. And I'm going to get it.
For $2,000?
For whatever it takes.
Say, wait a minute. You really do want it, don't you?
You bet I do.
Wait a minute. Huh? Oh, they're blue.
Brown.
Yeah, but there's blues in your big brown eyes.
Oh, you sing too.
Only for you, honey.
Shall we go?
Closed Mondays. How do you like that?
Are you sure you didn't happen to know it was closed when you invited me?
Now, wait a minute. Would I do a thing like that? I'll take any place you want to go. Name it and you can have it.
All right. All right. I know a place where I'd like to go.
You hear me? I'll save you all the trouble of growing up, you. What's the matter? Cut that out. You want to break the machine?
Hello, Nick.
Oh, it's you.
Give me a nickel, Danny. I'll show you how to beat this game.
Wait a minute.
One ball. Hey, Nick, pay me. I hit the jackpot.
Hey. That's all for you.
Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, honey. Play it as much as you want.
Take it easy, Danny. I can handle Nick myself. I used to work here. Didn't I, Nick?
Yeah. To come back, huh?
Still in the window, Nick. I saw it yesterday.
Are you crazy? What do you think I am, a millionaire?
What's going on here?
Oh, let's skip it. Come on, we'll have our pictures taken. Come on. See you later, Nick.
Who goes first?
We both go.
What do you want?
Give me $50 worth of nickels.
Okay, Admiral. Now what do you want?
There's only 9 nickels there, buddy.
Yeah? Who's cheating who?
What?
Look, you got your nickel, haven't you? Hit the road.
Why, hello, Nick.
Look, I've got rules in this house. That goes for you, too. If you want to pull that kind of stuff, go somewhere else. Come on, beat it. Beat it.
Come on, Vera, let's get out of this crummy joint.
Goodbye, Nick.
See that big star right there?
Yeah.
It's Beetlejuice.
Who?
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, Dave used to call it.
Dave. Who's Dave?
Old fella I used to know. Taught me the names of all the stars. You know, I never saw a star until I was 16.
How come?
I was raised in Steeltown, West Virginia, and you couldn't see the sky for the smoke. So I ran away.
Funny, I ran away from home, too. That was a long, long time ago. What'd you do after you ran away from home?
Oh, I was a car hop for a while, waitress in a beer joint, clerked in a 5 and 10, cashiered in a coffee shop. It's not what you run away to, it's what you run away from.
I ran away from a farm and the belt the old man used to whip me with. That old man was sure free with that belt.
Oh, I ran away from a lot of things. Ma getting drunk all the time and never having any decent clothes to wear. And the boarders, especially those boarders. They wouldn't leave me alone.
Must have been tough.
I learned to handle them after a while.
Think you could handle me?
Sure. I can handle you easy.
Yeah. Hello, is Buzz there? He what? Took a fishing party. When will he be back? No, never mind. All right, I'll call him later. Bye. The bookkeeper. What's he doing here 2 days ahead of time? If he finds out, I'm sure he'll tell the old man. The old man's mean enough to send a guy to jail just for laughs. I gotta get $20 in a hurry. How about that salary loan outfit? The one that's always yakking on the radio. Walk in with an honest face, walk out with a pocket full of dough. I must have walked in with the wrong face. A couple of days to check my references. I haven't got any references, and I haven't got a couple of days. Can I have it for $1 down, like it says in the window?
As soon as we check up on your credit.
Credit?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I can't wait that long.
Oh, wait a minute. You got a charge account in town?
No, Yes, I have. At the hub. At the hub where I buy my clothes.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll call that credit manager, and if he says you're okay, you can take the watch right with you. Okay? Now, there, let's get it on and show you what it looks like.
How much could you let me have on this ticker?
$30 do you any good?
$30 will be fine.
Any better than last week?
I don't know yet, Mr. Mackey. I'll let you know.
Well, about that other matter, see if you can't find a way to make it a business deduction.
I'll think about it, Mr. Mackey.
Hi, George.
Hi, Dan.
You're here kind of early this week, aren't you?
The old man sent for me. Had some tax reports for me to get out.
Oh.
And I figured as long as I was here, I'd get my Thursday work done. Say, Dan, I just checked the register, and it's $20 short.
Well, maybe you could have made a mistake or something.
No, I checked it twice.
Well, you know, sometimes the money gets stuck in the money sack down there. Yeah, here it is.
But I looked in the money sack.
Just didn't look good enough. Can I do anything for you, sir?
You Dan Brady?
Yeah.
I'm Moriarty, California Investigation Service. You bought a watch yesterday at Jay's Jewelers, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
And took it straight to Uncle John's and hocked it.
Well, what if I did?
Don't play dumb. Why would you buy a watch for $100 and hock it the same day for $30?
Well,
Because you don't intend to pay the $100, that's why.
Now, wait a minute. Don't holler before you hurt, pal. I signed up to pay that thing $10 a month, and when the month's up, I'll pay him the $10.
Oh, no, you won't. Because Jay Jewelers don't think you're going to be here when the month's up. They think you're going to skip town. So you'll pay up now, or Jay's going to swear out a warrant.
Warrant? Warrant for what?
I'll give it to you in words of one syllable, my friend. When you buy something on the installment plan, you sign what they call a conditional sales contract.
Yeah?
This contract says that the watch, the radio, or the easy chair don't belong to you until you make your last payment. It says that if you sell, mortgage, or hock something you don't own yet, you're guilty of larceny. And a $100 watch is grand larceny. That's 3 years in the penitentiary in this state.
Oh, you're kidding me, aren't you?
Kidding? Me? Not in your life. You signed a contract like this, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Read what it says right there.
The debt is payable
within 24 hours, or charges will be brought.
Well, look, I can't get a hold of $100, I mean, just like that right away.
Well, you better dig it up somewhere. Because if you don't pay up by noon tomorrow, a little man's going to call on you with a big warrant. That's all, brother. Until noon tomorrow.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah?
What does a guy do when he needs lots of dough?
Me, I usually hock my watch.
It's a great idea. Maybe I can get some dough on my jalopy. I wonder how much they'll give me for it. No, Dice. What good is $300? I still owe the finance company $350. By 8:30, I'd tried everything I could think of, and I still hadn't raised $100. I hadn't raised $1.25. So I threw in the towel and headed for Phil's place to knock off a couple of beers. The longer I sat on that silly stool, the more I felt like slugging somebody. I could have socked old man Mackey for being so tight. Or the guy in the jewelry store for sending Moriarty after me. Or the fellow standing next to me at the bar because he had money in his pocket and I didn't.
I miss you. How are you, Philly?
360, Shorty.
Okay, I gotta get home before the old lady chops my ears off.
Haven't you got something smaller? This one's a 50.
Well, how's this one?
That's another 50. Here, let me look. There's a 5 right there on top.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Just keep it sane. I gotta get home before the old lady slaps me down. Who?
Your wife.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the old lady. Good night, Philzy.
So long, Shorty.
How's a joker like that rate all that dough?
Shorty, he runs the bingo games. And do the suckers keep him happy? Another beer, Danny?
No. So.
good. Maybe you got big ones.
Oh, leave me alone, will you?
Oh, don't fall on your face, you jerk. Tell your fortune.
I've got a mule, her name is Sal. 50 miles on the Erie Canal. Good old worker and a good old pal. 15 miles on the Erie Canal. He's a good old worker and a good old pal. 15 miles from the Erie Canal. On the Erie Canal.
All right, reach. Come on, I'm not kidding you. Let's go. All right, come on, in the back. Down on the floor. Hurry up. Long time no see. Hiya, Millie.
Hello. Gee, Dad, it's wonderful to see you.
So, what are we waiting for, huh?
What's your hurry tonight? I never saw you run after anybody before. Oh, Millie, please. Say, take it easy. What's the rush? Nobody's chasing us.
That's right. Nobody's chasing us. We've got all night, haven't we?
Sure we have. Maybe you've got all night. Me and Helen, we only got 5 minutes till the last show. Just a general. Millie, I almost forgot. I've already seen this picture. I saw it when we was downtown at the Palace. But you said... Oh, I got it. You wouldn't mind if I went alone, would you? No, I wouldn't mind. I didn't think so. Goodbye, then.
Bye.
Gee, Dan, this is like old times.
Yeah.
Let's go on the roller coaster and the chutes and the dipper. Let's go on everything.
All right. My knees were really shaking back there. I thought the cops had bust out of that alley any minute. But now I'm in the clear. With heavy dough in my pocket, I can pay off that jewelry store and have enough left over to show Vera the biggest time she ever had. Vera. I've got a date with her tonight. I promised to meet her at Nick's place. What time is it?
It's 25 to 10.
Holy smoke, I promised to meet a guy a half hour ago. I'm kind of late. I'm sorry, kid. Can I walk you to the bus or something?
Well, you don't have to, Dan. I can get home by myself.
Well, I'll give you a ring, and we'll get together sometime soon. I'll see you later, John.
Cheers. Don't come back. I want my $50.
Do me a favor, will you? Drop dead. Take your dirty hands off of her. Take your hands off.
I want.
Did you hear me?
I don't like to be pushed around. I just don't.
What's all this about $50?
It wasn't a loan. It was a present.
I don't want you taking $50 from a guy like this ever. Let's get out of here.
When are you going to tell me what we're celebrating?
You supposed to be celebrating something?
Got to be. Last night you were spending dollar bills, and tonight it's 50s.
I won it in a crap game.
You sure it wasn't bingo?
2 champagne cocktails.
What do you mean, bingo?
Just thought you might have won it from Shorty McCabe.
Who gave you that idea?
Maybe it was Evelyn.
Evelyn? Who's Evelyn?
Bookkeeper in the movie house. She saw Shorty lose it in the auto park.
What do you know about this?
She just came into Nick's place to phone the cops.
Cops? What'd you say?
Vera, long time no see. How about a dance?
No thanks.
Your boyfriend won't mind.
No thanks.
Can I buy you both a drink?
No.
Isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, blow.
You heard her. What'd she say?
She said she saw the guy who did it with a handkerchief around his face. He took Shorty for his bankroll. Didn't he?
How do I know?
Just thought you might have heard about it. Anyhow, if it was me, and I'd won any $50 bills, I wouldn't go spending them around the pier.
Yeah? Why not?
Because everyone around here knows that Shorty carries 50s.
Look, I don't know any guy named Shorty, and I won this dough in a crap game, see?
Oh, now, sure you did. Sure you did, Danny. Let's spend some of it, huh?
That's more like it.
Only, we won't spend the 50s, will we?
No. No, we won't spend the 50s. $40, $60, $80, $100. There's $100. Here's your dough.
There's your contract. So long, Brady.
So long. Back A Motor. Who? This is him speaking. How'd I like to what? How'd you like to take a big jump off the pier?
No, I don't like to take a jump off the pier. But you better come and see me, or else.
Or else what?
Or else something is going to happen. To you. To you, Danny boy.
What's on your mind, and it better be good.
Oh, it's very good. You know, last night a prize fighter, a big prize fighter, he left something here. I picked it up. Picked it up where you left it. It's got a knot in it. You know, like you use for a mask or something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
No, but I'll take it just for luck.
Sure. You keep my handkerchief. I keep your handkerchief. Same knot, only your handkerchief got blood on it.
So what?
Did you ever hear anybody say money talks? $50 bills. They talk very loud. It's big bills. What do they say? It says Shorty McCabe, Shorty McCabe. Yeah, that's what it says. Shorty McCabe.
What's your angle? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm telling you about a holdup. You see, Evelyn from the picture show, she saw the man get robbed, and she got a very good look at the guy who did it. She thinks you can identify him very easy. Nice girl. You want me to call her?
Wait a minute. Put it down. If you're so sure that I was mixed up in this thing, why don't you call the cops?
Cops? Oh, no. I'm a businessman. See, Danny boy, I think I can do business with you very nice.
What kind of business do you think you could do with me?
Automobile business. You get me a new car, and I don't know nothing. Just nothing.
A new car? I couldn't get a new car if I wanted to.
Well, you can get a new car. Same way you got the $50 bill.
Are you nuts?
Nuts? Me? No, I don't think so.
Davis,
Yes?
here are the plates for the green sedan. See that it's ready for delivery in the morning.
Yes.
Oh, and Davis, don't let me catch you putting in 10 gallons of gas this time. 6 is plenty.
Yes, sir. There goes the last new car we'll have this month. I've got to get it tonight or blow town tomorrow. Even if I blow town, they'll probably catch up with me. Oh, boy, am I in a mess.
Hey, Dan, I was just thinking if you're not going to take Helen out anymore, I thought maybe I'd give her a call sometime.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you do that, Jack? Hey, fella. This thing is stuck back here.
Okay, what is that?
It's the green sedan, the second in California Street. It's got license plates.
That's fine. Well, I promise you I know nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Wait.
What's the matter?
I want the handkerchief.
Yeah. You let go
All
of
right.
this and I'll
You let
go
go
of
of it,
this.
and I'll let go.
Okay.
What are you going to do with the car?
That's none of your business, Danny boy. Well, I'll tell you, I sold it to a gambler friend of mine. He's driving it home to Nevada.
See that he does. I don't want it around town here. It's not to give me energy.
And don't worry, he's going home tonight.
No slip-ups.
Okay.
Brady.
Yeah?
Now I know who took that green sedan.
You do?
Yeah. I could tell the police about it right this minute. But I don't know whether that would help me get back the car or not. You understand?
No, I don't.
Now, I'm not interested in sending anybody to jail, Brady. I'm interested in getting back that car.
I don't know why you're telling me all this, Mr.
Oh, yes, you do. An employee of this firm stole that sedan, and I happen to know who it is because he was seen.
If you're trying to pin this thing on me,
Now,
Mr.
don't
Mackett.
try to run any bluffs, Brady.
How many times do I have to tell you
You don't
that?
have to tell me anything. All you have to do is to get that car down here, parked out in front before I get down tomorrow.
What if I haven't got it? What if I don't know where it is?
But you did have it, and you do know where it is.
Well, I don't anymore.
If you can't return the car, you'll have to pay for it. $3,000.
$3,000? What? I'd only list for $1,950.
You don't think I'd sell to you at list?
$3,000. Where would a guy like me get any dough like that?
Most everybody's got a family someplace. Why, folks would go to a lot of trouble to keep a man out of jail.
Not mine.
Now, look, I'll give you 24 hours, Brady. I want the money or I want the automobile. Now, let me give you some warning. Don't you try to leave town.
$3,000. It might as well have been $3 million. I tried to remember who could have seen me in the green sedan. Nobody'd known I had it except Nick. Nick. Maybe that was who told the old man. Nick hated me. He'd cut my throat for a nickel.
Hey, what's the matter with you tonight? You look like you lost your last friend.
How'd you like to go to Texas, honey, right now, right away?
Are you kidding?
I'm on the level.
Uh-huh. What's the matter with California? Weather getting too warm?
Tell you about it later. So I'm in a worse jam than ever. My boss is going to throw me in the brig if I don't get a hold of $3,000 or else. Where am I going to get a hold of $3,000?
I know where there's $3,000 or $4,000.
Yeah, First National Bank.
No, not in any bank. But we can get at it. We can get at it easy. All you have to do is to break a little catch lock on a rickety old door. You could pry it open with your fingernails.
Not with my fingernails. I'm in too deep already.
This is the end of the month. That's when Nick keeps the money overnight.
Nick? You mean Nick at the Penny Arcade?
Uh-huh. There'll be thousands of dollars there tonight.
What would Nick be doing with that kind of dough?
He charges people for cashing checks. Today's a big payday. A lot of them will bring their checks in the morning before the bank's open. And he doesn't even have a safe. He hides it. I know where.
It was Nick who got me into all this.
Let Nick get you out. Then you won't have to go to Texas. You can stay here with me.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Someone watching us from the house.
It's only old Snoop.
Who?
The landlady. She's always looking for trouble. You know, I had a news program on the air the other night, and she busted in and tried to tell me I had a man in my room.
She's still watching us.
Well, let's give her something to watch. Stay out here and look out for the watchman. If I see him coming, I'll honk the horn.
Blow it 3 times so I'll know it's you.
All right, Danny. Good luck.
here, quick!
Did you get the money?
Yeah.
I heard shooting. What happened?
The night watchman saw me.
Well, you took a big chance tonight and you got away with it. You ought to be tickled to death.
Well, I'm not. I feel like I'm being shoved into a corner, and if I don't get out soon, it'll be too late. Maybe it's too late already.
But you can stop worrying. You're out right now. You got the money in your pocket to pay your way out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I've got the money, and that'll square everything on it.
I wonder how much there is.
Feels like a lot.
Let's take it up to my room and count it.
All right.
Pull down those shades. $500 in each of these packages. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's $3,500. 20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100, 110. $3,610.
Yeah, it's a lot of dough.
That's more money than I could make in a year working every day.
That's the coppers.
Just like I thought.
What's the big idea? Who said you can come in?
I have rules in this house. This is a clean, respectable place.
Well, you got no right in here. Now get out.
I don't allow no men in the rooms, not in my house. And I am not leaving until he goes.
You're leaving right now.
Maybe you'd rather I'd call the cops.
Why, you old battle
Cut
axe!
it out, will you? We don't want any trouble, especially now.
Yeah, but...
Maybe I ought to go. You think you can take care of everything all right?
Oh. Yeah, sure, Danny. Don't worry. I can take care of everything.
I'll call you in the morning.
I don't want any of your kind around here. And when your rent's up, you can move out.
Scram!
Hello, is Vera Novak there?
Hey, you're going to wear that thing out today.
Oh, this is her...
Why don't you forget about it? She just
Wait a
another
minute,
day.
please. Would you do me a favor and shut up, please?
Sorry.
Oh, this is her day off. She wouldn't be at the restaurant. Look, when she comes in, would you tell her to call Dan Brady at Mackay Motor? It's very important. As soon as she comes in. All right. Thank you.
Well, Brady?
Well?
I didn't see that green sedan when I came down this morning.
No, you didn't, did you?
Does that mean you can't get it back?
It can mean anything you want it to mean.
Well, then I assume you intend to pay for the car instead.
Oh, do you?
How long will it take you to get the money?
I've got it already.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fine. Why don't you come right into the office?
Well, I haven't got it on me. I have to pick it up tonight after work. I can bring it in the morning.
Why wait till tomorrow? I'll come right back after dinner tonight. You can see me in the office then.
Well, might be 10 o'clock or so.
It's all right, Brady. It's perfectly all right. I'll see you tonight.
Mackay Motor. Hello, Vera. Where have you been? Did you take care of everything all right? Good. Well, that's swell, baby. Look, I'll be over and see you tonight as soon as I get off work, right after 6 o'clock. Goodbye.
Is that you, Danny?
Yeah.
Come right in.
Isn't it beautiful, Danny? Oh, Danny, Danny, I might never have had it if it hadn't been for you.
Where'd you get the coat?
I bought it.
Bought it with what?
With my share of the money. Here's your end. $1,800.
You took half that dough and bought a coat with it?
Not just a coat, Danny, a mink coat.
You sold me out.
Oh, now, just a minute. Who told you where the money was? Who told you how to get it? Isn't that worth half?
I can't use half. I need 3,000.
Oh, don't be a chump. Nobody expects to get everything you ask for. Make him an offer. That's what I did.
What you did?
Sure. This coat cost $2,000. I told the furrier $1,800 was all I had and he could take it or leave it. He took it. Offer this to the old man. Tell him it's all you could raise. I bet anything he takes it.
I'm glad you're doing the sensible thing. There's only $1,800 here.
That's right.
Where's the rest of it?
I couldn't dig it up. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Get me to the police station.
What's the idea?
I told you I'd forget about the whole thing for $3,000, but not for $1,800. Now, if you've got the rest of it on you, you'd better pay me now before it's too late.
Why, you... Hi, Chuck. Hi, Ellen.
Danny, I missed your quitting time tonight. I wanted to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yeah, I quit today. I'm through with that screwball Mackie. I told you what he tried to pull on me, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Well, you remember the night the sedan disappeared? Well, the next morning he called me in his office and tried to tell me I swiped it.
Said what?
Like I'm telling you, he said I stole the car. Gave me a lot of hooey about somebody seeing me drive away.
Wait a minute, I'm all mixed up. Let me get this thing straight. He said that he saw you drive that car away?
And that ain't all. Yesterday he called me in his office and he had some screwy idea I should get $3,000 for my old man to pay for the sedan. Now, how nuts can a guy get?
He didn't know anything at all. He was just fishing around, putting up pressure on everybody, hoping something would turn up.
Yeah, I should have let him have one talking to me like that. Some of these days, that old man is going to get his neck in a sling.
Neck in a sling? Yeah. Yeah, he had it coming, though, didn't he? Always trying to outsmart everybody, but he got too smart. Yeah, he got so smart he got his neck in a sling.
Daddy, what is it? What's the matter?
I have a date here. I'm late already.
Come in. Well, how'd it go? Did he take the money?
Yeah, he took it.
I told you he would.
Pack your things. We got to get out of here.
What are you talking about?
He tried to call the cops. I had to stop him.
Stop him? How?
Never mind. Pack your things.
Stop clowning, Danny. How?
I'm not clowning. He tried to call the cops. I had to take the phone away from him. He pulled a gun on me. I strangled him.
On the level?
On the level. Look, they won't find him until in the morning. By that time, we'll be halfway to Texas, baby.
You'll be halfway to Texas. Not me.
But the cops will be after us.
They won't be after me. I don't have to run away.
Look, we're in this thing together. You told me to offer him the dough.
I didn't tell you to kill him. And I wasn't there when it happened. So why should I stick my neck out now?
What kind of a dame are you?
The kind that watches out for herself. If I didn't, who would?
Oh, you don't care about anybody else, do you?
Why, sure I do. Why, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to you, Danny. I certainly wouldn't want to see the cops catch you. Don't you think you better get started to Texas? I'll kiss you goodbye if you want me to.
I wouldn't dirty my lips.
One more flight.
Miss Novak, some gentlemen to see you.
Vera Novak?
Well, what if I am?
Got something for you.
Yeah? What is it?
A search warrant. See what she's got in her purse, Smitty.
Right.
You won't find him in there.
You won't find who in there?
You know who. Dan Brady.
Oh, yeah, Dan Brady. Where will I find him?
He's getting out of the state as fast as he can drive.
Why aren't you getting out, too?
I didn't have any part of it. I didn't even know him.
Didn't know who.
Say, are you trying to make me look like a fool? Mackey, of course.
Mackey. Which Mackey is that?
Oh, the one that ran the automobile agency.
Ran?
Well, he can't keep on running it now that he's dead, can he?
Dead? Who's dead? Mackey, of course. Brady killed him. The girl didn't have any part of it. Where did it happen?
You know where. At the automobile... Say, are you trying to kid me?
Sure. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you're trying to kid me. Why did you start spilling the minute I came in the door? Maybe it's because you wanted me to think your boyfriend had gone when he hadn't. How do I know he isn't still here?
Why didn't you look under the couch?
I don't suppose he'd be that near. No, I didn't think he'd be that close. Smitty. Watch it.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ha, ha, ha. Where does a dame like you get a coat like this?
I bought that coat with my own money. You take your dirty hands off it.
I'll bet you did.
I can prove it. I got a receipt. Here. Here.
Alaska Furriers, 917 Main Street. Received of Vera Novak, $1,800. Well, looks like Nick had the right hunch, Schmidt.
Nick?
What do you suppose brought us here? Last night somebody stole $3,600 of Nick's money, and today you paid $1,800 for a fur coat. Looks like you and your boyfriend split Nick's bankroll right down the middle.
I don't know what you're talking about. Give me back my coat.
Don't worry about your coat, sister. We'll take it right with us. Bring her along, Smitty, and we'll check on Mackie on the way down to the station.
Serves you right, you hussy.
Drop dead.
What are you doing here?
I could see you were in trouble, so I got rid of Chuck and came down.
Get yourself right back home. I gotta get out of here quick.
What is it, Dick? Was it the holdup in the auto park?
What do you know about that holdup?
I saw you hiding in the alley that night. The night that Millie and I walked by. I couldn't see your features, but I knew that it was you. But then I thought maybe I was imagining things. You know how it is when you love someone. You think you see him 50 times a day. But a minute later you called my name and I turned around and there you were at the head of the alley. Then we heard about the holdup in the auto park and I saw the look on your face.
Is that all?
That's all.
Well, why don't you get out and let me get started?
I saw the police come out of the house with her. Are they after you two?
What if they are? What business is of yours?
But I can help you. I can tell them you were with me all evening and you'll have an alibi.
I don't get it. Why do you want to help me? When things were going my way, all I ever gave you was a runaround. Now that I'm in a jam, why don't you get smart and stay away from me?
I've been away from you too long, and it isn't any good. Don't you think I know I'm dumb to throw myself at a guy that doesn't want me? Don't you think I know I'm a fool to stand on a street corner for an hour just waiting for you to come out of a door? I know all that, but I can't help it. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, Ted.
I'll drive you home. It's less than a week since Helen waited for me outside the garage. Have you been dancing lately, she said, and all I had to do was say, swell idea, let's go out tonight. If I'd have said that, I wouldn't be running away from the cops tonight with a murder hanging over my head.
No, Dan. No.
Hey, buddy, pull over to the curb. Let's take a look at your driver's license. Brady. That's your name?
Yes, sir.
You went through a boulevard stop back there. Will you sign this?
Yes.
And take it easy.
Yeah. Helen, you kept me from making an awful mistake.
If you'll only take me with you, I can help you. I know I can.
Let me lay it on the line. I'm going to have to keep running. I'm going to have to keep running all my life because when they catch up with me, they're going to hang me.
Hang you?
For murder. I killed a man tonight.
Start the car, then tell me how it happened.
Telling her about it wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be. And it was Helen who came up with the idea of Mexico. We decided to head for an inland town like Hermosillo, where not many tourists come. A man could be safe for 50 years in a place like that.
What's that?
That's goodbye to Mexico. Oh, it's the main bearing. It'll take a couple of days to fix.
Well, then we'll have to hitchhike.
And get there by morning, we'd never make it.
We have to make it.
Oh, Helen, I've had the right girl all the time and was too dumb to know about it. If we ever get out of this thing...
We're going to get out of it.
Yeah, but how? I've got an idea. This is the baby that's going to get us there.
Well, what are you going to do with that?
Get us a lift, honey. A lift straight through to Mexico. Come on. Careful. Don't try any funny stuff. I don't want to hurt you. All right. When the signal changes, get going. Turn south on the highway, keep her under 50, and don't go through any red lights. You understand me?
May I ask where we're going?
Just keep driving. You'll find out.
I suppose you know what you're getting into. This isn't a car theft. It's kidnapping.
No one asked you. I don't want your advice. You hear me?
Well, I happen to be a lawyer. Maybe
you can keep your mouth shut, too.
No, Dan. Let him talk. He might be able to help us.
She's right. Whatever it is you're running away from, this is worse. Kidnapping is a capital offense. They can hang you for it.
What's the difference? They're going to hang me anyway. I just killed a man.
How about the girl?
You leave her out of it. She had nothing to do with it. You understand me?
I believe that. But with the police. Look, son, I can see this girl means something to you. Why don't you tell me what happened? For her sake, she'll need a lawyer sooner or later.
Maybe you're right. If you're sure you could keep her in the clear.
If she's innocent, you tell me the whole story, and it's the truth.
Truth. I don't know where to begin.
Start at the beginning.
The guy was a lawyer. And maybe he could help Helen, so I told him the whole story. I told him about sticking up Shorty in the auto park and about breaking into the Penny Arcade in the middle of the night. I told him about Vera, Nick, and Old Man Mackey. I told him everything that had happened, from the very beginning to the end.
I see. Now the first thing you want to know is where the girl stands.
That's right.
She's in the clear. They can't touch her.
Oh, but how about Dan? You said maybe it wouldn't be murder. It might be manslaughter.
No, it's murder, all right. I might be able to get him off with second degree. They'd have a hard time proving premeditation.
Second degree, that'd mean life, wouldn't it?
It could.
I'd rather they hung me.
There's one discrepancy in your story. It's worth checking up on, because if we get the right answer, murder's out. Manslaughter, too.
What do you mean?
How do you know he's dead?
Well, he's dead, that's all. His head fell over on the desk like he was dead.
It would do that if he were unconscious. Did you feel his pulse? Or listen for a heartbeat?
No, I didn't.
Men don't die easily. They take a lot of killing. I can imagine Mackey sitting in a police station right now, telling the desk man what a narrow escape he had.
If he only was alive. Helen, if he only was alive, I'd give myself up to the first cop that came along.
Here's an all-night restaurant. Why don't I use their phone, find out how Mackey is?
Why don't you keep on driving, too? I'll tell you how Mackey is. He's dead, that's what, he's dead.
Oh, but Dan, maybe he isn't.
No, he is. I know he is. Listen, I didn't want to kill anybody. I don't want to kill you now, but if you try any more funny stuff, I'll blow a hole right through you. What day is this, Helen?
It's Saturday.
No, it isn't. It's Sunday morning. We still have a couple of hours before daylight. We can still make it. Turn this car around.
Where are we going now?
Remember Buzz Larson?
Yeah.
He's taking a fishing party way down past San Diego this morning. If we can get to the pier in time, I can go with him.
To Mexico?
Way past the Mexican border. Step on it, will you? Hope the boat is still here. Yeah, there it is. Down there. We made it.
We'd better hurry.
I'd better hurry, not you.
Oh, I'm going with you, Dan.
No,
I've got
there's no harbor below San Diego. I'll have to swim in from the sea.
But I'm going with you, Dan.
You've taken too many chances already. I've got to go on by myself from here on. I'll send for you as soon as I get a job. You know that, don't you, baby?
Oh, yes, but... Oh, Dan, don't go. I'm so afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe there is. How are we going to keep this guy from going to the cops till after the boat pulls out of the harbor?
I'll keep him away. Give me the gun.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
I told you the girl was in the clear. She won't be if she takes that gun. After that, she'll be an accessory.
Oh, don't listen to him, Dan.
No.
You've got to get away
No,
from
he's right.
here.
You've got to be kept out of this. That's all that's important now.
Would you take my word for something?
I might.
As a citizen, I have to notify the police, but as a friend, I don't have to hurry.
Thanks. Would you do me another favor?
If I can.
Don't wait until the boat pulls out of the harbor. Leave now.
I'll get her out of here right away.
Thanks.
And you haven't seen Brady since noon Monday.
No, I haven't.
And you haven't heard from him either.
No. Wait a minute, I just remembered. He phoned me Monday afternoon.
For any particular reason?
Yeah? I owed him $20. He said he needed it.
There's a news broadcast at 6 o'clock. I want to hear it before I talk to the authorities.
Regarding every airport, every bus depot, and every railroad station in a determined effort to prevent the killer's escape. At 4 o'clock this morning, officers threw roadblocks across both state highways and are now stopping all outbound cars. But at last reports, McDonald was still at large.
McDonald?
Meanwhile, police officers Truxton and Chandler are dead, and Deputy Sheriff Alan P. Janis was taken to the emergency hospital with 2 bullets in his thigh.
I'd get it a little louder.
Closer to home, Beach City authorities are seeking garage mechanic Daniel Brady, 26, an employee of the Mackey Motor Company. Late yesterday evening, watchman Michael J. O'Brien, while making his regular nightly rounds, discovered the unconscious body of Orrin Mackey, president of the automobile agency, lying in his office. Mackey regained consciousness at St. Mark's Hospital shortly after midnight and named Brady as his assailant.
What? He's alive.
Tom, you want to watch yourself if we run into that kid. Okay?
What's dangerous about him?
He's got Mackey's gun.
Hey, Buzz! Buzz! Wait a minute! I'm coming!
Hey, who's this fellow there? That might be our boy.
Take a look at him.
He's shooting.
I'll go after him. You stay on top.
Come through here.
Look, what's that?
I'm coming, Dan. It's all right. You didn't kill him, Dan. Ow!
Hey, what's going on? What happened?
They shot a cop. I heard him on the radio. Heard about who?
Oh, the guy that killed a couple of cops. Dave McDonald.
Oh,
what's going on, man?
I don't know. They shot somebody.
Yeah, here he is, right here. McDonald.
Come out. Straight up. Stand back, folks. Gym room.
There's the guy that got shot right there. Yeah, right here.
Now, where'd you say your automobile was?
On the pier, right over there.
Fine. We'll put him in the car and I'll drive him straight to the hospital, if that's all right with you.
Certainly.
It'll save much time instead of waiting for the ambulance. I wouldn't have shot you only I thought you had a gun. What'd you do with it?
I dropped it. What do you think they're going to give me?
Have you ever been in trouble before?
No, never.
Well, I think we can rule out the watch and the $20 bill. They probably charge you with the holdup, stealing the car, and breaking you to the Penny Arcade. That could add up to anything from 1 to 10 years. But since you're a first offender, my guess is that it'll be nearer 1 than 10.
Whatever it is, I'll take it.
Whenever it is, I'll be waiting for you, Dan. If you want me to.
You're a great gal, Helen.
I love you, Dan.
That goes both ways.
Dartmoor prison, isolated from the outside world by walls of granite.
They say you could get out of here by merely telling what you know.
You may or may not be another Scotland Yard bloke. But I'll give you the same answer I gave the others. I still have 2 years, 8 months, and 6 days left in which to make musical boxes. That'll be sold at auction for the benefit of this delightful sanctuary. And I intend to serve them.
Move along.
And now we come to the next object on our list, or I should say objects, because there are 3 of them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these can be bought together or separately. Now, these beautiful little musical boxes only arrived this morning, and I didn't intend to put them on the auction block until later, but I'm going to sell them now. So, good friends, as our old pal Mark Antony used to say, lend me your ears. And what do you hear? Right. The beautiful tinkle tinkle of a musical box. What a lovely trinket. What a beautiful gift. Created and made by loving hands. A thing of beauty and utility. I was going to start with £5. It's a bargain, £5. Do I see any hands? If there's a connoisseur in the house, will go £3 for it. £2. £1. 10 shillings. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 shillings is offered for a musical box you couldn't buy anywhere in London for less than £5. It'd be stealing to let it go for 10 shillings. Like taking milk from a baby. All right, we're selling for 10 shillings. 10 shillings, 10 shillings is offered, 10 shillings is offered, 10 shillings is offered. And anybody give me £1? Bring me £1? Oh, won't someone going to give me £1? A pound, £1 is offered, £1 is offered, ladies and gentlemen, £1 is offered. It's against you, sir. Will you go to £2? Will you go to £2, sir? £2. £2 is offered. £2 is offered. Going once, twice, third and the last call. Sold to the gentleman for £2.
Sorry, my dear.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, comes the opportunity to purchase an exact duplicate of the beautiful little musical box just bought by this gentleman for the ridiculous low price of £2. Now, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Made with the same hands. You hear that? Isn't that lovely? That tinkle, 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 tinkle. Sounds like Bow Bells to me, you know, with little angels pulling on the ropes, eh? Who'll give me £2 for it? Who'll start me with £2? Will anybody start me with £2? Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. You know, from your enthusiasm, we might all be in Scotland instead of London.
Please buy it for me, Daddy.
£2, certainly not. We all might be in Scotland. Besides, I don't like his manner.
£1, 10 shillings. £1. £1 is ours. £1, £1 is offered. £1 is offered, going £1. Any advance? Going once, going twice. The third and the last call. Sold to the lady for £1.
Smart bidding, my dear.
Thank you.
We come to the third and last of these beautiful little musical boxes. Exactly the same. Tinkle, tinkle. Isn't that lovely? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't bring you here to gull you and swindle you. This is the exact replica of those 2 I just sold before.
We're closed.
But this is extremely important.
Come in, sir, come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was unfortunately delayed from arriving in time to bid on certain articles which I was rather anxious to obtain.
Oh, perhaps they weren't sold, sir. We are carrying several things over. What might the articles be, sir?
3 identical musical boxes, about so large.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but they were sold. Pity you weren't here to bid on them. They didn't bring anything like the real value.
I'm most anxious to obtain them. I wonder if your records would show who the purchasers were.
Oh, we don't usually give out that information, sir.
For certain, shall we say, sentimental reasons, I'm most anxious to get in touch with the purchasers. I'd be willing to pay, shall we say, £5.
Well, for certain sentimental reasons, sir, we'd be very happy to oblige. Alfred, today's sales. The 3 musical boxes.
Musical boxes, here we are.
The first purchased for £2 from Mr. Julian Emery, 52 Portman Square. Write this address down, Alfred.
Yes, sir.
Second didn't leave any name.
Oh, how unfortunate.
I think she's a dealer. You see, they don't like us to know where the things are going.
On account of the profits.
You say the second purchaser was a woman. Can you give me a description of her?
Oh, she was a young woman, fairly tall, slender, had a light complexion and dark hair, and she was wearing
A grey suit, don't you remember?
That's right.
She probably runs a gift shop. She paid £1.
You say she comes here fairly frequently?
No, I didn't say so. But she does, sir. Like as not, she'll come in on Thursday. We have sales on Mondays and Thursdays.
Oh. And the third box?
The third? Oh, Mr. William Kilgore, 143B Hampton Way.
For 10 shillings.
Quite a drop from £2.
Mr. Kilgore was a Scotchman.
Oh. Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Oh, thank you, sir. And any time you're passing, drop in. We always have lovely things for sale. How kind, sir?
Thank you. I'll be back Thursday. The message reached us too late. Musical boxes are being sold. Well, let's get out of here.
Someday you'll go too far.
Reaching for a star, you fool.
Yet a fool may touch a star, Colonel Cavanaugh, if he but reach high enough.
But not possess it as you would.
The musical boxes, they're being sold. What a pity for you, my dear Colonel.
Is it my fault that the message reached us only an hour ago? Is it my fault that they were sold? You can't hold me responsible for that.
Hope for your sake you're right.
Upon you tonight at 7:45, a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Remember that letter, Holmes? It was written over 2 years ago. An interesting case, devilishly interesting. Irene Adler. What a striking-looking woman from the brief glance I had of her. Seems only yesterday. What charm. What poise, and what a mind. Sharp enough and brilliant enough to outwit the great Sherlock Holmes himself.
I take it the new issue of the Strand magazine is out, containing another of your slightly lurid tales.
It is indeed.
And what do you call this one?
I call it A Scandal in Bohemia. Not a bad title, eh?
If you must record my exploits, I do wish you'd put less emphasis on the melodramatic and more on the intellectual issues involved.
More on the What do you mean by that?
Well, I do hope you've given the woman a soul. She had one, you know.
By the woman, I suppose you mean Irene Adler.
Yes. I shall always remember her as the woman.
Come in. I Stinky.
That's it, old boy. How are you?
How are you, old boy? I haven't seen you for years. I want you to meet my old friend Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, this is Stinky. In other words, Julian Emery.
How do you do, Mr. Emery? Watson has often spoken of you.
Oh, has he? Yes, we were at school together.
Yes, more years ago than I care to remember, but you didn't come in here just to remind me of that.
No, I just happened to be in the neighborhood and saw your lights burning, so I took the liberty of looking you up. Still writing your mystery stuff?
Here's there's a new one out this week.
Good, I never miss them.
Oh, good, thanks. I say that bandage makes you look very interesting. Still poking your nose into other people's business as usual? Who hit you?
I haven't the foggiest notion. Somebody knocked me on the head in my own living room and then proceeded to commit the most idiotic burglary you ever heard of. Fellow must have been balmy as a coot.
Balmy? Why? Come sit down, old boy.
Yeah.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Huh? Oh, all right.
I'll go and tell Mrs. Hudson about it.
Why do you say the robbery was idiotic, Mr. Emery?
Oh, simply from the fact that with about £5,000 worth of musical boxes in my living room, the thief, who I caught in the act, made off with one that isn't even worth £5.
I gather you're a collector of musical boxes.
Yes, I am indeed. Some of them are very beautiful, but not the one that was stolen. The thief evidently grabbed the first thing that came to his hand when he heard me coming into the room.
Still, it's rather odd, isn't it, that having disposed of you, he didn't pick up something more valuable. Was there anything unusual about the stolen box?
No, nothing at all. No, I picked it up in the south of France, several years ago.
You say you have many valuable music boxes. And yet the thief made off with one that isn't worth £5. Sounds like rather an intriguing little problem.
Yes, well, I take it that he was just an ordinary petty thief and didn't know the value.
That is a possible explanation, and yet I venture to say that the average petty thief has a more extensive knowledge of the value of objets d'art than the average collector.
Well, anyway, that's Scotland Yard's theory. They didn't get very excited about it.
That's consistent anyway. I wonder if I might see your collection, Mr. Emery.
Oh, of course you could, yes. Nothing a collector likes more than showing off his trophies. When would it suit you?
No time like the present.
Good. My place is just round in Portman Square.
Shall we?
Yes, right.
Hello? Where are you going? Stinky hasn't had his tea yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're going round to my place, where I'm going to give you something better than tea. Now, this one was made for Louis XV, and is one of the very few still in existence from that period. And a particularly fine specimen at that. Charming, isn't it?
Quite.
They all sound to me like a lot of mice running about on a tin roof.
I'm afraid you have no ear for music, Watson.
Give me a good old band playing a rousing march. You have all your silly little tweets. Another one. This is me. Stupid thing. Singing rabbit.
What would you say offhand is the value of a box like that, Mr. Emery?
Well, it's hard to say offhand, but I think we'll bring about £500 or £600 today. It's the gem of my collection.
Yet a thief who steals an oddity like a musical box passes up one worth £500 for one of almost no value at all. Odd. Very odd. What was the stolen box like, Mr. Emery?
Oh, just a plain wooden box about so big. As a matter of fact, I have one over here almost exactly like it. I picked this up yesterday at an auction room in Knightsbridge. Paid only £2 for it. Of course, I wouldn't in the ordinary way add one like this to my collection, but the tune intrigued me. I'd never heard it before. You have a remarkable ear for music, Holmes.
Rather an unusual melody.
Sit down, will you?
Thanks. You say you bought that box at an auction sale yesterday?
Yes, the Gaylord auction rooms in Knightsbridge. Run by old, what's his name?
Crabtree.
That's the man.
At what time was the robbery committed?
Oh, about 3 o'clock this morning.
You know, Mr. Emery, that box and the robbery might well be cause and effect, especially since you say that the stolen box outwardly resembles this one a great deal. And Scotland Yard were not particularly interested, eh?
Oh, yes, but I wouldn't blame them for that, especially as I told them I was quite unable to describe the thief, except, of course, for the fact that it was definitely a man.
All you remember is that you came in here and someone struck you on the head.
Yes, and the next thing I knew, my man was trying to revive me.
It might be wise for you to put that box away somewhere and lock it up.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary. Besides, everything's insured.
Well, at least if any further attempts at robbery are made, I'd suggest that you call the police, rather than running into any personal danger.
Oh, come, Holmes, aren't you being a bit of an alarmist?
Possibly.
I must agree with old Stinky. Seems to me you are making rather a mountain out of a molehill.
Molehill is the word, old boy, and it's time you were in bed. Thanks so much for letting us see your place.
Now, it's been glad meeting you.
Holmes, I can't understand why you were so mysterious. Seems to me the petty thief explanation was the only sensible one.
Really?
Yes, I can't see how you can believe it was anything else.
I didn't say I believed it to be anything else. The petty thief theory is the obvious one, I grant you. However, it's often a mistake to accept something as true merely because it's obvious. The truth is only arrived at by the painstaking process of eliminating the untrue. We are not able to do that in this case without further data.
Rubbish, you're pulling my leg. You're trying to turn a tuppenny halfpenny robbery into an international plot.
No, I'm not. I just hope that your friend Stinky is a little more cautious in the future. Just in case.
Hello? Yeah? Julian Emery here. Who? Why, of course I remember you, Mrs. Courtney. Yes, you're the one bright spot at that appallingly dull affair of Lady Sanford's. Huh? Of course it isn't too late to come round. Yes, I shall be delighted to give you a drink. I tell you what, come straight up and I'll leave the door unlatched. Right, well, 15 minutes? Good. I shall be counting each moment. No, I mean that, really. Right, goodbye. Boo!
Oh, you startled me.
Did I?
Yes.
Must be the pixie in me.
I know I shouldn't have called you so late, but I was at a party just around the corner, and I remembered your invitation to see your collection of musical boxes.
My dear Mrs. Courtney, the pleasure is all the greater for being so unexpected.
My friends call me Hilda.
Thanks. Mine call me Stinky.
Stinky, how quaint. Oh, what a perfectly wonderful collection of musical boxes. You know, when you told me you had a collection, I had no idea it was so attractive.
Yes. They appeal to the ear as well as to the eye.
Oh, what a plain little one. Why, it looks just like a country cousin amid all this grandeur.
No. You mustn't underestimate the country cousin. Only last night a burglar broke in here, and with all these to choose from, went off with one very much like it.
Really?
Yes, I don't mind the loss of the box so much, but I do resent this crack on the skull.
But it makes you look so interesting.
Oh, do you think so? It's funny, that's what old Fatso said.
Fatso?
I mean, Dr. Watson. He was here this evening with a friend, Mr. Holmes. He's interested in my collection, too.
Sherlock Holmes?
Yes. Do you know him?
I've heard of him.
Yes, he seems to think I'm in some sort of danger.
What a haunting tune. It takes me right back to my childhood.
Really? Do you know, it's odd that you should be interested in that particular musical box.
Odd? Why?
Because Mr. Holmes is also interested in it.
He may have been more interested in the tune than in the box.
My dear, yes, that's right. I remember now. He whistled it note for note, having heard it only once.
Really? He must be a remarkable man.
Bit of an alarmist, if you ask me.
Don't you believe in warnings?
Of course not. Who'd want a box like that?
I would.
You're not serious.
Oh, but I am.
Well, you put me in a very awkward position. I'm a collector, you know. And the collector buys but never sells.
But if the price were high enough...
The price has nothing to do with it. It's the principle of the thing. Yes, well, we haven't had our drink.
No, thanks. I must be getting along.
Must you really?
I'm afraid so.
You're not walking out on me, are you?
My reputation, Stinky.
I say, you know, you are an attractive woman.
Thanks. You fool. I told you to wait outside. What did you have to kill him for? All I had to do was walk out with this.
He held you in his arms.
Don't touch him. Don't touch anything. Now get out.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry. What about me? This is murder. What about Scotland Yard? What about Sherlock Holmes? Now get out!
Did you get it? Good. Did you have any trouble with him?
Just a matter of murder.
Ah, Mr. Holmes.
Hopkins.
Thanks for coming so promptly. Inspector Lestrade suggested that I call through to you.
Mr. Emery was the client of Mr. Holmes, Inspector.
Indeed. You didn't mention that when I telephoned you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, not exactly a client, Inspector. Sergeant Thompson?
He was killed between the hours of 11 and 2 o'clock this morning, Mr. Holmes.
Must have been someone he knew, someone of whom he had no suspicion.
Poor old Stinky. It's all my fault. I should have prevented this.
Well, it's no time to start talking about that now, Doctor.
Apparently it's gone. That's the second attempt on the musical box that Emery bought at the auction sale. And this time it was successful.
But that box was only worth £2.
It was worth a man's life, Watson. I think we'd better pay a visit to Gaylord's auction room and that fellow Crabtree. Inspector, may I suggest that you make a complete search of this flat for a small, plain, musical box about that size? Thank you. Come on, Watson. You say the first box went to Mr. Julian Emery. The second to Mr. Kilgore, 143B Hampton Way. And the third to the unidentified young lady who presumably has a shop and lives near Golders Green.
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
Isn't it rather strange, Mr. Crabtree, that you should have had 3 identical musical boxes all playing the same tune? Where'd they come from?
Dartmoor Prison.
Dartmoor?
Yeah, we get a regular shipment from there every month. The inmates manufacture them. Well, they make all kinds of things, you know, pipe racks, waste paper baskets, musical boxes.
Did you happen to notice if anyone showed any particular interest during the auction in the purchasers of these 3 boxes? Oh, come now, Mr. Crabtree. This is very literally a matter of life and death.
Well, since you put it that way, Mr. Holmes, there was a gentleman came in here about an hour after closing time, and he was in an awful state, he was. He gave me £5 to tell him where the boxes had gone to. He said they had a sentimental value for him, sir.
Expensive sentiment.
Can you describe him?
He was tall, distinguished looking, and he had grey hair and a moustache. He was quite a gentleman, sir.
What was his reaction when you were unable to supply him with the address of the young lady who owned the shop?
I told him the young lady usually come back on Thursday. He said he'd come back on Thursday. Now, that's tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. You've been very helpful. Thank you. Come on, Watson.
Where are we going now, Holmes?
To the home of Mr. Kilgore, the man who bought the 3rd box.
But hang it all, Holmes, how do you know those other 2 musical boxes are of any importance?
I don't, but I certainly have no intention of waiting until the owners are murdered to find out.
No one at home.
I hope that's the explanation.
I'll have a look through this window. Doesn't seem to be anyone there. The whole place seems deserted as far as I can see.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Kilgore at home?
No.
When do you expect them?
Oh, in an hour or so. There's no use your hanging about. They don't buy nothing from peddlers.
Peddlers? My good woman, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? Oh, go on.
Do you mind if we come in and wait? My business is rather urgent.
Well, I've got to go out and do my shopping. And I don't know if Mrs. Kilgore like any strangers nosing about.
Quite all right, I assure you.
Well, I've got to be off. You 2 wait in the parlour. And no smoking either. Mrs. Kilgore says it smells up the house.
Funny old girl, Holmes.
Park Lane.
Park Lane? And what would the likes of you be doing in Park Lane?
Now, don't worry about the fare, Ducky. If you knows how to get to Park Lane, up it.
You know, Holmes, I've been thinking. There must have been something hidden in that box of old stinkers. Stolen jewelry, possibly. What's up, Holmes?
Listen.
What's just the steam in the water pipes? Watson! Great Scott! Come on, Holmes. Get on the chair here.
It's all right, my dear. There. Now, don't worry. It's all over.
There you are, dear. Don't cry anymore.
She tied me up and shut me in the cupboard.
I know. She won't come back. Did you show her your new musical box?
Yes, she said she wanted to hear it play, and as soon as I showed it to her, she grabbed hold of it.
I know. Now, don't worry. We'll buy you a new musical box.
Yes, my dear, the best one in London.
Watson. Oh, what a fool I've been.
What do you mean, Holmes?
She took the musical box out of this house in that market basket, right under our very noses.
Why could the Kilgore charwoman want to take the music box?
She isn't the Kilgore charwoman. She's a consummate actress. An extremely clever, unscrupulous woman who will stop at nothing. Take care of the child, will you, Wolfella, until her parents get back. Explain everything to them.
Of course I will. But, Holmes, where are you going?
Somewhere, somehow. I must get to the young lady who bought that 3rd musical box before our opponents find out. I only hope that I won't be too late.
Oh, no, darling. darling, you mustn't cry anymore. Now, cheer up. Would you like to hear old Uncle make a noise like a duck? Oh, sorry.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, how much am I offered for this beautiful lace Dresden china figurine? A lady of the French court. Now, this is the genuine article. What a beautiful ornament for your mantelpiece. Or you could use it as a centerpiece on the dining room table. Now, will somebody start me for £10? Will somebody start me for £10? £8? £7? All right, £5 is offered, £5 is offered, £5 is offered, £5.10, £5.15, £5.15. £6 is offered, £6, going once, going twice, the third and the last call. Have you all done? Sold to the lady from Twickenham for £6. Next, we have a real museum piece, ladies and gentlemen. A fine 19th century doll. The costume an exact replica of the holiday clothes worn by the Hungarian peasant women. Now, ladies and gentlemen, an article like this would cost you from £15 to £20 in a West End shop. I'm not going to ask you for anything like that. Who'll give me £2 for it? £2. Anybody offer me £2? £2 for the Hungarian? £2? £1. What? Anybody give me £1? Anybody offer me £1 for the doll? £1 is offered, ladies and gentlemen. £1 is offered. Now, I'm not going to waste your valuable time or mine in trying to get one half of what this beautiful doll is worth. If the young lady can steal it for £1, that's her good fortune. So it's going once, it's going twice, the third and last call. Any more? Sold to the young lady for £1. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention to something which may be a great surprise to you, worthy of any collection. The only other one like it is in the British Museum. It's a Ming vase of the 7th dynasty. This vase lay in a large collection somewhere outside Rome for over 2 centuries, I understand. It was discovered there by the noted antiquarian, Sir Andrew Coppleston. Now, some of you may remember Sir Andrew Coppleston. Besides being a noted traveller and antiquarian, he's also a gentleman rider.
The girl with the parcel in her hands, that's her.
Are you sure that's the girl?
Well, she fits perfectly the auctioneer's description.
Follow her, Hamid.
It's lovely, dear. And only £1. We can get at least 3 for it. Easily. I'll go make some tea. I could do with a cup. Right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm looking for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old girl. What would you suggest?
We have some lovely dolls. Now, this Hungarian
I think she has enough dolls already.
Books are always welcome.
Well, I'm looking for something a little different.
Oh, that's rather cute. What is it?
Oh, that's a musical box. Children always love them. And this is an exceptionally nice one. It plays many tunes.
Have you any others?
Yes. If you'll just step this way. I have only 2 left.
How nice. Are you sure this is all you have?
I'm sorry. They're rather hard to find, you know. That's our entire allotment. I did have one other, but I sold it earlier this afternoon. But it was only a plain wooden one. It wouldn't have been a very nice gift for a child.
Really? Do you happen to know who the purchaser was?
Why, yes. He left his card, just in case anyone should inquire for him.
How interesting. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to look a bit further. Thank you anyway.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Heavy! Follow that cab.
Here, now, what?
Scotland Yard.
Okay.
Sherlock Holmes. I might have known.
We thought we were the hunters, instead of which we're the hunted.
We've been fools. We played right into his hands. Of course. He's had us followed. Don't look. The man in front of the toy shop. Hamid, turn sharp right at the next corner and again at the next.
No photograph of her, Commissioner. As I expected. She's not a known criminal.
But how do you expect to know if you do find her? After all, she was disguised as a charwoman.
Don't worry, old fellow. If I ever see her again, I'll recognize her.
Well, it won't be long till we know who they are and from where they operate. Who's covering them?
Sergeant Thompson's following them, sir. They won't get away from him. He's a good man.
We could have arrested them at Clifford's toy shop if we had any proof.
But we know that they killed Emery.
Proof, my dear fellow. We must have proof.
We have x-rayed it, sir. There's nothing whatever concealed in the box.
We'll have a look at the plates.
There must be some clue. And it's probably so obvious that we've all overlooked it.
Seems to me we're up against a bunch of lunatics.
Not lunatics, my dear fellow. Extremely astute, cold-blooded murderers.
What can these little musical boxes have in them that's so important? Don't forget, they were made in Dartmoor prison. You can smuggle stuff into prison, but not out.
Do you want us to break the box apart, sir, to see if there's anything the x-ray hasn't caught?
No, not yet.
Do you mind if I take it?
Certainly.
Thanks.
The governor of Dartmoor Prison informed us, sir, in answer to Mr. Holmes' question, that all three musical boxes were made by the same convict, John Davidson, serving a 7-year term, sir.
Davidson?
The Bank of England plates.
That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Now we're getting somewhere. Wait a minute. How did you know about the plates, Mr. Holmes?
I'm a student of crime, Inspector. I make it my business to know about such things. And when the name of Davidson was mentioned...
Well, who is this fellow Davidson?
As long as Mr. Holmes seems to know all about it already, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. 2 years ago in London, there occurred a robbery of such tremendous importance, although the stolen articles themselves have no intrinsic value whatsoever, that the Home Secretary was instrumental in seeing that not a word of it appeared in any newspaper.
But you never told me anything about this, Holmes.
You were away at the time.
Articles of no intrinsic value and yet of such importance? I don't understand.
Davidson was apprehended within 15 minutes of committing the theft. But by that time, he'd hidden the articles in question and they've yet to be found.
Before going further, Dr. Watson, I must inform you that this matter's not to be mentioned outside of this room.
Of course not. Do I look like a man who'd gossip?
Let's not go into that now, old fellow, shall we? Davidson had been employed for years in a position of extreme trust by the engravings department of the Bank of England. The articles he stole were nothing less than a complete duplicate set of plates for printing £5 notes.
What? The Bank of England's own plates?
Precisely. And with those plates, a gang of crooks could flood England with £5 notes, not forged in the usual sense of the word, but notes undetectable from genuine Bank of England notes in any way whatsoever.
Good heavens.
Any whisper at all might have resulted in enormous damage in shaking public confidence in the Treasury.
We tried everything after we arrested Davidson. Offered him a shorter sentence if he'd tell us where he'd hidden the plates. Why, we even put in Scotland Yard men with him as cellmates, but no results.
Obviously, Davidson is a man of strong character and infinite patience. Yet suddenly he feels impelled to smuggle out the secret of the hiding place of the plates to his confederates. Why?
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
Well, for example, has the Bank of England made any plans to radically change the design of the £5 note so that in, say, 7 years from now, notes made from the stolen plates would be worthless?
Confidentially, Mr. Holmes, such a move was discussed. But replacing all the £5 notes in circulation would be such a Herculean task that nothing's been done about it as yet.
I see. Of course, there is another possible explanation. Davidson didn't have much time to find a hiding place before he was captured. He may be afraid that the plates will be accidentally discovered before he's released. Hence his anxiety to communicate their whereabouts to his confederates as soon as possible.
I believe you've hit it, Mr. Holmes.
I'm sure that the message is contained in this musical box. Or rather, in all three musical boxes, since possession of all three seems to be essential. Our opponents have 2/3 of the puzzle, we have 1/3.
Well, what are you going to do, Holmes?
Try to deduce the message from the 1/3 that we have. It's the same tune as the one played by Emery's musical box. And yet it's different.
Sounds the same to me.
The tune. Somehow the tune is the key to the mystery. It must be the tune. Otherwise, why use 3 musical boxes to convey the message? Why not collar boxes or shoe boxes?
Yes? Oh. It's for you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you, sir. Inspector Hopkins speaking.
What?
Where? Golders Green Station reports they've just found Sergeant Thompson's body. From the tire marks on his clothes, he was apparently run over by a taxi.
What an unfortunate accident.
Not an accident, my dear fellow. I'm afraid it's murder.
Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet when you're walking down a busy London street. Mrs. Hawkins, Mrs. Brown, any subject of the crowd. Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet. So you better hold your topper in your hand, just in case you meet a lady on the Strand. Girls will think you're kind of sweet, and your day will be complete. Oh, you never know just who you're going to meet. Now, a gentleman is judged by his appearance. Yes, a gentleman is judged by how he talks. Now, he's much better off when he's acting like a toff, especially if he's taking him a walk.
What on earth is this outlandish place?
A rendezvous for actors.
Actors?
Buskers, old boy. You've seen them 1,000 times. Actors who entertain the queues, waiting outside theaters.
Just who you're going to meet when you're walking down a busy London street. So you better wear your best, velvet ties to look your best, 'cause you never know just who you're going to meet. So you better keep your manners right in view, just in case a lady gives a how'd you do. Keep your trousers in a pleat, shine your shoes and keep them neat, 'cause you never know just who you're going to meet.
Blimey. Mr. Holmes.
How are you, Joe?
Never met him. And yourself?
Fine, thank you. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Dr. Watson, Joe Sisto.
Oh, well, any friend of Mr. Holmes is a friend of mine.
Hi, Joe.
He did me a good turn once that I'll never forget.
Yes, I cleared Joe of a most unpleasant charge.
Murder, no less.
Oh, really?
By proving to the satisfaction of the police that he was busy at the time blowing open someone's safe.
That's right, Governor.
Good gracious me.
Joe, now you can help me.
Come on, buzz off, buzz off. Come on, up it, up it. Can't a gentleman have some peace and quiet around here? And you too. There you are, Mr. Holmes. Now we can have some peace and quiet around here.
Thank you, Joe. There's £5 in this for you.
Well, I wouldn't want to take it on myself, sir, but I can get somebody to do it for you for half of that.
You don't know what the job is yet.
For £5? Murder, ain't it?
What? No, Joe, not murder, just music. I want you to identify a song for me.
Oh, there ain't a song that's been written that I don't know.
That's why I came to you. Now, of course, the violin is more my instrument, but, oh, well, here we go. Now, listen to this, Joe.
Wait a minute. You're playing that wrong. That should be E natural, not E flat.
You know the song?
Oh, yes. It's an old Australian song called, The Swag Man. But you're playing it all wrong.
That's what I hoped you'd say. Now, listen again, Joe.
That's the same tune, all right, but you're making different mistakes than you did the first time.
No, not mistakes, Joe. Call them variations. Here, play the song for me, will you, the way it's written.
There you are.
Thank you, Joe.
What's it mean, Holmes? Are you onto something?
Perhaps. I don't know yet. It's probably a code of some sort. Joe, could you write the song down for me, the way it was originally written?
Oh, sure, Mr. Holmes. But it'll take a few minutes. Here, Mabel. Pale ale. Come on, up to it. Along with it.
Well, obviously it isn't the lyrics. No combination of those words made any sense at all.
The variations in the way Emery's musical box played the tune are different from the variations in the one we have.
You sure?
Quite. You see, I took the trouble to memorize the tune as played by Emery's box that night we were with him in his flat.
Holmes, you amaze me.
Elementary, my dear fellow. One of the first principles in solving crime is never to disregard anything, no matter how trivial.
But why the 3 boxes? Why not 1?
Because the message was obviously too long to be conveyed by any one variation. Then there's the 3rd box, the one that woman took from the Kilgores. That contains yet another set of variations.
Yes, well, it's all beyond me.
Well, all we have to do now is to find the secret of the variations. Not a very easy problem to solve, my dear fellow. Hello.
What's up?
We've had company.
I say, this is outrageous.
Ask Mrs. Hudson to come in here, will you?
Right. Mrs. Hudson?
Yes?
Oh, there you are. Will you come up here at once, please?
Oh, coming, sir. Mercy me, Mr. Holmes. What has happened?
Who called while we were out, Mrs. Hudson?
Just a young lady. The one who said you wanted her to wait for you. And a nice-looking old gentleman with
Our
her.
friends again, Watson.
Friends?
What did the young lady look like?
Oh, I couldn't see her face. She had a heavy black veil on. But she had such a nice way with her. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, if I've done anything wrong. But you did say I should always let clients come in and wait for you.
Don't worry, Mrs. Hudson, don't worry. You had no way of knowing. It's quite all right, quite all right. Now, don't worry, Mrs. Hudson.
Don't worry. Well, where on earth's the musical box?
They didn't get it.
Didn't get it? Where is it?
It's in your hand.
Huh?
In that biscuit jar. Take the biscuits off the top. Now put your hand inside, and you'll find the music box.
Well done, Holmes. Well done. Amazing. Whew. Nice fresh smell. Like a pub after closing time. I say, Holmes,
What?
it's morning.
Allow me to congratulate you on a brilliant bit of deduction. It's not a transposition, not a polygraph transposition, not a trigraph, nor any known form of decoding.
How about the Morse code? Have you tried that?
Yes, at about 3 o'clock this morning.
I'm sorry, old man. I was only trying to help. Oh, do me a favor. Not again. Must have heard that thing 1,000 times. Kept me awake all night.
Not a very distinguished composition, I grant you.
You know perfectly well I don't know one tune from the other. When I was a kid, my people tried to have me taught the piano. I've always felt sorry for that old teacher of mine. The poor old girl finally reached the point of numbering the keys for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even then, I never progressed beyond it.
Numbering the keys, Watson. The 19th key of the keyboard is the 19th letter of the alphabet. S. Here. Write it down when I give it to you, old fellow, will you? The first altered note. Write S first. Now, the 8th key is H. The 5th key, E. The 12th key, L. The 6th key, F.
S-H-E-L-F. Shelf.
Your piano lessons were not in vain, old fellow. You've solved it. Thank you.
Thanks, old bean. Hold it.
We now have 2/3 of the message. Behind books, 3rd shelf, secretary, Dr. S. Presumably, these are the first and second portions of the message.
And this gang has the first and third parts of it.
Precisely.
Then it's a stalemate?
Yes, Commissioner, but we can't leave it like that. There's no doubt in my mind that they'll try to secure our third of the message that's missing.
Well, I assume you've taken every precaution to guard the Clifford music.
Oh, yes, it's carefully hidden at Baker Street with Dr. Watson on guard. However, I'm reasonably certain that, difficult as it may be, we can find the plates even without the missing part of the message.
Behind books, 3rd shelf, secretary, Dr. S.
Well, outside of the fact that Davidson hid the Bank of England plate somewhere in London, Mr. Holmes, I don't see that we've progressed at all.
Allow me to point out to you, sir, the key words, Dr. S. It looks as if the plates were hidden in the house of a doctor. Whether S stands for his first or last initial remains to be determined by a process of elimination.
Well, there must be 10,000 doctors in London with S for a first or last initial.
Precisely. And every one of them will have to be questioned in person. That's why I say this is a task for Scotland Yard.
It's a task, all right. But Scotland Yard has searched worse haystacks and found a needle.
Well, for the time being, I'll leave the matter in your hands, gentlemen.
We'll call you if and when we get a lead on our mysterious Dr. S.
Thank you. In the meantime, I intend to follow up a little clue concerning a cigarette. You're certain of the identification of the tobacco?
Absolutely. I have made up this special blend for only 3 customers. It is almost pure Egyptian, with admixture of latakia for added body, and a pinch of perique. Merely a whisper, as one might say, for elusive fragrance.
Yes, and the 3 customers?
Major Wilson in Bombay, India. Mrs. Catherine Leamington Smith in Ireland.
Yes, and the 3rd?
Mrs. Hilda Courtney of Park Mansions, Bryanston Square.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been most helpful.
It is a pleasure to have been of service, Mr. Holmes.
Yes?
Mrs. Courtney?
Yes.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, do come in.
Thank you.
I've heard of you, of course, Mr. Holmes. I believe we have a mutual friend in Sir Edward Brookdale. He's spoken to me of you quite often.
Indeed.
And to what good fortune am I indebted for this visit?
I think you know Mrs. Courtney.
Well, I did get a summons for speeding last week. But outside of that, I don't think I'm of any interest to the police.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Courtney. You seem to forget that you and I have met before.
I'm sorry. I'm sure I would have remembered meeting the great Sherlock Holmes. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You say we met before.
Yes. At the home of Mr. and Mrs. Kilgore, 143B Hampton Road.
Kilgore? I don't think I know anyone of that name.
Well, I didn't say you knew them. As a matter of fact, you called on them when they were out.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
Really? And you were dressed rather differently.
Indeed. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you. You know, Mrs. Courtney, people generally forget, in assuming a disguise, that the shape of the ear is an almost infallible means of recognition and identification to the trained eye.
Evidently, you've mistaken me for someone else.
Oh, no, not at all. Though naturally, I expected your denial. But when you paid your visit to my rooms at Baker Street, you carelessly left behind another identification. They're, identical, aren't they?
Yes, I must admit they are. You see, Mr. Holmes, to catch one as clever as you, I had to use a very special lure. I knew you'd be unable to resist the bait of my cigarette, having read with great interest your monograph on the ashes of 140 different varieties of tobacco.
I should advise you not to move, Mr. Holmes.
I must congratulate you on your ingenuity, Mrs. Courtney. It was indeed a brilliantly designed trap.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Praise from a master is indeed gratifying. I shall always cherish the memory of your flattering words.
Memory?
Precisely. I'm afraid these gentlemen have a most regrettable task to perform.
Unless, of course, you care to turn over the missing musical box with your pledge to take no action against us in the future.
I'm afraid that will be impossible.
I thought that would be your answer. Hamid! Careful! Careful. There's no need to be unnecessarily rough with our distinguished guest.
You realize, Mr. Holmes, that your demise will not take place here. The corpus delicti, you know.
Well, naturally.
Shall we go?
It's so fearfully awkward having a dead body lying about. Don't you agree, Mr. Holmes?
Another dead body shouldn't weigh too heavily on your conscience, Mrs. Courtney. You mind if I have a cigarette?
Don't see why not. Be careful, Hamid.
It's the brakes, they bind.
Thank you, Colonel Kavanagh. It's very considerate of you.
You'll be happy to know, Mr. Holmes, that your death will be a painless one. Hamid, attach this to the motor of the taxi. That little attachment, my dear Mr. Holmes, contains the deadly fluid known as monosulfide. The Germans use it with gratifying results in removing their undesirables. Start the motor. Tape his mouth. Now, talk with him, Hamid? You find yourself like Muhammad's coffin, Mr. Holmes, suspended between heaven and earth. Plenty of fuel in the tank? Good. It would be too bad to have anything go wrong through so simple an oversight.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, I'm Dr. Watson.
Oh, of course, Dr. Watson. How stupid of me.
Oh, so, this is stupid of me. Won't you come in?
Well, I really came to see Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm afraid he's out. I don't know when he'll be back. Perhaps there's something I can do. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You know, Sherlock Holmes and I have been engaged on a great many cases.
Oh, really?
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, this very moment, we're involved in one of the most baffling... Oh, well, won't you tell me your trouble, and I may be able to help you.
That's very kind of you, Dr. Watson. Perhaps, if I wouldn't be imposing too much...
Imposing? Oh, there's no imposition. No imposition at all. A pleasure, I assure you. Now, tell me all about it,
Miss Williams.
Mrs. Williams.
I live in Surrey, Dr. Watson, and I've come up to London in sheer desperation. My only sister has disappeared, and the local police seem utterly unable to find her.
Well, Holmes and I solved a case exactly like that once. Very interesting, as far as I remember. I call it the adventure of the solitary cyclist. Oh, sorry. Now I come to think of it, it wasn't so very similar. Entirely different. I don't think what I was saying. Where were we?
She's only 17, Dr. Watson, and until she disappeared last Thursday, she seemed to be in the best of spirits.
Possibly a romantic entanglement?
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. She left no note, didn't even pack a bag, no explanation. She just started to walk to the village from our house in broad daylight and simply vanished from the face of the earth.
Oh, there.
Might I have a glass of water?
Glass of water. I have one in 1 minute. There you are, my dear.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
No, you're not to cry anymore. You must pull yourself together.
Oh, I feel much better already knowing that you're going to help me. Oh, Dr. Watson, look!
Good heavens! Oh. Get through the fire brigade, quickly!
Haven't you a fire extinguisher?
By George, we have in the kitchen. Don't you worry, Miss Williams. We'll have this thing out in no time. That's got it. It's a mare. Well, you see, there was no need for the fire brigade after all. I hope you weren't too frightened, Miss Williams. Oh, gone. That's the trouble with women. They always lose their heads in an emergency. Well... a musical box. Great Scott! Miss Williams!
Well? Good.
And Holmes?
By now, Mr. Holmes has no doubt exchanged his violin for a harp.
Always assuming that heaven is his destination. And now that we have the missing musical box. Nineteenth note. 19th letter.
S.
He hasn't been there, you say? Holmes, where on earth have you been? I've been trying to get you at the club, at Scotland Yard, all over London.
You were looking for me in the wrong places.
Holmes, terrible things happened. I've been duped. That woman, she made a complete fool of me.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, she came here, let off a smoke bomb. I thought the whole place was on fire, and my first thought was to save the musical box.
No need to say any more. She has the box.
Yes.
Don't blame yourself too much, old fellow. She's an extremely clever antagonist. Smoke bomb, you said? Well, you can console yourself with the thought that your charming friend is at least a reader of yours.
What do you mean?
If I remember correctly, you wrote about my little experiment with smoke and the cry of fire in a story you entitled A Scandal in Bohemia, which has just appeared in the Strand magazine.
All right, old boy. Don't rub it in.
Well, it may cheer you up to know that you made a fool of me, too. That cigarette stub was planted here for one express purpose. We're going to bandaging around this place.
Bandaging? What's the matter, Holmes? You hurt?
Explanations will have to wait until later. At the moment, we're faced with a problem which I fear is insurmountable.
Come over here, old boy, will you?
Right. Our opponents are in possession of all three parts of the code. And here are we, while the Bank of England plates pass into their possession.
Cheer up, old fellow, cheer up. As Dr. Samuel Johnson once said, there's no problem the mind of man can set that the mind of man cannot solve.
What's that, old fellow?
I was just quoting Dr. Samuel Johnson. He said there is
Thank you, Watson, thank you.
Leaving the front reception room, we come into the main hall, where Dr. Johnson was in the habit of passing through to have his meager meals in the dining room opposite, in company with his friend and biographer, James Boswell. We will now pass up the stairway, which remains in its natural wood finish, just as it was when the good doctor was here. The framed etching on the wall is believed to have been presented to Dr. Johnson by the distinguished painter, Sir Joshua Reynolds.
I've been told here that picture was given in by Mrs. Thrale, and it's definitely not a Reynolds.
Is that important, my dear? Oh, I'm sorry.
This way, ladies and gentlemen, please, this way.
Move along, children, move along.
The secretary's not on this floor.
Patience, Hamid.
I have a feeling
My
that...
dear Colonel, with Sherlock Holmes out of the way, what could go wrong?
And here we have the Garrett Library, in which Dr. Johnson wrote his famous dictionary, and in which you will see also many of the great man's books and other items of interest. Step forward, ladies and gentlemen, please, step forward. Standing in the corner is the secretary, which contains many of the original works by the literary genius. On this table, Dr. Johnson's cat, Hodge, used to sleep while his master worked. A strange thing about this cat, ladies and gentlemen, was its love of oysters. They do say that the dear doctor often went hungry to find the cat that delicacy. What a pity. Now we will visit the grey room, which is immediately below us, in which you will see the very bed in which Dr. Johnson died.
What did he die of?
Gout. Just gout. This way, ladies and gentlemen. Mind the steps, please.
Your keys.
Third shelf up. The knife. Gentlemen, the Bank of England plates.
Well, Mrs. Courtney, so we meet again. No, I shouldn't do that if I were you, Colonel Cavanaugh.
I must congratulate you, Mr. Holmes. You're far more clever than I thought.
Thank you, Mrs. Courtney. Praise from you is indeed gratifying. I shall always cherish the memory of your flattering words.
Memory? Oh, thank you.
And now I have a most regrettable task to perform.
Holmes! Coming, Holmes! Holmes, you all right?
Perfectly, thank you, old fellow, but I think this gentleman on the floor requires some medical attention. We must see that he looks his best, you know, when he's hanged.
Take them in charge.
A brilliant antagonist. It's a pity her talents were so misdirected. Will you see that these plates are returned to the Bank of England, Inspector?
I still don't understand how you solved it, Mr. Holmes.
It's entirely due to Dr. Watson. He gave me the clue when he mentioned Dr. Samuel Johnson.
Well, congratulations, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I don't think I'd have done it entirely without Mr. Holmes's help, you know.
Yes? What is it?
Can I see Mr. Roman?
What do you want to see him about?
Well, I'd like to give him something that belongs to him.
Where are you going?
Can I see Mr. Roman?
What do you want to see him about?
I'd like to give him something that belongs to him.
Come inside.
What was it you just said at the door?
I said I wanted to see Mr. Roman.
What for?
Well, I've got something for him.
Could mean a lot of things. What have you got?
You're not Mr. Roman.
How do you know?
Well, you just don't fit.
Is it all right, Mr. Gino?
I guess it's all right. But I'll take him in myself. Come on. Wait here. See Eddie there. I like it. That's all right. You're a good barber, Miss Cornish.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rowan.
How do you feel? I mean, how do you feel being a barber? Cutting men's hair. Feels good, huh? And look at her. She's blushing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Roman. You moved.
But you didn't. Quick enough. Get her out of here. Stupid dame.
Beast. A filthy beast.
Hey, you. That's him. What can I do for you, Jack?
Are you Mr. Roman?
That's right.
What'd you like to have this back?
To mine?
Got your name in it.
Where'd you find it?
Well, I don't remember the name of the street. It was in front of a restaurant, though.
How much was in it?
$81. I spent $1.50 for breakfast. There's $79.50 there now.
How do you like that for an honest guy? I don't. Silly law-abiding jerk. How do you like that? He comes all the way out here just because he found it. You know, you ought to get a medal. Gino, go buy him a medal.
Thanks. I got a medal.
Oh. Ex-GI, huh?
Yeah, yes, I was in the Navy.
I like him. I want to do something for him. Give him a sawbuck. That's the trouble with you, Gino. You have no appreciation for honesty. Tell me something. What made you bring the wallet back?
Well, I don't know. Now that I'm here, I wonder myself. I guess I'm just a sucker.
I like that, too. Can you drive a car?
Yes, sir.
You got a job. What do you need 2 chauffeurs for? Fire Claiborne.
All right. No, wait a minute. I don't want to take another fellow's job.
Let's take it easy, Jack.
The name's Scott. Chuck Scott.
Okay, Scotty. Hello, Fats. Fats, what do you do besides talking the telephone all the time? Been trying to reach you for 45 minutes. Now, never mind that. How about Johnson? Did you contact him yet? Or what's he stall this time? Oh. I'll have him at my house for dinner Wednesday night. No, not Thursday. Wednesday.
Yes? Right. Be right there. Thanks, Job. Oh, Job. Like in the Bible? Kings, Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job? Fine, I won't forget it. Bye.
Come on, Tony. There's something wrong. I can't slow the car down. Relax, Scotty. I take care of all that back here. You just handle the wheel.
You mean you...
That's right.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel, Scotty?
Well, fine. But I don't get it.
Who does? Yeah, he's all right. He's a good chauffeur. You're all right, Scotty.
Thanks. What do we do now?
You take over. She's all yours. Well, Mr. Johnson, how do you like our little house?
Oh, it's charming. However, I never thought I'd enjoy the pleasure of having dinner here.
You know, Mr. Johnson had the idea I didn't like him. Just because he took away some of my business.
I guess he doesn't know you too well.
I must say there aren't many men would have taken it the way your husband has, Mrs. Roman.
Live and let live. That's my motto. Isn't that so, Gino?
Oh, the world is big enough for all of us. You too, Mr. Johnson.
Well, thank you, Gino. Now, I have a very interesting house, too, in Havana. I'd be very pleased if you'd all come and visit me sometime. You've been in Havana, haven't you, Mrs. Roman?
No, I've never been there.
No, Mrs. Roman doesn't travel very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Doctor's orders?
No, mine.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll let you go on with your business. Oh, good night, Mr. Johnson.
Good night, Miss Roman.
It was nice meeting you.
Thank you.
She's lovely, isn't she?
Oh, she's beautiful.
How about a little brandy?
Well, I don't mind if I do.
Where's Tommy?
No, he behaved badly. I put him in a cellar.
Oh, Tommy's a dog. It's a big dog.
Oh. Yes. I'm not drinking alone, am I?
No.
No. Mr. Roman, could I ask you a very personal question?
Yes, of course.
What is your business, really?
Gino, what business would you say we were in, really?
No, I'd say the amusement business.
The amusement business?
Yes, strictly for laughs. All kidding aside, Mr. Johnson, I still want to buy those 2 ships of yours.
But I don't want to sell.
Oh, maybe we can talk you into it.
What do you say, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I'll think it over.
Oh, no, that'll be too long.
I could let you know tomorrow.
No, tonight. Now.
Well, how much would you give me for them?
Nothing.
Oh, you're joking, huh? Oh. I've had a lovely evening, but I've got to run along. We can go into it further tomorrow.
No, you can't go now, Mr. Johnson, without seeing the rest of the house. We haven't even seen the upstairs. Or the wine cellar.
Oh, we have a nice wine cellar.
Well, I would like to see the wine cellar. Napoleon brandy? 1815? Oh, Gino, I don't believe it. Why, I didn't think there was a bottle of real Napoleon brandy left in existence. Why, Gino, do you realize that... Gino! Gino! Hey, Gino! 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 Hey, Gino! 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 Oh, no. Gino! Oh, no. 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 No, no. No.
Turn off here, please.
Standing awfully close, miss. Think you better step back?
What happened to Claiborne?
Well, he's gone, miss.
It's Mrs. Roman.
I beg your pardon. I didn't know.
Oh, that's all right. I think I like it better the other way.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes, Vic, it's 3 years ago. If you can't do that, call me miss. And if you can't do that, just look the other way. You can go back to the car. What's out there, straight ahead?
Well, Havana, I think.
Have you ever been there?
Yes, I was a long time ago.
What was it like?
Oh, for me, it was cheap hotels, cheap restaurants, cheap friends. All places are alike when you're broke.
It would be worth $1,000 to me to get to Havana.
$1,000?
Yes.
Steamship tickets only about 30.
I could never make it alone.
Why not?
Have you ever been afraid? Really afraid?
What do you want me to do?
I want you to take me to Havana.
But why me?
I think I can trust you.
You mean you think I look like I, need $1,000, huh?
Have it your way. But I still think I can trust you. When can we go?
How soon can you leave?
Now, right this minute.
That's a pretty long swim. I'll check the sailings tomorrow. Think I better take you home now?
All right.
That'll be 4220. Sign there, please. 2 tickets for Havana tonight, please. I'm sorry, there's no space available. We're completely sold out. Are you sure? Just a moment. There may be a cancellation. Yes, here's one. But it's a single cabin. Will that do you? Yes, it'll have to. How many tickets? 2. How much is that? That'll be $57.60. Sign there, please. The SS Cuba leaves Pier 26 at 11 o'clock tonight. Thank you, sir. Keep the change. Thank you. Hello?
I'll take it, Job.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
I got the tickets for Havana. It's on a ship called the Cuba. Leaves 11 o'clock tonight.
Now listen carefully. Have dinner with him as usual. At 9:30, say you want to take a drive.
I'll be waiting in my room. Now, don't you call. Have Job call as usual. I'll bring the car around. No, don't worry. They don't know where I am. Yes, I'm picking him up at the Union Bank now. Good. See you later. Bye. Thursday. Any particular boat? Let's see my geographic chart. Flowers, did you take care of them? Huh?
Yeah. Red and white roses, big anchor. $150. You know, Eddie, 15 years ago in Cicero, same roses, the same anchor, could have picked it up for a double sawbuck. Maybe 2 bits. $150. Brother, I don't care what they say, that's inflation. Scotty.
Yes, sir?
Mrs. Roman goes for a drive almost every day, doesn't she?
Yes, sir.
Where does she go?
Nowhere in particular.
What do you mean, nowhere?
Well, just along the beach.
Always the same place?
Yes, same place.
How do you know that? I didn't. I want to go there, Scotty.
Now?
Now.
Yes, sir.
What did you see out there?
I wouldn't know.
What do you see out there, Scotty?
Sky, water.
Must have a special meaning for her. What does it mean to you?
I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist.
You don't have to be to figure this out.
That right, Gino?
I'd say she was contemplating a voyage.
Did she ever say anything to you about it? Why would she tell me? You've got the kind of face women like to talk to.
Jeff, what's the... Eddie, they're gone.
Where do you think they've gone, Gino?
I don't have to think, I know. To Havana on a Cuba. Found it in a wastebasket. What do you want me to do?
Play the other side.
I didn't know you were a musician.
Haven't played in a long time. Still scared?
I'm getting over it. But you don't get over 3 years of terror in one night.
He couldn't follow us here.
What's our first stop?
Havana.
It looks like all roads lead to Havana.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
I owe you $1,000.
Who did it belong to before?
They don't ask you that when you spend it.
That's not our blow.
How much time do we have?
Forget time.
You think we'll make it?
We've got to.
Señor, el caballo no puede estar aquí toda la noche.
Hey, what are we stopping here for?
El caballo no puede estar aquí toda la noche.
What was that?
The horse is tired.
Take us back to the boat. Did you hear me? Take us back to the boat.
I already told you the horse is tired.
Chuck, let's get out.
Say, our boat leaves in an hour for South America. How much of a walk is from here to the dock?
Yo no entiendo bien inglés. Vamos, Pancho.
What did you say?
Something about not understanding English.
Must not understand money either. Didn't take his fare.
Chuck, what do we do now?
I don't know. Let's get a drink.
All right.
No, wait a minute. We should go back to the boat.
Who's afraid now?
Still scared?
in a dream song and guitars in a theme song. You're a promise of love. Lovers thrill to your splendor as your harbors thread.
Don't need any steam heat here.
Steam heat. Tell me again.
I love you, darling. I love you.
Darling, I don't care what happens now. I just don't care.
Laura, don't keep saying that. Please don't keep saying it.
I won't. I won't say it anymore. Because I do care.
Laura. What's the matter?
Laura. Laura. Laura.
Mark on his scar?
Knife wound. No other marks.
We're waiting, Mr. Scott.
Oh, can I make you understand you've got the wrong man? I loved her.
You loved her, so you killed her. That's understandable.
She was all I had.
So you made sure no one could take her from you.
Oh, you're blind. Why would we come all this way together?
I let you tell me why. Just answer 3 questions. How long has this woman been in Havana?
Oh, we got off the boat around 6 o'clock this evening.
8 hours ago. Had she ever been here before?
No.
Did she know anyone here, anyone at all?
No.
There is your answer. Do you still insist somebody else did it? In a place where she had just arrived, in a place where she had never been in her life before? And above all, with your own knife.
It wasn't my knife.
But you just admitted a moment ago it was your
I didn't admit it was my knife. I merely said it looked like my knife, but it wasn't.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. The knife you bought. You did buy a knife.
Yes, I bought a knife!
Save your strength, my friend. You may need it. Your knife. Let me see. Describe it again, please.
On the handle of the knife I had, the little carved monkey was holding his ears. The knife you've got, he's covering his eyes. You can see that.
It's covering his eyes, but not mine.
Oh, don't joke. If you don't believe me, ask the shopkeeper. Find out what kind of a knife I bought.
Are you sure this is the place?
Yeah, that's it.
I repeat, for a stranger in Havana, you certainly found an out-of-the-way place in a very much of a hurry.
We didn't find it. I told you a guide brought us here.
I know. The guide who kept pestering you, the one who drove you to the nightclub, huh?
You don't believe anything, do you?
My clients have a chronic tendency to color the truth. You first, Mrs. Scott. Just a moment, please. Not so quick. Where is Chin?
I am Chin.
I'm Lieutenant Acosta, Homicide Squad.
What can I do for you?
Madam, will you please tell these gentlemen...
We'll ask the questions. Take a look at this man here. Did you ever see him before?
Yes.
When?
The gentleman was here earlier tonight.
Alone?
No, he was with a lady.
Did he buy anything?
Silk handkerchief for a lady.
That all?
The gentleman also bought a knife.
What kind of knife?
A knife with a jade handle. It's got letters. It's got fruit. To hang on the wall, maybe?
Describe the jade handle.
The jade handle had a carved monkey.
We know that. Describe the monkey.
Monkey was holding his eyes. So.
Oh, you're crazy. I bought the one that was holding his ears.
The gentleman is mistaken.
Are you sure the one he bought was holding its eyes?
They come 3 to a set. First one is sold to this gentleman. The others I still have. I can show you.
Show me.
These are imported from Hong Kong. I only ordered one set. Cost too much. Never sold any except to this gentleman. See?
Well, Mr. Scott?
I don't understand. I'm sure I bought this one. The one that's holding its ears.
Why did you buy any knife?
I didn't buy a knife. I mean, I didn't intend to buy a knife, but Lorna was looking for jade, and she said the only jade she had was on the knife handles. And the one we finally bought was this one. The one that's holding its ears.
Perhaps Madame Chin switched to the knives, huh?
She must have.
Did you ever see Chin before?
No.
Then why would she change the knives? Why would she change the knives?
I don't know.
Because you are a stranger, and only because you are a stranger, we've given you every chance to clear yourself. You should have been locked up an hour ago. Admit it. You know you killed her. Admit it!
All right.
Then you did kill her.
Yes.
Why, Mr. Scott?
Because she was afraid. Because she wanted to go back.
Back? Where?
To her husband.
Her husband?
Her name wasn't Mrs. Scott. Her name was Mrs. Eddie Roman. We left Miami together last night on the Cuba. We docked here this morning. Didn't leave our cabin till it was dark. Wound up in that nightclub. We had a drink there.
Mr. Scott, you're a gentleman. Only from the viewpoint of the police, of course. Have a cigarette.
¿No viste su nombre?
Sí, subió hasta el último piso.
Arriba. Quédese allí. Muy bien, jefe. El escape de emergencia. Vamos a aconsejar abajo. Está buena idea, Ana. Estar en el edificio, no hay señas de la banda.
¿No puede haber escapado por la escalera de emergencia?
Busquen en todos los cuartos. ¿Y este cuarto qué vamos a hacer con él?
Debe estar aquí en este edificio.
Vamos a buscarlo. Tiene que estar aquí adentro. ¡Abran la puerta! ¡Es la autoridad! ¡Abran la puerta! ¡Adelante!
¡Fuera de aquí! No tiene ningún negocio aquí en mi casa.
Si no te callas, me la llevo a la cárcel.
No vale nada.
No está en este piso. Vámonos para abajo.
Si él está en el edificio, lo encontraremos.
Seguro, vamos.
¡Pronto!
Thanks a lot. Say, you never saw me before, but you helped me. Why?
Cops. I hate cops.
Is there, any other way out of here?
Only the way you came in. Americano?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm an American. Miss, I just thought of something. Do you know the man that takes the pictures at the La Habana Club? You know, the little flashlight photographs? Not that it matters now, but I just thought that maybe he did get something. And if he did, it might...
Pappy? Pappy? Pappy?
No. We pay you the same as we paid the last time, and not 1 cent more.
Then perhaps I'll do business elsewhere.
Look, we run the stuff across, not you. What do you have to do? Just wear out that seat. Of course, that you do.
I don't mind assuming the usual business risks, but when it comes to knifing women...
Knifing women? All you did is switch a couple of knives.
I had a visit from the police tonight. They asked a lot of questions.
In our business, you can't afford visits from the police.
I'm getting tired of this. For the last time. The same stuff, the same place, and the same price.
No deal.
No? Then you're out of business.
I don't think so.
No? Who's going to buy your stuff?
You are.
Yeah? Why?
If you don't, certain people may find out certain things which you might not want mentioned.
sorry you said that.
I'm sorry it had to be said.
I could never make it alone. I could never make it alone. I could never make it alone. I could never.
Hospital. Commander Davidson, just a moment, please. Commander Davidson's office. Who? Oh, of course I remember you, Scott. Yes, he's here. Of course you may. Just a minute. Chuck Scott would like to speak to you, sir.
Fine.
He's on the phone.
Oh. Hello, Chuck.
You said if I ever needed you, I could call? Oh, I need you now. Yes, sir. Well, it's happened again. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be there as soon as I can get there. Thanks, sir.
Take it easy, Chuck. Now, let's try and start with the beginning.
There doesn't seem to be any beginning. All I can remember is the end of it.
Sit down, Chuck.
Look at this outfit. Where did I get this uniform? And the room I woke up in. How'd I get in that house?
Let's talk about what you remember. Forget about the uniform.
Well, yes, I was running away from the police. In Havana. In the middle of the night.
But, Chuck, you haven't been to Havana in 3 or 4 years, to my knowledge. So we can eliminate that. That's dream stuff. But the girl that you met here in Miami, that's real. The girl that you drove to the beach. The one that wanted to know what's out there straight ahead. That girl.
Yes. But that's all I remember. What she said.
But the beach. You said you remembered the beach.
Yeah, the beach. But that's all.
Why do you keep looking at the clock?
I don't know, Doc. I keep feeling that there's something that I've got to do.
Don't let that worry you. That's symptomatic in shock cases. But you did remember to call me. You did remember to come here. You're pretty well out of it, Chuck.
Yes, but I keep feeling that
I know. Technically, this would be identified in a case such as yours as an anxiety neurosis. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? But it's not, Chuck. Believe me, it's not. You understand?
Yes. I still keep feeling that I've...
I got a ticket for Havana. It'll be 11 o'clock tonight. Now listen carefully. Have dinner with them as usual. 9:30, you want to take a drive. I'll be waiting in my room. See you later.
Be happy, Lorna. We're going to have fun tonight. I'm going to take you out. We'll go to the Florida Club. Or would you rather go for a ride? Take a look at the ocean. Scotty showed me a rendezvous this afternoon. Got a very nice view. You're very nervous this evening, Lorna. What's the matter?
Job, will you please tell Scotty to bring the car around?
Scotty's gone.
Go.
Yeah, quit. He saw him leave. He even yelled after him. Didn't even turn around. It's going to cost you $125 for a new uniform.
Still want to go for that ride?
Thanks, no.
Good evening, Commander.
Good evening, Ben.
What'd you bring me here for, sir?
Buy you a drink? Still like bourbon?
Yes, sir, anything.
2 bourbons and water, Ben.
Yes, sir.
A drink will do you a lot of good. It'll help you let go, relieve the tension. That's all you need, Chuck. Ben, turn the clock to the wall.
What's the idea?
My friend is a clock watcher.
I don't understand you, Lorna. I just don't understand you. Why don't you answer it? Might be Scotty.
It couldn't be Scotty. How could it be Scotty? Gino said
Maybe he quit. Maybe he didn't. Answer the phone. Answer it.
Hello? It's for you.
Yes? Who wants to talk to him? The Fats. Yeah, I wanted to see you. Talk to you about your place. Yeah, I'll be right over. Wait for me. No, alone. Been reading the paper, huh? Mr. Johnson was an obstinate man. I don't like obstinate people.
Can't we talk things over together, like two civilized human beings? All I want.
I know. All you want is to leave this house.
The way I came in. I had nothing then, and I'm asking for nothing when I leave. Just let me go.
Living in this house for 3 years, you must have found out a lot of things.
I wouldn't tell anyone.
Joe.
Eddie. Please, Eddie. Don't have him lock me in.
Joe. Joe.
Keep this door locked, Joe. Mrs. Romans must leave her room till I get back. Understand?
Yes.
Doc. Her name was Lorna. Lorna. Lorna, what? Lorna, what? What was her name?
Good evening, Mr. Roman.
Hello, Sally. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Hello, Albert. Been waiting for you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman.
Good evening, Eddie.
Hi, Eddie.
How's Mrs. Roman tonight?
Quite well, thank you, Albert.
Joining you later?
No.
How about a little supper, Mr. Roman?
No, I think I'd like a bottle of wine.
Lanson 28. Yes, sir. Lanson 28, sir.
Yes, sir.
Eddie, why don't you let me have him picked up? How far can he get in that uniform? They'll grab him in a minute.
Chuck, I've got to make a phone call. I'll be back in a minute.
Are you listening? Why don't you let me have him picked up?
But I want to know. I can't ask him in the police station.
Oh. What do you think the deal was? Eddie, don't get mad, but they had something cooked up. What I can't get is the guy running out.
Maybe he didn't.
Look, Doc Davison.
Hello? I'm still at the Florida Club. Yes, Louise. Oh? Well, I'll be back in about a half an hour. Fine.
Oh, Doc.
Oh, hello, Rowan.
Hello, Doc. Hiya, Doctor. How's the Navy?
Fine.
Commander, huh? Look at all this spinach.
You've done all right for yourself. Not bad. How's Mrs. Rowan?
Fine, thanks. Haven't seen you since you joined.
Yes, it has been some time.
Oh, won't you sit down and join us?
No, thank you. I have a friend waiting for me at the bar. I may stay in. How do you like Sawyer?
Turned your practice over to a swell guy. I like him very much. So does Lorna.
Lorna?
Lorna? Mrs. Roman.
Why, of course. It was silly of me.
Sure you won't join us for that drink?
No, thank you. My friend's still waiting for me. Nice seeing you. Remember me to your wife.
Keep away from that door.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Job, like in the Bible.
I didn't think you were coming. I didn't think you believed any of the things I told you.
I believed you.
Want to buy your place, Fats?
Sure, I'd like to sell you the place, Eddie, but I don't like the way you buy.
Pardon me, will you okay this check?
Aren't you afraid you missed your boat, Eddie?
What did you say, Fats?
I said, aren't you afraid you'll miss your boat?
What boat?
Aren't you leaving for Havana tonight?
What are you talking about?
I swear I saw your car at the docks this afternoon. Okay. It's a secret. It's all right.
Start all over. Only slower this time.
I saw your chauffeur buy 2 tickets for I didn't see a thing.
Chino, call the house.
They're on the Cuba. They left 15 minutes ago.
If they're on the Cuba, they left 15 minutes ago, but I don't think they're on the Cuba. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I don't think they're on the Cuba. I'm mistaken. We'll find them on the... Yeah, here it is. The Cristobal. Freighter. East Pier 42, 11:30. Watch the road. I'm taking over.
What time we shoving off? Rate they're loading. Another hour, maybe 2.
No, they're still loading. We won't pull out of here for another hour yet. I'll stay down on the pier till we leave. Bad break. Only 2 ships leaving for Havana tonight, this and the Cuba. Keep this door open.
Who is it?
Chuck.
I didn't think you'd ever get back. Chuck, will this boat ever...
It doesn't matter now.
What do you mean? Tell me again.
I love you.
I want you to keep telling me that as long as we're together.
That'll be forever.